Chapter 841. Luo Shong said that Lanshi City was the last place Xiong Nan appeared. Lanshi City was the closest city to the Moyun mountain range. It was also the first city that Yumen attacked in 100 years. At that time, Yumen attacked Lanshi City not long after leaving the Moyun mountain range. It was during the pill examination held by the Elixir Cauldron sect and caused terrible losses. At that time, Yumen announced that Yu Meng would start a war with the human race again. Since then, the Third Palace started to set up the supreme immortal ranking. Countless geniuses appeared in the cultivation world and were talked about enthusiastically by the cultivators. Everyone thought that they could easily defeat Yumen. After the supreme immortal ranking was set up, Yumen didn't fight the human race on a large scale. Therefore, the cultivators thought that Yumen was no match for the human race. However, no one would have thought that after recuperating for a few years, the Yumen demons would have grown strong enough to destroy a human city. They had even destroyed the Eastern Sand City, the most important city in the cultivation world. It was only then that the self-cultivators started to panic. Only now did they realize that the Yumen Devil clan had unknowingly developed to such a terrifying extent. Every self-cultivator started to feel insecure, worried that they would end up like the 100,000 people from Eastern Sand City. However, at this time, some rumors began to spread in the cultivation world. Wasn't Yumen sealed by the true god in the Moyun mountain range over 100 years ago? How did he get out? That's right. The true god's cultivation is so high. How could he let Yumen escape? I heard from others that the Yu Meng devils were intentionally released by the true god. How could that be? How could the true god do such a thing? Have you all forgotten something? The true god's disciple, that Mu Yu, has a close relationship with the demon race. Not only did he release the White Ape Demon King from the second heaven, but there was also a rumor that the Sea Demon King escaped with Mu Yu's help. What? Another Demon King had broken free? Is this true? It's true. A demon race member said it himself. And I heard that. The Threefold Palace was very dissatisfied with Mu Yu's actions and went to negotiate with Mu Yu's master, the true god. It seems that the true god and the Threefold Palace had different opinions, so the true god released Yumen in a fit of anger to take revenge on the Threefold Palace. How could this be? How could a true god do such a thing? Where did you hear that? Someone else said it. Why don't you think about how Yumen escaped from the Moyun mountain range? I've also heard that Mu Yu has Mu Yumeng's ability. He is one of the legendary 5 people. What? Can Mu Yu control trees? That's not all. I heard that the true god has already taken those 5 as his disciples. The remaining 4 are called Luo Shong, Chengyang, Xiong Nan, and Xiao Shui. These 5 can control metal, wood, water, fire, and earth respectively. The true god must know this, but he still took those 5 people who have Yumeng's ability as his disciples. The true god's disciples are related to Yumeng. I'm afraid that the true god wants to overthrow the Threefold Palace and rule the Threefold Continent himself. This is unbelievable. The true god has always been someone I respect. How could he do such a thing? I used to respect the true god, but ever since Yumen was born, I realized that this matter isn't so simple. Now, we can only rely on the Threefold Palace. I don't believe in the true god anymore. To think that every big city worships a statue of the true god. I didn't expect him to be such a person. We should smash those statues. In Misty Breath City, many people were whispering and gossiping. These rumors and slanders quickly spread throughout the cultivation world and also drifted into Mu Yu's ears. Mu Yu listened indifferently to those people's discussions and silently pulled back Xiao Shui, who was about to fight those cultivators. Let go of me. Aren't you angry? They're starting to slander the true god now. I won't allow it. Xiao Shui was extremely angry. Mu Yu also had a volcano hidden in his heart, but he tried his best to suppress it and not let it erupt. You still don't understand where these rumors and slanders came from? Mu Yu carried Xiao Shui and walked into a tea house. I don't care where they came from. How can they question the white-bearded old man? And they even invert right and wrong. If it wasn't for the white-bearded old man at that time, this world would have been destroyed long ago. Why are they doing this? Xiao Shuai's delicate face was filled with uncontrollable anger. These rumors and slanders came from the threefold palace. Other than the threefold palace, no one would know so clearly. As for why the threefold palace did this, I think it's to find us and not let us have a foothold in the cultivation world. Mu Yu glanced at Luo Shong. I will kill these ungrateful people. Luo Shong said simply, the flames in his eyes burning faintly. Mu Yu had always been careful to hide the fact that he had the ability to control trees. Other things aside, Cheng Yang, Luo Shong, and Xiong Nan had always kept a low profile in the cultivation world. No one knew that the three of them were the disciples of Jian Ying and Chen Feng, much less that they had Yumeng's ability. As for Qiao Shui, she lived in the Yarrow realm all year round and didn't have many interactions with humans. However, this kind of news still spread. No one other than the threefold palace could do this. Why are those bastards from the threefold palace slandering the white-bearded old man? What good does this do to them? Xiao Shui asked through gritted teeth. The threefold palace captured Master, but we are still outside and have become an unstable factor. I think the threefold palace realized that our existence is a threat and that we can't be used to lead the human to fight against the humans. Therefore, they are preparing to deal with us. Slandering Jian Ying and Chen Feng would make the self-cultivators place all their hopes on the threefold palace. They would firmly believe in the threefold palace. When the time came, if Mu Yu and the others wanted to fight against the threefold palace, it would mean that they would have to fight against the entire cultivation world. Mu Yu found a seat by the window and looked at the self-cultivators coming and going on the street. His heart was strangely calm. These rumors could no longer affect him. Mu Yu had already seen the self-cultivator's nature in Dongsha City. He knew what to do when faced with this kind of situation. But these self-cultivators even dare to question the true God. How ungrateful! Xiao Shui said indignantly. The ugliness of human nature is not something you can imagine. They only believe in the threefold palace. The threefold palace's flowery words can make them forget Master's kindness and turn to question whether Master is helping the human. These people are not worthy of our help, Luo Shong said. Now that human was acting recklessly, everyone was in a state of panic. Everyone had hoped that the true God would once again step forward to destroy human. However, the threefold palace had instigated some people to slander the true God, causing everyone to lose hope in the true God. Now, if they wanted to deal with human, they could only place their hopes on the threefold palace. This was the threefold palace's scheme. Before starting a war, they had to win over the hearts of the people. But when would these self-cultivators understand that their lives were just a tool for the threefold palace to obtain soul power? Beneath the threefold palace's holy appearance was a terrifying and evil heart. If this continues, we will be isolated and helpless. Xiao Shui sat on the table, still sulking. What Xiong Nan did back then was right, Luo Shong said. Xiong Nan knew this much earlier than they did. Therefore, when he was in Clearwater City, he controlled 100,000 self-cultivators. If there was a war in the future, at least he wouldn't have to fight alone. He had 100,000 demons to defend himself. Back then, Cheng Yang and Luo Shong had wanted to stop Xiong Nan. However, Luo Shong had changed his mind. Mu Yu had also lost confidence in self-cultivators. How do we find Xiong Nan? Mu Yu asked. There was no news of Xiong Nan. It was as if he had disappeared from the cultivation world. The demons under his control had lost control and were acting recklessly. If this had happened in the past, Mu Yu would have despised these demons. However, he didn't want to care about them anymore. The last time I tracked Xiong Nan's tracks, his aura was near Lanshi City. I think there must be something here that is attracting him. Luo Shong frowned. However, the two of them had already gone to Lanshi City to investigate. Now, the human in Lanshi City seemed to have retreated. There was no trace of them. They couldn't find any other traces of Xiong Nan. Therefore, they could only stay in Lanshi City temporarily. Mu Yu, are we still going to look for that man with immortality? Xiao Shui suddenly asked. Mu Yu was stunned. The situation in Dongsha City had been bothering him for the past few days. He had forgotten about looking for the man with immortality. What do you mean by looking for the man with immortality? Luo Shong asked. Mu Yu explained the situation briefly. When he thought about it, he felt sad for his master. His master had sacrificed so much for the self-cultivators. What about the self-cultivators? How were they treating his master now? Luo Shong was silent for a moment. Then, he asked, what kind of power does the man with immortality have? Mu Yu shook his head. Back then, the Azure Dragon Demon King said that as long as our cultivation reached the Great Ascension stage, we would be able to feel that power. If we gathered the 9 men with immortality, we would be able to control this world. The threefold palace would definitely be defeated. If that's the case, the threefold palace is also looking for the 9th man with immortality. Luo Shong asked. That's right. Mu Yu suddenly realized that there was no time to delay. Since the threefold palace had already started encouraging the self-cultivators to slander Jian Ying and Chen Feng, they would definitely think that the 9 powerful immortal powers would be a threat. They would also do their best to find those men with immortality. Luo Shong pondered for a moment. You mentioned the dragon-seeking formation just now. Perhaps we can try to use it to find Xiong Nan. The dragon-seeking formation needs something from Xiong Nan. Do you have any of his clothes? Mu Yu asked. When Xiong Nan left the 50-mile garden in the south, he took everything that belonged to him. I'm sure he knew that we would use the dragon-seeking formation to find him, so he wouldn't leave any traces behind. Luo Shong shook his head. Back at Luochen Mountain, Elder Zun had used the dragon-seeking formation, so Xiong Nan must have remembered it. Therefore, he left very thoroughly when he left. Then we won't be able to find him, Xiao Shuai said gloomily. Chapter 842. What is it? Luo Shong asked. The Desert Eagle Demon King, Hai Dongqing. Mu Yu's eyes sparkled. The Desert Eagle Demon King, Hai Dongqing? That's right. Xiong Nan took the Desert Eagle Demon King's heart. The heart is connected to the Desert Eagle Demon King. We just need to find the Desert Eagle Demon King and use him as the array lead for the dragon searching array. Then, we can find the location of the heart, Mu Yu said. The dragon searching array used auras as a lead to combine 2 things with similar auras. Therefore, it could use a person's things to find the whereabouts of that person. However, it also meant that it could use a person as an array lead to find things that still had that person's aura. So many years had passed. Even if Xiong Nan had left something behind, his aura would have been obliterated. However, he had taken away Hai Dongqing's heart. Mu Yu could use Demon King Desert Eagle's body as a formation seal to search for his heart. That way, he could find Xiong Nan's whereabouts. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and find Hai Dongqing. Little Shuai was very enthusiastic. He knew where Hai Dongqing was trapped. The Desert Eagle Demon King had yet to be unsealed and was trapped in the desert. This kind of seal could not be broken by others. Mu Yu had calculated that the power of the seal would take at least 10 years to unseal, so the Desert Eagle Demon King must still be there. There's no hurry. We need to return to the Moyun mountain range, Mu Yu said. Why are we going back to the Moyun mountain range? Little Shuai asked, puzzled. We don't have enough array bases for the dragon searching array. We need to make some supplies. The dragon searching array needed too many array bases. If they wanted to search for a person in a large area, they would need a huge number of 5-element array bases. Meteoric iron, evergreen wood, black sea chen ice, ancient spirit fire, and frozen rock earth. These 5 items were not common, at least not in the cultivation world. Although Luo Shong also had some 5-element array bases, they were not many. If Mu Yu wanted to search the entire 3-tiered continent like looking for a needle in a haystack, he would need more 5-element array bases. However, Mu Yu knew where to look. When he had first left the Moyun mountain range, he had relied on the Yu Meng teleportation array. The Yu Meng teleportation array in the Hidden Dragon mountain range had a large number of these 5 array foundations. Mu Yu did some calculations in his mind. If he used the huge array foundations in Mount Fu Long, he could create an extremely powerful dragon-seeking array. It would be more than enough to search the entire 3 continent. Okay, But before I leave, I need to do something. Little Shuai rubbed his small fists, which made cracking sounds, but his eyes were fixed on the small bearded man next door who was spreading rumors and belittling the true gods as if they were worthless. This mustached man had shifty eyes, a sharp mouth, and monkey cheeks. He looked very annoying. Just now, the rumors about the true god and the true god's disciple were all spread by him. This guy's cultivation was only at the nascent soul stage, but he spoke without panting. All kinds of malicious words were directed at the true god. While you're at it, ask him how he found out about the identity of the true god's disciple, Muyu said. Okay, no problem. Little Shuai tossed a piece of beast bone in his hand. It was an innate array foundation with a powerful divine soul array carved on it. It was perfect for interrogation. After the mustached man finished speaking, he got up and walked along the street. Little Shuai ran over, still holding a spirit stone jade pendant in his hand. It was about $1 million. He innocently tugged at the mustached man's clothes and said with a smile, "Uncle, I want to buy some candy to eat. Is there a place that sells candy?" Little Shuai deliberately waved the spirit stone jade pendant in his hand. That harmless expression made people unable to bear to reject him. The mustached man looked at the spirit stone jade pendant in Little Shuai's hand and swallowed. His eyes darted around, and he revealed a disgusting smile. He said, "Little brother, you want to buy candy? Uncle knows where it is. Come, Uncle will take you there." "Thank you, Uncle," Little Shuai said happily. The mustached man took Little Shuai into a small alley. Muyu shook his head slightly. People who looked down on Little Shuai usually didn't have a good ending. Sure enough, after a quarter of an hour, Little Shuai ran back from the alley innocently and even hummed a nursery rhyme. "How is it?" Muyu asked. "He might not be able to talk anymore." Little Shuai sat down. "Oh, and he probably can't walk anymore. I mean, what did you ask?" Muyu wasn't in the mood to care about that person's life or death. People who gossiped deserved to die. He said he heard it from the Extreme Immortal Pavilion. The Extreme Immortal Pavilion hired a large number of talkative people to tell more people about this matter. He was one of them. Little Shuai's eyes darted around. "Should we go to the Extreme Immortal Pavilion? We can also be hired to earn some spirit stones." The Extreme Immortal Pavilion was a cultivator's shop that had just become popular in the cultivation world in the past 2 years. They made a living by exchanging and selling information about extreme immortals. The appearance of the Extreme Immortal ranking gave rise to this kind of business, and cultivators were very fond of it. The Extreme Immortal Pavilion would know which dark horse had appeared on the Extreme Immortal ranking, their strength, their estimated potential ranking, what changes had happened on the Extreme Immortal ranking, information about certain extreme immortals, and so on. As long as it was related to extreme immortals, the Extreme Immortal Pavilion would know about it as soon as possible. "Go!" Luo Shong's tone was indifferent, but it was mixed with a faint murderous intent. Muyu nodded slightly. The Extreme Immortal Pavilion dared to spend money to spread rumors that slandered true gods. It was impossible to believe that they didn't have the support of people from the Triple Palace. If they could find some clues about the Sanchong Palace from this incident, it would be a very important matter for them. The Extreme Immortal Pavilion had branches in many cities. Not only were the cultivators and disciples of some sects coming and going here, but many extreme immortals also came to buy information in person. When challenging an extreme immortal, it was important to know yourself and your enemy. Therefore, this was the place where extreme immortals were most often seen. The Extreme Immortal Pavilion in Mist Breath City was like an elegant building. The cultivators who came and went were all graceful and elegant. Even if there were some who wore ordinary clothes, their cultivation was definitely not low. Elders of various sects, shopkeepers, and so on. Anyone who could gain value from an extreme immortal would come here to pay attention to the latest changes on the Extreme Immortal ranking. "Follow me closely and listen to my orders." Little Shuai opened the way in front casually. He was here to cause trouble today, so he was more arrogant than anyone else. With his 2 small hands behind his back, he strode forward with his head raised, looking like a young master who didn't care about anyone. In comparison, Mu Yu and Luo Shong followed behind little Shuai, looking more like his bodyguards. Chapter 843. People came and went as they entered the Extreme Immortal Pavilion. There were all kinds of counters that provided different Extreme Immortal services, including the counter for Extreme Immortal Information Consultation, Extreme Immortal List Purchase, Extreme Immortal Wager and Extreme Immortal Ranking Prediction Chart, Extreme Immortal Challenge Letters, and Extreme Immortal Relics for sale. Why is this place selling Extreme Immortal Relics? How shameless. Xiao Shuai snorted. The Extreme Immortal list changed almost every day. New Extreme Immortals appeared every day, which meant that some Extreme Immortal had died. Many self-cultivators were very eager to get their hands on Extreme Immortal relics. After all, self-cultivators who could become Extreme Immortals were all extraordinary, and their relics were all extraordinary. When Mu Yu and the others entered the Extreme Immortal Pavilion, there was a person from another sect arguing with the shopkeeper at the counter. It was a middle-aged man with a face full of grief and anger. He seemed to be forcing the Extreme Immortal Pavilion to hand over their sect's Extreme Immortal relic. This is the long sword of Extreme Immortal Qian Qi, who is ranked 79th in our inverse refining faction. Do we still need to pay to take back what belongs to us? Your Extreme Immortal Pavilion is too much. The middle-aged man was Qian Sanyan, an elder of the inverse refining faction. When he heard that his sect's genius disciples' relics appeared in the Extreme Immortal Pavilion of Lanshi City, he rushed over to get it. At this moment, he was angrily scolding the salesman at the counter. However, the salesman replied lazily, "Now, the 79th Extreme Immortal is Chang Shui, not Qian Qi. When Qian Qi died on Chang Shui, his relics were found by us. You should be the one who wants to buy it." The salesman at the Extreme Immortal Pavilion, who was in charge of selling Extreme Immortal relics, had the cultivation level of out-of-body stage, which was the same level as the elder of the inverse refining faction. This Extreme Immortal Pavilion really couldn't be underestimated. 1 million? Why don't you go rob a bank? Qian Sanyan was obviously very angry. It was fine that his genius disciple was killed, but now he even had to spend 1 million to get his relics back. This was simply too much. We naturally have our own rules when doing business. If you want to take it back, then buy it according to the price. If you can't afford it, then please leave. There will always be someone who can afford it. The shop assistant was unmoved. Qian Sanyan looked very indignant, but he raised his head and looked at the middle-aged man sitting on the second floor. The middle-aged man was at the body integration stage. No matter how much resentment he had in his heart, he could only swallow his anger. In the end, he threw a spirit stone jade pendant on the counter and took the long sword. That long sword was full of spiritual qi and had an extraordinary origin. It was the most precious treasure of the inverse smelting sect. Because the inverse smelting sect paid Qian Qi, the extreme immortal genius, the sect leader gave this sword to Qian Qi. Unexpectedly, Qian Qi died in the hands of another extreme immortal. Qian Sanyan came here to buy his most precious treasure. The Extreme Immortal Pavilion is even doing this kind of business. What is his background? Mu Yu was a little puzzled. Then, he turned around and realized that Little Handsome had disappeared. His heart skipped a beat. Little Handsome was sitting at a table, holding a pie with both hands and eating happily. Little Handsome, we are here to cause trouble. Can you be more serious? Mu Yu walked over and said, Yes. I forgot. Little Handsome took another bite of the pie. But there are free pies here. And they are very delicious. Why don't we eat them before we smash them? Little Handsome blinked his big eyes and chewed with his cheeks bulging. Smash them after eating? Mu Yu revealed a helpless smile. His mood had been very heavy these few days. Only Little Handsome could make him smile and relieve the depression in his heart. When Little Handsome heard that they were here to cause trouble, he was very arrogant. In just a short while, he was bought over by the pie. Look, there are even little clay figurines of famous extreme immortals here. I just saw that you were also kneaded into a little clay figurine. Little Handsome pointed at a counter next to him and said, Go and see if your little clay figurine is handsome or not. I will eat a few more and then start to cause trouble. Good for nothing. Luo Shong indifferently glanced at Little Handsome. His gaze fell on another inconspicuous corner of the second floor. There was a very powerful aura there. Then, he turned to the private room on the north side of the attic. That place also attracted his attention. Causing trouble was not the main point. The main point was to find out the person behind Extreme Immortal Pavilion. Therefore, Luo Shong was sizing up the layout of Extreme Immortal Pavilion. He wanted to find clues from the layout of Extreme Immortal Pavilion. Mu Yu walked to the Extreme Immortal clay figurine counter and saw the statue of his master, Jenying Chen Feng. It was about 3 feet tall and there were 5 people beside it. They were Mu Yu, his 4 senior and junior brothers, and Xiao Shui. Their names were written below. They were 2 feet tall and looked very lifelike. Mu Yu even found that Xiao Shui's original appearance of a little beast was standing on the shoulder of her statue. Sure enough, many people in the cultivation world already knew about her relationship with Xiao Shui. At this moment, 3 or 4 teenagers were gathered there. They were arguing about which one their father should buy for them. By Jenying Chen Feng. True God is very handsome. A little boy said. Little Feng, haven't you heard? True God is now despised by everyone. Really? What's going on? I just heard the shopkeeper of Extreme Immortal Pavilion say that human is in cahoots with True God. That's impossible. How could True God be in cahoots with human? It must be a lie. If you don't believe me, you can ask the shop assistant. Mu Yu did not care about the teenagers arguing about this. He turned to look at the counter next to him. The counter next to him was labeled consultation on the price of Extreme Immortal Pavilion appearance. Mu Yu walked over to take a look. He realized that Extreme Immortal Pavilion really did all kinds of business. They even had a price for inviting Extreme Immortals. It was written that there were different prices for inviting Extreme Immortals of different rankings. For example, inviting Extreme Immortals to a certain family's wedding banquet, a certain important person's birthday banquet, inviting Extreme Immortals to cut the ribbon for the opening of a new store, etc. If Extreme Immortals could attend such events, it would naturally be a very prestigious event. What surprised Mu Yu the most was that the slogan here said, there are only prices that you can't afford, but there are no Extreme Immortals that you can't invite. It seemed that Extreme Immortal Pavilion could invite any Extreme Immortal. He also saw that the price for him and Luo Shong's appearance was as high as 10 figures. It was not that easy to find a true God's disciple. Anyway, it was not that big of a deal for Extreme Immortal Pavilion to say this. After all, no one would be able to afford such a high price. The 99th Extreme Immortal's appearance fee was 880,000 spirit stones. It was indeed ridiculously expensive. Oh my God. Brother, let's give it a try too. We'll be rich if we cut a ribbon with a pair of scissors. Little Shui walked in front of Mu Yu and looked at Mu Yu's appearance fee. He stretched out his little index and middle finger and made a scissor gesture. His eyes lit up as he counted how many zeros there were in the appearance fee. Stop daydreaming. You're so poor, yet you want to cut ribbons. Get out of my way, don't block my way. Chapter 844. Mu Yu furrowed his brows and did not move. However, when the waiter sitting at the counter saw the man behind Mu Yu, he immediately perked up and said with a smile, "Young Master Yunziji, you're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." As he spoke, he personally walked out and led Yunziji to the tea table next to him. "Deacon Liu, what kind of banquet are you inviting me to this time? I'm very busy." The man called Yunziji had a domineering look on his face. After speaking, he glanced at Mu Yu, snorted coldly, and sat down. "It's like this. The Tang family of Wangtian City is celebrating their 60th birthday, and they're planning to invite you to join them. What do you think?" Deacon Liu of the Extreme Immortal Pavilion said politely. "The same price?" Yunziji asked. "Yes, the price is set according to the Extreme Immortal ranking, so the same price," Deacon Liu said. Yunziji, Xiao Shui's little hand slid across the ranking list, and soon, he reached the 73rd place. He read out in a low voice, Unveils, Spirit Separation Stage 9, Sky River Sect, appearance price 2,880,000. You can earn 2,880,000 just by freeloading? Oh my god! Xiao Shuai exclaimed. Then, he waved his little fist happily. If someone invites me, I'll definitely eat until they're broke. When Yun Ziji saw Xiao Shuai's shocked expression, his sense of superiority as an extreme immortal was immediately displayed. With your cultivation levels, you too should get on the extreme immortal ranking list first. You want someone to invite you? What kind of daydream are you? As he spoke, he even puffed out his chest with a smug look on his face. Xiao Shuai glanced at Yun Ziji with disdain and said in a childish voice, "Why are you so smug? You think 2,880,000 is a big deal? Do you know how much 250 plus 38 equals? That's your appearance price, don't you understand?" Yun Ziji's face instantly turned green. He slammed the table and stood up, angrily rebuking, "Little bastard, are you courting death?" Deacon Liu also didn't expect that little Shuai, a 3 to 4-year-old child, would actually say such words. Originally, the price was set at 288 just to get some good luck. Who would have thought that by a freak combination of factors, Deacon Liu immediately said, "Child, don't talk nonsense." Xiao Shuai wolfed down the last piece of pie and then clapped his hands to get rid of the crumbs. He tidied up his clothes and put on an arrogant expression. "Do you know why we are here? Since you've come to our Extreme Immortal Pavilion, you better abide by the rules of the Extreme Immortal Pavilion. No matter how young you are, you can't blame anyone if you're beaten to death." Attendant Liu scolded. Xiao Shuai put his hands on his hips and snorted. "Don't talk nonsense. Let me tell you, we're here to cause trouble." For some reason, Xiao Shuai's childish voice was extremely penetrating. It directly spread throughout the entire Extreme Immortal Pavilion. The Extreme Immortal Pavilion was originally bustling with voices, but after Xiao Shuai spoke, it instantly became incomparably quiet. It was as if even a needle dropping could be heard. Then, all the self-cultivators in the Extreme Immortal Pavilion roared with laughter. "Ha ha ha. Did I hear that wrong? This little kid is here to cause trouble. Ha ha. Where did this little brat come from? How dare he come to a place like the Extreme Immortal Pavilion to cause trouble? Is he tired of living? This kid hasn't been weaned yet, right?" Many self-cultivators were amused by Xiao Shuai's words. This little brat actually wanted to cause trouble at the Extreme Immortal Pavilion? This was the biggest joke in the world. The Extreme Immortal Pavilion had suddenly risen in the cultivation world. They dared to openly set prices for the Extreme Immortals. They even dared to sell the relics of the dead Extreme Immortals. How could the power behind this be shaken by ordinary people? This little brat really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Deacon Liu also laughed. He looked at Xiao Shuai and shook his head. "Little brat, you don't even have a cultivation level. How can you cause trouble here?" Others might not know what the Extreme Immortal Pavilion meant, but he naturally knew his own background. Since he dared to open an Extreme Immortal Pavilion and do business with Extreme Immortals, he naturally had to face all kinds of self-cultivators who came to cause trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to continue operating. In the Extreme Immortal Pavilion of Mist Breath City, there were no less than 5 self-cultivators in the form synthesis stage. There was even a master in the 9th heaven of the form synthesis stage. They were enough to deal with all kinds of trouble. Not to mention this little brat, the Extreme Immortal Pavilion might not even be afraid of people from the 8th gate. Yun Ziji also glanced at Xiao Shuai contemptuously. He looked at Mu Yu, whose aura was somewhat cold but not very strong, and said, "Deacon Liu, don't worry. If someone comes to cause trouble, I'll help you deal with it." Xiao Shuai didn't care about the ridicule of the other people in the Extreme Immortal Pavilion. Instead, he put his little hands behind his back and acted like an old man. He took 2 steps forward and said, "You people. You really look down on people. I said I'm here to cause trouble today, so I'm here to cause trouble. Hurry up and tell your manager to get out here. I have something to ask him." Deacon Liu stopped smiling and said, "Little brat, This is not a place for you to cause trouble. Hurry up and get out of here, or I'll slap you a few times to make you understand that you can't talk nonsense. Xiao Shuai said impatiently, I'm looking for your manager, not you. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Deacon Liu saw the surrounding customers' teasing gazes and was ready to end this farce. He shouted, It seems that I have to teach you a lesson personally. Our shopkeeper is very busy every day. He's not someone that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can meet whenever they want. Bang! Before Deacon Liu could finish his words, a figure suddenly fell heavily in front of him, smashing the mahogany floor into pieces. Luo Shong, who was like a killing god, stepped on the chest of the middle-aged man on the ground. The middle-aged man's face was full of fear. Deacon Liu was stunned. Shopkeeper? The man who was stepped on by Luo Shong was the manager of the Extreme Immortal Pavilion in Mist Breath City, Yang Zishan, a self-cultivator at the 9th heaven of the combination realm. No one in the cultivation world dared to offend him with such strength. However, at this time, he was stepped on by a young man like a dead dog. Yang Zishan was shocked and angry. He was drinking tea leisurely in the private room on the 2nd floor just now, looking through the task given to him by his superiors. He didn't expect that a terrifying and cold killing intent would suddenly appear. Before he could react, he was directly lifted up and fell to the ground involuntarily. The whole process didn't take more than a breath's time. Who the hell are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in our Extreme Immortal Pavilion? You don't deserve to live. Slap. Before Yang Zishan could finish his words, Xiao Shuai had already slapped him, and a small bright red palm print appeared on Yang Zishan's face. The sound was clear and pleasant, echoing in the eyes of everyone in the Extreme Immortal Pavilion. Everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva. It should be known that the manager of the Extreme Immortal Pavilion, Yang Zishan, was at the 9th heaven of the combination realm. Even if Xiao Shuai used all his strength, it was impossible for him to leave a palm print on the face of a 9th heaven of the combination realm cultivator. How did this kid do it? I already said that we're here to cause trouble. Why are you still dawdling? You're asking for a beating. Xiao Shuai shook his little hand and looked at Deacon Liu triumphantly. He bent his 5 little fingers back and forth and asked, You just said that your manager is very busy every day? Deacon Liu opened his mouth in shock. How could their manager, who was at the 9th heaven of the combination realm, fall down? Take down these 2 troublemakers. Deacon Liu quickly came to his senses and immediately shouted to the 2nd floor. But when he raised his head and looked at the 2nd floor for help, he found that 5 figures were thrown down like sandbags and surrounded him and Yun Ziji. These 5 dog-like self-cultivators were the combination realm cultivators of the Extreme Immortal Pavilion. They were sent to guard the Extreme Immortal Pavilion. Mu Yu slowly descended from the sky and looked at Deacon Liu with a murderous look. Silence. Everyone was silent. No one had expected that the 6 combination realm cultivators of the Extreme Immortal Pavilion would be so weak in front of these 2 murderous young men. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. Did you just say that you want to stand up for the Extreme Immortal Pavilion? Xiao Shuai walked up to Yun Ziji and looked at him maliciously. Yun Ziji's expression changed greatly again. He had only been invited by the Extreme Immortal Pavilion to accept a mission to make money. He had never thought that the 2 people he had looked down on at the beginning were actually such terrifying expert. No, I didn't say anything. Yun Ziji had already wet his pants when he saw the murderous look on Mu Yu and Luo Shong's faces. Now, he was even more distressed and didn't dare to move. He was afraid that he would be lying on the ground like the 6 combination realm cultivators and die. Now, we're here to cause trouble. Do you have any objections? Xiao Shuai glanced at the self-cultivators who had come to look for business opportunities. These were all businessmen and elders of the sect. They were all very smart and influential. How could they dare to say anything? Do you want to kill everyone? Luo Shong asked calmly. Everyone in the Extreme Immortal Pavilion's expression changed and their breathing quickened. Looking at Luo Shong, who was like a murderous god, their hearts sank. What a joke! Even the shopkeeper of the Extreme Immortal Pavilion, who was at the 9th heaven of the combination realm, was trampled under his feet. They were nothing. My lords. We're just innocent. Yun Zizhi said in a trembling voice. He was no longer as arrogant as he was just now. Xiao Shuai walked to the door casually with a piece of innate array base engraved with the divine soul array in his hand. He said in a childish voice, "Come, all of you, lie down and get out of this door. Whoever doesn't look good while rolling will die. I'll roll. I'll roll. I'll roll." Yun Zizhi was the first to lie down. He hurriedly rolled toward Xiao Shuai. Xiao Shuai looked at this guy with disgust. Then, the divine soul array erased his memory and Xiao Shuai kicked him out of the extreme immortal pavilion. "Hurry, time is limited. If anyone doesn't come out in 15 minutes, I'll kill them," Xiao Shuai snorted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, many people lay on the ground and quickly rolled towards Little Handsome. When they rolled to the door, Little Handsome gave them a flying kick. At the same time, he erased their memories and kicked them out. "I didn't tell you to roll." Chapter 845. A small footprint appeared on Deacon Liu's face. His entire face was swollen and several of his teeth had fallen out. He was so frightened that he couldn't speak. This kick was already considered light. How dare they slander Jian Ying and Chen Feng? The three of them would not let them off so easily. Most of the self-cultivators in the Extreme Immortal Pavilion were reputable people. This was the first time they had been threatened to get out like this. Unfortunately, none of them complained at all. If they didn't do as they were told, it wouldn't be as simple as losing face. Soon, all the guests of Extreme Immortal Pavilion were kicked out by Xiao Shuai. Xiao Shuai also closed the door, leaving only the people of Extreme Immortal Pavilion. However, at this moment, Mu Yu and Luo Shong both frowned. They looked at each other and sensed that something was wrong. A figure flashed on the roof of Extreme Immortal Pavilion and disappeared. "You go. I'll stay here," Mu Yu said in a low voice. Luo Shong didn't say anything and disappeared from Extreme Immortal Pavilion. "What's wrong?" Xiao Shuai asked curiously. "Killing intent," Mu Yu said simply. "Killing intent. Someone is spying on what's going on here." Mu Yu scanned the entire Extreme Immortal Pavilion coldly. The guests of Extreme Immortal Pavilion had all left. Mu Yu threw the remaining self-cultivators to the ground. However, he still felt that someone was spying on them from some corner of Extreme Immortal Pavilion. That faintly discernible aura seemed to exist everywhere in Extreme Immortal Pavilion, but he couldn't pinpoint its specific location. Just now, when he was patrolling the entire Extreme Immortal Pavilion, he did not notice this aura. The moment Little Marshal closed the door, that aura suddenly appeared and then quickly left the Extreme Immortal Pavilion, as if it was deliberately disturbing them. "Then why didn't we chase after it?" Xiao Shuai asked. Mu Yu looked around indifferently and said, "Luring the tiger away from the mountain." "Luring the tiger away from the mountain?" Xiao Shuai still didn't understand. Luo Shong returned in a moment and reappeared beside Mu Yu. "That's a fake aura." "I know. I just want you to confirm it." Mu Yu nodded. "He should still be in the vicinity of the Extreme Immortal Pavilion, preparing to silence us," Luo Shong said. "He has no chance." Mu Yu had already discovered that there was a restriction in these people's bodies that could instantly kill them. This restriction was laid down using an array technique. However, this array technique had already been broken by Mu Yu. Mu Yu's divine soul array had already invaded Yang Zishan's mind and controlled him. Mu Yu then asked coldly, "Who ordered you to spread rumors to slander the true God?" Yang Zishan's gaze became slack. "Yi Feiyan. Who is Yi Feiyan? I don't know where he came from, nor have I seen his true appearance. Usually, when he appears, he is dressed in a black robe with a hood, covering himself tightly. He doesn't even show his hands." Yang Zishan said honestly. "As the shopkeeper of the Extreme Immortal Pavilion, you don't even know who he is. How do you usually communicate with each other? How do you work for him?" Mu Yu asked calmly. Yang Zishan said, "Usually, some jade slips will appear on my desk. I am only responsible for following the instructions on the jade slips. The only thing I know is that if I don't follow his instructions, I will be severely punished." Yang Zishan seemed to have recalled something terrifying. His expression was even more frightened than when he was subdued by Luo Shong. It was as if Yi Feiyan had left a deep shadow on him. What characteristics does he have? Mu Yu continued to ask. Yang Zishan said, it's hard to say. However, every time I see him, he gives me an incomparably sacred feeling. I respect him from the bottom of my heart and am willing to do anything for him. However, there was one time when I clearly saw a sacred white light under his black robe. I don't know anything else. As expected, he is a trash from the third palace. Mu Yu's gaze was as cold as an ice blade. The people from the third palace were covered in white light. To outsiders, they looked sacred and inviolable. They used the holy light to cover up their filth. This made Mu Yu feel a wave of disgust. Mu Yu still couldn't forget the scene of the third palace law enforcer killing Deadwood Daddy. It seems like the Extreme Immortal Pavilion was indeed opened by the people from the third palace. No wonder they can do any business with Extreme Immortals like goods. They can even do things like selling Extreme Immortals relics. Luo Shong coldly looked at Yang Zishan. The killing intent on his body didn't decrease at all. He wouldn't forgive Yang Zishan for slandering Zhen Ying and Chen Feng just because he was just an errand boy. Xiao Shuai sat on the counter and suddenly said, Yi Feiyan is an Extreme Immortal. He is ranked 19th. Extreme Immortal? Mu Yu walked over to the counter and took out a detailed list of Extreme Immortals. Indeed, he saw the name Yi Feiyan. He was ranked 19th. However, there was no other information about him apart from that. Your Extreme Immortal Pavilion does business with Extreme Immortals. Did you not collect information about the top 20 on the Extreme Immortal leaderboard? Mu Yu asked. Yang Zishan shook his head. Apart from Zhen Ying and Chen Feng's disciple, Xiong Nan, no one knows the identities of the top 20 Extreme Immortals. Xiong Nan was ranked 9th on the Extreme Immortal leaderboard. His ranking hadn't changed at all. Now, his identity was the same as Mu Yu's. Everyone in the cultivation world knew about him. Even you don't know the identities of the top 20. Many possibilities flashed through Mu Yu's mind in an instant. The most likely possibility was that the top 20 Extreme Immortals, aside from Xiong Nan, were all related to the Threefold Palace. This was because only the members of the Threefold Palace would not easily reveal their identities. Mu Yu told Luo Shong his thoughts. Does that mean Xiong Nan killed her Extreme Immortal from the Third Palace 2 years ago? Luo Shong said thoughtfully. Mu Yu was surprised too. He recalled the confrontation between Xiong Nan and them in the desert 2 years ago. Mu Yu finally understood. If the top 20 Extreme Immortals on the Extreme Immortal leaderboard were all from the Third Palace, and Xiong Nan had killed the Extreme Immortal ranked 9th, then Xiong Nan's strength was at least in the Tribulation Passing Stay. If the three of them had really fought Xiong Nan back then, none of them would have been a match for him. So the existence of the 9 Arcane Immortals is meaningless. Xiao Shuai pulled another piece of meat out of nowhere. The 9 Arcane Immortals are meaningless in the first place. They're just a gimmick created by the Third Palace, Mu Yu said calmly. It was impossible for anyone else in the cultivation world to compete with the people from the Third Palace for the Arcane Immortal spot. If Mu Yu's guess was right, the person spying on the Extreme Immortal Pavilion must be Yi Feiyan. To be able to remain undetected in front of Mu Yu and Luo Shong, who had the power to kill, meant that he was at least in the Tribulation Passing state. In the cultivation world, there were very few people who had reached the Tribulation Passing stage, even among the 8 sects. Not a single person had reached the Tribulation Passing stage before the age of 40. These genius Extreme Immortals were still hopeful that they could become the 9 Arcane Immortals of the human race. Little did they know that they were not fated to be the leaders of the human race. Everything was just a ploy by the Third Palace. Did he give you the order to slander Zhen Ying and Chen Feng? Luo Shong asked. Yes, I received the jade slip 5 days ago. He told us to hire people to spread the news. I was only following orders. I don't know anything else, Yang Zishan nodded. So there's no need to keep you alive. A ball of fire appeared in Luo Shong's hand. However, Mu Yu stopped him. Let's go. Aren't we going to kill them? Luo Shong frowned. Even if they were just puppets, they would not regret slandering his master's name. They were only instructed. Killing them would dirty our hands. Mu Yu was already walking towards the door. Luo Shong's eyes flickered. He silently followed. Xiao Shuai also skipped in front of Mu Yu to open a path. The two of them directly left Lanshi City and soared into the sky. A moment later, a black-clothed, hooded figure suddenly appeared under a tree outside Lanshi City. We were still discovered. The black-clothed man looked at Xiao Shuai and Luo Shong's figures gradually disappearing into the horizon. He seemed to be thinking about something. Jian Ying and Chen Feng's disciple really can't be underestimated. They didn't even give me a chance to kill them. Just now, the black-clothed man realized that something was wrong. He wanted to kill everyone in the Extreme Immortal Pavilion. However, after he lured Luo Shong out of the pavilion, he discovered that there was still a terrifying killing intent in the pavilion. This killing intent definitely did not come from Xiao Shuai, who was eating meat pies. Instead, it came from a person in the Extreme Immortal Pavilion that he could not see. It was also because of this killing intent that he did not act rashly. The black-clothed man looked at Xiao Shuai and Luo Shong's figures and muttered to himself, "I can't see the owner of that killing intent. Looks like it's Mu Yu without a doubt." Withered tree evergreen's blood protection shrouding the heavens is indeed powerful. As expected of someone that master is afraid of. When Mu Yu's life was taken away by the netherworld grass, in order to save Mu Yu, Withered Tree used a powerful array technique and exchanged his life for Mu Yu's. He also sealed the aura of the threefold palace in the array technique so that no one in the threefold palace could see Mu Yu. Bai Jie naturally mentioned this matter to everyone in the threefold palace. I was too careless this time. Encountering a powerful array master like Mu Yu, I can't even use an instant killing technique. A white light flashed in the black-clothed man's sleeve. He had already set up an instant killing soul technique on Yang Zishan and the others. With just a thought, it was enough to kill these people. However, Mu Yu had already expected this and broke the technique in advance. In short, I still need to kill these useless cultivators to get rid of future troubles. The black-clothed man's figure paused and his entire body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the Extreme Immortal Pavilion. However, just as he was about to find Yang Zishan and kill him, he suddenly saw that Yang Zishan and the others were already lying on the ground without any signs of life. What? Chapter 846. Luo Shong's voice was brimming with killing intent. Are you from the third palace? The man in black chuckled lightly. I thought I was being very careful. Who would have thought that you two would be able to fool me? Impressive. You're too stupid. Black flames had already ignited around Luo Shong's body. The man in black scanned his surroundings before his gaze fell upon a nearby table. Even though he couldn't see the person sitting there, he could clearly sense the killing intent emanating from that person. You two sure are impressive. You pretended to leave, but you were actually waiting for me here. The man in black didn't move. Instead, he stared at Luo Shong and focused his attention on the invisible Mu Yu. There was a large pile of corpses strewn across the ground, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The air seemed to have congealed in an instant, and even the noise on the street couldn't reach this place. It was as if this place had been cut off from the rest of the world. The only sound that could be heard was Little Handsome munching on a piece of meat pie. Neither of them said anything, nor did they attack. The violent auras around them became more and more intense. Both sides were accumulating power in an instant to defeat their opponent. Munch. A crisp sound broke the silence. Little Handsome blinked innocently. Sorry. I bit into a peanut. However, Little Handsome's voice was like a fuse, and the three of them instantly became illusionary. Whoosh. Tender green branches suddenly sprouted from the mahogany floor beneath the man in black's feet, leaving an afterimage in the air as they swept toward the man in black with immensely powerful killing intent. A white light flashed, and the man in black leaped into the air, heading toward the second floor. However, the entire building of the Extreme Immortal Pavilion was constructed from wood. All of the banisters and beams of the stairs began to sprout green branches, which spread through the air and completely sealed off the man in black's path of retreat. What powerful wood control! A white light lit up beneath the man in black's feet, and a holy light appeared around his body, which transformed into a series of barriers that kept the oncoming willow branches at bay. However, the black flames had already wrapped around the branches. They didn't ignite the branches, but they directly scorched the barriers created by the man in black. The barriers appeared to be indestructible, but Mu Yu's branches sprouted extremely thin roots, which fused into the barriers, and the black flames also spread over the root. Whoosh! The barrier that the black-clothed man had conjured using his soul power was directly broken by the roots, and was even set ablaze by the flames. A black shadow leaped out of the black flames. However, before he could stand firm, a terrifying sword chi arrived with a boom, piercing straight through the black shadow. Ding! Sword chi filled the sky, instantly shredding the black-clothed man's robes, revealing his face. This was a young man whose entire body was glowing with white light. He was dressed in blue clothes, but the blue clothes were also covered with white light. His face seemed to have been carved with a knife, and his eyebrows were like long snakes. His eyes were filled with white light. The holy light on his body made him the center of attention, and his entire body was filled with an awe-inspiring aura. This reverence was for cultivators, but for Mu Yu and Luo Shong, this kind of light made them feel disgusted. This was Yi Feiyan, who was ranked 19th on the Supreme Celestial ranking and was one of the geniuses of the Third Palace. Amazing! Yi Feiyan couldn't help but praise. Mu Yu and Luo Shong didn't like to waste time talking. Luo Shong's figure leaped out again, and the black flames suddenly turned bright red. The bright red flames splashed, and turned into streaks of flaming sword light in the air, which came crashing down. 13 white holy pearls appeared beside Yi Feiyan, each about the size of a fist. There seemed to be countless flying shadows flashing within these pearls, and then they circled around him, and then started to spin rapidly. In an instant, it seemed as if there were countless pearls around Yi Feiyan, and all of Luo Shong's attacks were blocked. At the same time, Mu Yu's sword chi arrived quietly, and his target was Yi Feiyan's head. Soul technique Luo Yin, open. Yi Feiyan couldn't see Mu Yu, but he could sense where Mu Yu's sword was coming from. The killing aura was extremely strong, and it was impossible for him not to notice it. Before Mu Yu's shadow-cloned sword pierced his throat, his pearls suddenly made a deep sound. This sound was like knocking on Mu Yu's ear, and it actually made him hallucinate. For a moment, Mu Yu felt as if he had returned to the withered tree valley, and he had successfully revived Deadwood Daddy, and even saved his master. However, Mu Yu's killing aura was so strong that he tore apart the hallucination in front of him in the blink of an eye, and returned to reality. The whole process didn't even take a breath. However, this pause was enough for Yi Feiyan to retreat, and he dodged Mu Yu's killing blow. Mu Yu's sword chi swept across the walls of the Extreme Immortal Pavilion. Boom! The entire Extreme Immortal Pavilion shook violently, and it attracted the attention of the self-cultivators on the street. They all listened to the loud sound in shock, and looked at the violently shaking Extreme Immortal Pavilion. They didn't know what had happened to the Extreme Immortal Pavilion. The Extreme Immortal Pavilion was already filled with countless branches filled with killing intent, but the outside didn't change at all. More and more self-cultivators began to stop, wanting to see what was going on in the Extreme Immortal Pavilion. At this moment, Yi Feiyan's expression finally became serious. If they continued to fight, the entire Extreme Immortal Pavilion would be destroyed, and they would directly appear in Mist Breath City. Mu Yu and Luo Shong weren't afraid of anything, but Yi Feiyan was worried that his identity would be exposed. The people of the Third Palace didn't want to appear in the world of self-cultivators openly, so they naturally had their concerns. What's wrong? You don't dare to face all the self-cultivators with your true face. Mu Yu had already noticed the change in Yi Feiyan's expression. Even if we face self-cultivators, they will stand on my side, not yours. Yi Feiyan snorted. Then why don't you try? Mu Yu waved his hand, and a hole suddenly appeared in the wall of the Extreme Immortal Pavilion. Yi Feiyan's expression darkened, and a rainbow light flashed in his hand, covering the hole in the wall of the Extreme Immortal Pavilion. The disciple of Jian Ying and Chen Feng is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, I can't play with you anymore. The 13 pearls around Yi Feiyan rolled again and collided with each other. Then a strange pattern appeared under his feet. The pattern was overflowing with light, and then a holy white light lit up again. We will meet again. Whoosh. The floor of the extreme immortal pavilion seemed to have been blasted open, and all the red wood on the floor turned into debris. Rays of colorful light suddenly shot out from the ground. This time, it wasn't pure white light, but red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. The different rays of light intersected with each other, forming a circular pillar of light that enveloped Yi Feiyan. Soul technique Luo Yin, disillusionment. The colorful light flashed, releasing an extremely powerful aura. Even Mu Yu couldn't get close to this light. When the two of them came back to their senses, Yi Feiyan's figure had already disappeared. Luo Shong's killing intent filled the entire extreme immortal pavilion, but he still couldn't see Yi Feiyan's figure. It was as if he'd disappeared into thin air. There were no fluctuations in his aura. How did he leave? Was it a teleportation formation? Asked Luo Shong. If it was a teleportation formation, there was no way Mu Yu wouldn't have sensed it, because Mu Yu had already used a formation to isolate the extreme immortal pavilion. This is a pattern similar to a ritual. I've seen it before. Mu Yu thought back to the strange pattern that flashed under Yi Feiyan's feet when he left. He'd seen that pattern on the 24th floor of the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda, in the Moon God Hall. Back then, the Moon God Hall was accidentally triggered by the dragon vines. The scene was the same. Little Commander, did you notice something wrong? Mu Yu turned her head and asked. Little Commander blinked and nodded. Yes, I smelled the aura of a flesh-winged horned monster. A flesh-winged horned monster? Mu Yu hadn't noticed that. But Little Commander's words couldn't be false. When they faced the flesh-winged horned monster, Little Commander was there too. Doesn't that mean the people from the third palace can't be killed? If they can't beat them, they can just run away. The flames on Luo Shong's body gradually disappeared. This was the first time he and Mu Yu had fought someone from the third palace head-on. They didn't think that the two of them together wouldn't be able to take down Yi Feiyan, the 19th ranked extreme immortal. Mu Yu shook his head. I don't think so. He must have set up an escape route in the extreme immortal pavilion. He landed on the ground. Earlier, he'd only been paying attention to the extreme immortal pavilion, but he'd suddenly noticed something on the ground. The branches flew up, and the soil covering the ground was quickly flipped open, revealing a giant stone slab. The slab was already in pieces, but he could still clearly see the strange patterns on it. They were the same as the ones he'd seen in the Moon God Hall. He used this to leave. The branches rolled up the stone slab. They wanted to put it back together, but a white light suddenly shone from the stone slab. Then, the stone slab was reduced to dust. They can even destroy what they left behind. It seems like they've already made all the preparations when they built the extreme immortal pavilion. Mu Yu stood up. The entire extreme immortal pavilion was already covered in twisting branches. Whether it was the beams, the stairs, the counters, or the railings, they all bloomed with tender green leaves. They grew vigorously. Each leaf was full of vitality, but they were also filled with terrifying killing intent. If you were to fight this person alone, what are the chances of you killing him? Mu Yu asked. I can't kill him alone, Luo Shong said. Mu Yu nodded thoughtfully. The two of them couldn't kill Yi Feiyan even if they worked together. This person's strength was far beyond their imagination. He was only the 19th ranked person on the extreme immortal ranking. Apart from Xiongnan, there were 17 other people. How strong were these people? But I still don't understand. Why aren't the people from the third palace willing to show their faces in front of the self-cultivators? If you appeared in front of the self-cultivators at the same time as them, the self-cultivators would definitely stand on their side. Little Shuai asked curiously. On one side, there were the revered people from the third palace. On the other side, there were Mu Yu and Luo Shong, who had Yu Meng's ability. It was obvious which side the self-cultivators would stand on. However, Yi Feiyan chose to retreat. Chapter 847. Mu Yu didn't understand this either. When the two of them were fighting, his sword chi swept across the wall, causing the extreme immortal pavilion to tremble and attract the attention of others. Yi Feiyan's expression immediately changed, so Mu Yu wanted to make an opening to test Yi Feiyan. He didn't expect Yi Feiyan to be so afraid of being seen by self-cultivators. As someone from the third palace, why would he be afraid of being seen by self-cultivators? Mu Yu didn't understand this. Luo Shong suddenly said, "Mu Yu, why can he hear you?" Mu Yu was stunned for a moment. He had actually overlooked this point. Blood shrouding the sky could prevent Mu Yu from being spied on by the people from the third palace. Logically speaking, Yi Feiyan shouldn't be able to see Mu Yu or hear him speak. Mu Yu was like an invisible person in front of the third palace. This was confirmed by Mu Yu when the formation Heavenly Dao and Bai Jie were talking. But when Mu Yu asked, Yi Feiyan directly answered. Even Mu Yu neglected this detail. Now that he thought about it, Mu Yu felt a little uneasy. Did the killing power cause the blood shrouding the sky formation to lose its effect? Little Commander asked curiously. Mu Yu couldn't confirm this. The blood shrouding the sky formation is still effective. He can't see you, but when you want to kill him, he can notice your position. I remember you said the soul power of the third palace can't hurt you. Did you feel the threat of the soul power just now? Luo Shong continued to ask. Mu Yu nodded. When he used his pearl, it made me hallucinate for a moment. This matter was simply too strange. When the threefold palace's enforcers had attacked Deadwood Daddy, Mu Yu had stood in front of Deadwood Daddy. The enforcer's soul power had pierced through his body. It hadn't caused any damage to him, but it had shattered Deadwood Daddy's heart. This meant that soul power was ineffective against Mu Yu. But just now, he was affected by Yi Feiyan's soul force. It was strange that Yi Feiyan could still hear him. In any case, we should leave this place first. More people from the Extreme Immortal Pavilion should be rushing over, Luo Shong said. With a thought, Mu Yu returned all the branches back to their original positions, leaving no traces behind. Then, he disappeared from the Extreme Immortal Pavilion with little Shuai and Luo Shong. More and more self-cultivators gathered on the street outside the Extreme Immortal Pavilion. Everyone was wondering what the light and the roar from the Extreme Immortal Pavilion were. Just as a certain daring cultivator was about to knock on the door, the Extreme Immortal Pavilion suddenly collapsed with a boom, turning into a pile of ruins. What? The Extreme Immortal Pavilion was destroyed. The surrounding self-cultivators were all stunned. The Extreme Immortal Pavilion was a rising force. They dared to use the Extreme Immortal Pavilion as their selling point and weren't afraid of offending any sect. The shopkeeper of the Extreme Immortal Pavilion, Yang Zishan, was at the 9th heavenly layer of the combination realm. Logically speaking, such a colossal force should be indestructible. The Extreme Immortal Pavilion shouldn't have been destroyed. But what was left for everyone was a pile of ruins. Yi Feiyan had already reappeared on a tall mountain outside the Misty Breath City. He once again put on his long robe and hood. He faced the mountain peak and looked at the Misty Breath City in the distance, as if he was waiting for something. 2 hours later, 2 black-clothed people who were dressed like him also arrived. Jin Shiyun, Jiyu Chaofeng, the two of you are too slow, Yi Feiyan said in a deep voice. You met Mu Yu and Luo Shong? The one who spoke was a beautiful woman's voice. It was ethereal, as if she was a goddess from the 9 heavens. This person was Jin Shiyun, who had been searching for traces in the Eastern Sand City. She was ranked 17th on the Extreme Immortal ranking. Yes, and I even fought with them, Yi Feiyan said. You shouldn't have fought with them in front of so many self-cultivators. Jiyu Chaofeng's voice sounded a little unhappy. Jiyu Chaofeng, ranked 18th on the Extreme Immortal ranking, Yi Feiyan said coldly, they tricked me. Did the self-cultivators find out who you are? Jin Shiyun asked. Not yet. Yi Feiyan shook his head. How strong are the two of them? Jiyu Chaofeng asked. The power of slaughter. What do you think? Yi Feiyan recalled the scene when he fought with Mu Yu and Luo Shong. He was still quite afraid. He might not be afraid if he fought alone, but if the two of them fought together, it would be difficult for him to gain an advantage. If he didn't escape with the extreme immortal pavilion's secret technique, he might have been in trouble today. Yi Feiyan seemed to have thought of something. He then asked, I can hear Mu Yu. Is that normal? You can hear him? Jin Shiyun was a little surprised. Impossible. The blood protection shrouding sky is protecting him. He doesn't exist to us at all. You can't hear him, Jiyu Chaofeng said in a low voice. Whether you believe it or not, I did hear him just now. And don't forget, when the enforcers killed Deadwood Evergreen, they saw Mu Yu. When the enforcers killed Deadwood Evergreen, the blood protection shrouding sky was just beginning to protect Mu Yu. Once Deadwood Evergreen died, the blood protection shrouding sky would be fully activated. If what you said is true, then something must have gone wrong. Jiyu Chaofeng was still somewhat skeptical because he clearly remembered the blood protection heaven concealing formation technique. This kind of formation technique that used life to protect life was very powerful and could deceive the heavens and cross the sea. Even their master had no way of breaking it. Jin Shiyun, what do you think? Yi Feiyan asked. Jin Shiyun pondered for a moment and said slowly, if I'm not wrong, you can hear Mu Yu talking because of that. Is it because of the power of slaughter? Yi Feiyan asked. No, the blood protection shrouding sky is invisible and powerful. The power of slaughter can't shake this formation. Then what's the reason? Yi Feiyan and Jiyu Chaofeng asked at the same time. Jin Shiyun didn't answer immediately. Instead, she let out a pleasant chuckle. The next time we meet him, we can be sure of this matter. Mu Yu and the other two had already left Lanshi City and were flying towards the Moyun mountain range. Their next target was the Hidden Dragon Mountains. They wanted to find the teleportation formation that the Yumeng demons had used to leave the Moyun mountain range. That place was rich in 5 elements formation foundations. It was enough for Mu Yu to use a dragon-seeking formation that could cover an extremely wide area. Little Shuai ran to catch a demonic beast to roast and eat. He was tired of eating pies and still preferred eating meat. It was still a long way to go through the Moyun mountain range. Because of Little Shuai's request, they stopped at a mountain. Mu Yu and Luo Shong sat on a rock and watched Little Shuai happily cook there. Luo Shong suddenly asked, do you want to look for Chengyang? The corner of Mu Yu's mouth twitched. He knew that he would have to face eldest senior brother one day. I don't know. Mu Yu shook his head. Chengyang was the eldest senior brother. He was mature and steady in doing things. He could handle many things properly. He had a very easygoing personality. Under the subtle influence of his master, he had inherited many of his master's qualities. However, after the incident in Clearwater City, the 4 of them had different opinions. Chengyang wanted to continue on his master's path and fight to protect the entire cultivation world. However, Mu Yu and Luo Shong massacred the entire Dongsho city, going against their master's wishes. As the eldest senior brother, Chengyang definitely wouldn't forgive them. Little Shuai interrupted from the side. In the current cultivation world, Chengyang is also on the list of people to be suppressed. He might be as disappointed in the cultivation world as you guys are. Chengyang won't, Luo Shong said calmly. His tone was very calm, but there was no room for doubt. Why not? Look at our Mu Yu. Back then, he was even hesitant to kill a person. Now, he's already killed an entire city. Little Shuai didn't have any qualms about speaking. Mu Yu was silent for a moment before saying, Chengyang is different from us. He won't obtain the power of massacre. His own power of massacre came about by accident. He had no choice but to use it to deal with a strong enemy. After using it a few times, he was affected by the power of massacre. This power affected him so much that he couldn't extricate himself from it. Then how will he deal with the people from the Threefold Palace in the future? Mu Yu, you don't rely on the power of massacre. Your cultivation level is only at the body integration stage. His about the same, right? Little Shuai tilted his head and said. Luo Shong shook his head. He will have a way. After Clearwater City, have you seen Chengyang? Mu Yu asked. Luo Shong said, no, I didn't even go to see Ling and the rest. I think Ling must hate me now because I left without saying goodbye again. Luo Shong's indifferent eyes finally wavered. Even though their temperaments were now affected by the power of massacre, it was because they still had people they cared about deep in their hearts that they could remain clear-headed. Lan Ling was the person Luo Shong cared about. He had hurt Lan Ling because he didn't control his ability well at the Luochen mountain. Therefore, he had chosen to leave the Moyun mountain range alone. They had finally reunited, but because of his own choice, he had to leave her again. After a long silence, Mu Yu said, Ling won't hate you, but she will miss you. Before Mu Yu joined the sect, Luo Shong had already left the Luochen mountain. At that time, after Mu Yu joined the sect, he had fallen in love with Lan Ling. However, Lan Ling only had her second senior brother in her heart. Mu Yu had always heard Lan Ling say, second senior brother, 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 second senior brother. Luo Shong also didn't like Mu Yu because Mu Yu had almost hurt his master when he had lost control in front of Gui Shenyu. Now, the only people they could trust were the two of them who didn't like each other. Chengyang should still be in the 50-mile garden in the south. He will take good care of Ling and Kong Kong Miao Miao. Luo Shong's voice was no longer indifferent. On the contrary, there was some melancholy in it. Luo Shong had never gone back because he knew that he might not be able to convince himself to leave after seeing Lan Ling. However, if he stayed in the 50-mile garden in the south, he wouldn't be able to save his master. Therefore, he could only force himself to leave that place and walk the path he wanted to walk. Mu Yu also fell silent because he thought of Tian Ran. That simple and brave girl, how was she doing now? Mu Yu hadn't seen Tian Ran since the battle with the demon race for the spirit Qi. He thought that he would like Tian Ran wholeheartedly, but now that Xiao Shui and Tian Ran each occupied half of his heart, he couldn't choose. Now, he wanted to see Tian Ran, but he didn't have the courage to see Tian Ran. The current Mu Yu was like a different person. He was no longer the ignorant and naive young man who would follow Tian Ran and use the tree thump technique. He was now a cold killer. Like Luo Shong, he didn't dare to face the person he liked. Mu Yu and Luo Shong didn't speak on the way. They were both thinking about their own things. Xiao Shui was eating in boredom. Ever since Long Teng was gone, Xiao Shui had fewer people to quarrel with. However, Xiao Shui was never lonely because he was like a naive child. He was always interested in many things and didn't have any unnecessary worries. He ate and talked whenever he wanted. No matter what Xiao Shui said, he wouldn't make Mu Yu angry because he was a sword spirit left behind by his master. Mu Yu would protect him well. Xiao Shui and Mu Yu had a bumpy journey. Although they caused trouble everywhere in the cultivation world, they never separated. Let's go. I'm full. Xiao Shui said as he put away his cooking utensils and cleaned the oil stains. Mu Yu and Luo Shong set off again. In the past, it would take a long time or even a few months to cross the Moyun mountain range. Now, with their cultivation, it only took them half a day to cross the Moyun mountain range. Mount Fulong was not far from the exit of the Moyun mountain range. Mu Yu and Luo Shong had been to this place before. However, when they entered Mount Fulong, they suddenly became alert. You sensed it. Mu Yu looked at Luo Shong. It's Yu Meng's aura, Luo Shong said. It's Shui Yu Meng, Mu Yu said in a deep voice. Because of his relationship with Xiao Shui, he was especially sensitive to Shui Yu Meng's aura. Luo Shong, on the other hand, felt a little suppressed because water restrained fire. However, other than Shui Yu Meng, there was no other Yu Meng's aura. Only Hua Yu Meng, Tu Yu Meng, and Jin Yu Meng attacked East Sand City. Only Shui Yu Meng and Mu Yu Meng were not involved. This showed that the Yu Meng were not as united as they seemed. Back then, Old Tree Leader had told Mu Yu that Mu Yu Meng was a race that disliked war the most. Therefore, Mu Yu Meng would not take the initiative to invade the human race. However, why was Shui Yu Meng not present? The two of them looked at each other and carefully concealed their auras. Mu Yu even used a formation technique to conceal them. Because they did not know Shui Yu Meng's temperament, they had to be careful and not reveal any traces of their auras. If Shui Yu Meng's priests used their killing power, it would be extremely dangerous. The two of them moved slowly in the forest. The trees became Mu Yu's eyes. He soon found a small river. There was Shui Yu Meng's aura in the river, but there was no trace of him. Mu Yu used the trees as cover and quickly brought Luo Shong to the Yu Meng teleportation formation. However, at that moment, Mu Yu and Luo Shong stopped at the same time. Mu Yu Meng. Hua Yu Meng. Mu Yu and Luo Shong said at the same time. The two of them looked at each other with puzzlement. Chapter 848. Why is there Hua Yumeng's aura here? Mu Yu was not surprised by Mu Yumeng's existence. After all, when he was attacked by the people from the Gate of Hell in the Moyun mountain range, it was old Tree Leader who appeared to save him. Therefore, it made sense if Mu Yumeng was still living here in seclusion under old Tree Leader's lead. However, Mu Yu had always thought that Hua Yumeng was aggressive and hot-tempered. He should not have stayed in the Moyun mountain range. It's hard to say. Not every Hua Yumeng is aggressive, Luo Shong said simply. Little Shui asked curiously, Yumen ran out of the Moyun mountain range back then. Why did he return here now? Yumen left the Moyun mountain range because of the existence of the immortal confinement prison. The spirit chi there was exhausted. Even if the immortal confinement prison disappeared now, there was no reason for them to return here. No matter what they are here for, our goal this time is not for them. Try to avoid them, Mu Yu said. Although Mu Yu believed that old Tree Leader would not harm him, he did not want to come into direct contact with Yumeng because he did not understand the situation here. He did not want to alarm Yumeng of other attributes. However, they still encountered an obstacle because the forest in front of Mount Fulong was blocked by a very wide river at some point in time. This river flowed from upstream. He didn't know where the source was, but he couldn't see the opposite shore either. All he could see was a vast expanse of flowing water. Mu Yu even had an illusion that he seemed to have returned to the heavenly stream of the monster race. When did this river appear? Little Shui asked, puzzled. When they came here in the past, they never remembered such a wide river. Now, this river appeared very abruptly. Most importantly, there were a few water Yumengs swimming happily in the river from time to time. These water Yumengs' bodies seemed to be made of water. Their skin seemed to be flowing, shining with a water blue luster. They looked very strange. Not only that, but there were also houses made of ice on the surface of the river. These ice houses floated directly on the surface of the water as if they were made by nature. There were no traces of carvings. The structure of the house was similar to a hut built by humans. There were corridors around the house. At the moment, there were several naked children running around happily in the corridors of the igloo, playing with each other. There were also some adults sitting and chatting in the corridor. They were wearing blue clothes that were as gorgeous as silk. Whether it was adults or children on the igloo, their appearances were no different from humans. However, when the children were playing and chasing each other, they directly jumped into the river. When they entered the river, they completely transformed into Shui Yumeng. Mu Yu remembered what Old Tree Head had said. At that time, Old Tree Head had told him that as long as Yumeng didn't use the 5 elements, they would be no different from humans. It seems like Old Tree Head was telling the truth. There were countless igloos on the wide river. Some of the houses were even made of water and did not freeze. Roughly counting, there were at least a few thousand houses here. It was like a small tribe built on the water. There were also many Shui Yumeng. Everyone was leisurely busy with their own things. Mu Yu once suspected that these were not the fierce human that the self-cultivators spoke of, but loose immortals living in a paradise. I remember that if we want to go to the teleportation array, we have to pass through this river. However, there are so many Shui Yumeng now. How are we going to get there? Mu Yu felt that the situation was a little tricky. How about we fly over from a high altitude? Little Shui suggested. No, after passing through Shui Yumeng's territory, no matter how high you fly, you will be detected. Luo Shong shook his head. He had been tracking Yumen's movements all this time. He knew more about Yumen than Mu Yu. Then what do we do now? Kill our way over? Little Shui asked. This method was naturally even more impossible. If they fought in Shui Yumeng's territory, Perhaps Priest Shui Yuming alone could deal with both Mu Yu and Luo Shong. Luo Shong, where did you sense Hui Yuming's aura? Mu Yu and the others retreated into the forest, not wanting to disturb Shui Yuming. Luo Shong pointed to the left. It's at least 200 miles away from here. I sensed Mu Yuming's aura in this forest, but I did not find any trace of him. Mu Yu found this very strange. Logically speaking, if Mu Yuming was in the forest, he would definitely know. However, he could not sense any trace of Mu Yuming within a radius of 250 miles. However, Mu Yuming's aura was in this forest. Let's leave this place first. Don't alert the enemy. Mu Yu decided to return the way they had come. Now that they knew that Yumen had returned to Mount Fulong and changed the landscape, it would be unwise for them to force their way in. If there's no other way, let's set up a small dragon-seeking array first. I still have some 5 elements array foundations here. Let's see if we can find Xiong Nan first, Luo Shong said. However, just as they were about to leave, rustling sounds suddenly came from the forest. Then, countless trees began to move away on their own. Then, many figures jumped out of the trees and surrounded the 3 of them. You are not welcome here. A low voice sounded. Mu Yuming appeared from the trees. They appeared in the form of trees. Every one of them looked at Mu Yu and Luo Shong covetously. Their attention was especially focused on Luo Shong. The leader, Mu Yuming, looked unfriendly. His cultivation was comparable to the body integration stage. He stood in the forest and stared at Mu Yu. The aura of slaughter is on you. Mu Yu felt that something was wrong. This Mu Yuming in front of him had a greedy look in his eyes. It was as if he was coveting the aura of slaughter on Mu Yu's body. The strangest thing was that Mu Yu did not realize that these Mu Yuming were hiding in the trees at all. Don't block the way. A flame appeared on Luo Shong's arm. He would be wary of Shui Yuming, but he had no qualms about dealing with Mu Yuming. Where's old tree leader? Mu Yu asked coldly. He felt that the Mu Yuming in front of him was very strange. He was completely different from the Mu Yuming he had seen before. It was as if there was something unfamiliar on him. However, Mu Yu could not tell what it was. Old tree leader? That cowardly old man has been executed by us. The leader, Mu Yuming, snorted. This Mu Yuming's body looked like a pine tree. His entire body was covered in pine leaves that stood upright and were extremely sharp. Executed? Mu Yu was shocked. Old tree leader had died. This news came too suddenly. Mu Yu could not react in time. He had never thought of such a situation. Old tree leader had said that Mu Yuming did not like war, so he would do his best to avoid starting a war with the cultivators. Mu Yu had always believed old tree leader's words. If Yumen fought with the cultivators in the future, at least Mu Yuming would not interfere. However, if what this Mu Yuming said was true, wouldn't it mean that it would cause a disaster in the future? Does your Mu Yuming also want to start a war with the human race? Mu Yu asked in a low voice. That's right. Old tree leader has no backbone and wants to avoid a war. However, we do not agree. You have the power of slaughter in your body, as well as Mu Ling's aura. However, you are still not Lord Gomang. It seems that we must capture you and let Lord Gomang return. The leader, Mu Yuming, revealed a cruel smile. These Mu Yumen were very different from the Mu Yuming that Mu Yu had seen before. It seemed that there were indeed differences between the Mu Yuming and Mu Yuming. Mu Yu was already troubled enough. He did not expect that there would be more troublesome matters to deal with now. This made Mu Yu extremely frustrated. There are plenty of people who want to capture me. Who do you think you are? Mu Yu stomped his foot, and the surrounding trees swept over. They intertwined with each other and surrounded all the Mu Yuming instead. These Mu Yuming were shocked. They wanted to regain control of the trees, but they discovered that there was a bone-chilling aura coming from the trees, causing their hearts to palpitate. Mu Yu's ability to control wood was still far superior to these Mu Yuming. The power of slaughter is indeed powerful. However, you have walked right into our trap today. You can't blame anyone for this. The leader, Mu Yuming, did not show any signs of panic. Countless green pine leaves shot out from his hand, transforming into a ray of light that shot into the sky and exploded in the air. In the distance, an even more powerful power of slaughter suddenly exploded. As if responding to this, it was rapidly approaching them. Mu Yu's brows furrowed slightly. This power of slaughter was the same as the power of the 3 Mu Yumeng priests that he had seen in Dongsho City. However, the owner of this power of slaughter was also at the Tribulation Transcendence stage. Looks like this new Mu Yumeng priest has also snatched the power of slaughter from the old tree, Mu Yu said in a low voice. Scorching flames rose from Luo Shong's body. His entire body was enveloped in black flames, and his aura of slaughter was not to be outdone. You want to capture us? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Luo Shong's eyes were also burning. The Mu Yumeng were all frightened by Luo Shong's flames. They were very afraid of Luo Shong. However, right at this moment, the trees that Mu Yu had just controlled were suddenly torn apart. A figure shrouded in leaves descended from the sky. The green light dissipated, and the leaves danced in the air, revealing the figure inside. This was a beautiful young girl. Her skin was very fair, and she wore a green dress that revealed her slender legs. Her long green hair was especially eye-catching. This should have been a young girl who did not know much about the world, but the coldness in her eyes made people retreat. The aura of slaughter on her body was not any weaker than Mu Yu's. Who are you? Mu Yu felt an unprecedented sense of danger from this young girl. This was because her cultivation and aura of slaughter were both stronger than his. Not only that, but she was even more dangerous than Yi Feiyan, who he had met a few days ago. I am Xue Lian, the new priest of Mu Yumeng. Chapter 849. You killed old tree leader? Mu Yu frowned. That old man is weak and has no temper. He has no right to lead our Mu Yumeng. Blood Lotus's voice was emotionless. Just like Mu Yu and the others, her tone was cold and carried a strong killing intent. So you want to kill me too? Mu Yu's body also surged with killing intent. Since something had happened to old tree leader, he had to think of a way to deal with the following trouble. She wants to occupy your consciousness and replace you to become one with Gomang, Luo Shong said from the side. It seems like Priest Fire hasn't succeeded yet. I'm really disappointed, Blood Lotus said disdainfully. Mu Yu looked at Luo Shong questioningly. He did not know what Yumen wanted to do after capturing them. That's what Priest Fire wants to do to me. The flames on Luo Shong's body burned even stronger. Mu Yu stared at Blood Lotus. Try it. The killing intent on Blood Lotus's body was very strong, but Mu Yu and Luo Shong together were not without a fight. Little Shuai had already transformed into his original body and jumped into Mu Yu's clothes. It seems like Priest Fire owes me a favor today, Blood Lotus coldly shouted, and all the trees quickly moved. Infected by her murderous aura, countless branches extended from the trees and wrapped around Mu Yu and Luo Shong. These trees were all bright red. Whether it was the branches or the leaves, they seemed to be soaked in blood. They were completely different from ordinary trees. Luo Shong took a step forward. Black flames covered the sky and the earth. Rolling heat waves swept towards the attacking branches. His flames were incomparably fierce and swallowed the branches in an instant. However, the bright red branches seemed to be unstoppable in the flames. They actually penetrated the flames and continued to sweep towards the two of them. The trees controlled by Blood Lotus were not afraid of flames. This was something that Mu Yu and Luo Shong didn't expect. This was because even if it was Mu Yu, he would still find it difficult to deal with Luo Shong. Luo Shong's flames were too effective against his trees. Back in the Extreme Immortal Pavilion, if it wasn't for Luo Shong's deliberate control, his trees wouldn't have remained intact under Luo Shong's black flames. However, the Blood Lotus trees were not afraid of fire at all. The two of you are still too inexperienced in controlling the power of slaughter, Xue Lian sneered. The tree branches were like venomous snakes, whizzing through the air. The greenish-brown tree branches around Mu Yu met them head-on, but they were directly torn to shreds by the opponent's tree branches. Mu Yu looked at Blood Lotus' blood-red branches and noticed that the branches controlled by Blood Lotus had a strange presence. It was as if the tree was no longer pure. He reached out to grab the incoming tree branch, trying to seize control of the tree branch. However, a powerful repulsive force came from the tree branch. Not only that, but Mu Yu was also sent flying by the powerful force of the tree branch. What a strange tree! Mu Yu felt a sense of familiarity because he had seen this repulsive force somewhere before. However, as the ancestor of trees, his ability to control wood was actually inferior to a wood priest. This still made him very angry. He held Mu Ling in his hand, and the aura of slaughter spread all over his body. He swept up tens of thousands of sword chi and suddenly swung it down, wanting to cut down the branches. However, he didn't expect that when Mu Ling's sword collided with the branches of Blood Lotus, there would be the sound of metal colliding. It was crisp and pleasant, but the bright red tree wasn't cut down by Mu Yu. Even Mu Ling's innate control of trees couldn't invade it. Ding, ding, ding. The branches of Blood Lotus were like thousands of whips in the sky, bringing with them streaks of red whirlwinds. They were violent and fast, slashing at Mu Yu and Luo Shong from different angles. Mu Yu and Luo Shong's figures constantly flashed in the air. The branches controlled by Mu Yu and Luo Shong's black flames couldn't stop the trees controlled by Blood Lotus. This guy is so strong. He's much stronger than the 3-priest human we met in East Sand City, Luo Shong said in a deep voice. I didn't expect Mu Yuman to be so strong. Mu Yu was also very surprised. This was because in everyone's eyes, whether it was cultivators or human, they all thought that Mu Yuman's battle strength was the weakest. However, Blood Lotus's ability to control wood wasn't even afraid of Luo Shong's flames. It was really strange. Shua. Mu Ling instantly transformed into tens of thousands of sharp branches and collided with Blood Lotus branches. When the two auras of slaughter collided, an earth-shattering sound erupted. All the trees in the entire forest began to shake. Mu Yu and Blood Lotus each controlled half of the trees, and they were like blurry whips in the air, fiercely colliding with each other. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. The trees in the forest had all shifted positions. It was impossible to tell which one was a normal tree growing in the soil. Everywhere one looked, there were winding branches and roots. The trees that were controlled by the Blood Lotus had turned incomparably dark red. Blood was dripping down. Huge branches whipped the ground, even causing a terrifying crack to appear in the ground. Leaves flew everywhere, and broken branches and leaves shot out, producing a violent sound that spread far and wide. It was as if the entire Mount Fulong was about to be torn apart. The branches formed by Mu Yu's Mu Ling were actually unable to withstand Blood Lotus's attack. The branches were directly broken by Blood Lotus branches. When Blood Lotus branches wrapped around them, they transformed into even more tiny branches that went up the Mu Ling, heading straight for Mu Yu. Mu Ling grew endlessly, but it was still at a disadvantage. It was constantly being snapped at the waist. Regardless of whether it was Blood Lotus's ability to control wood or his cultivation, he was far above Mu Yu. Don't think that you can fight me just because you have a sacred object like Mu Ling. You are after all a human. How can Mu Ling be able to unleash its full power in your hands? Blood Lotus laughed wildly. It was not an expression that a young girl should have, but more like a 1,000-year-old demon. Bang! 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 Mu Yu kept retreating. His figure had already retreated to the edge of the forest, and behind him was Shui Yumeng's territory. At this moment, Shui Yumeng's territory had already built a huge water wall that was 1,000 meters high. It separated the battlefield here, as if he did not want to let Mu Yu pass. Mu Yu stopped. His eyes flashed with endless killing intent, but his heart was extremely clear. The Mu Ling in his hand shook, and all the tree shadows turned into nothingness. He slowly raised his head, and looked at Blood Lotus who was facing him and Luo Shong with ease. His heart surged with fighting spirit. Trapping the Lord Spirit Lord in your filthy human body was really a wrong decision. It's time for me to release the Lord Spirit Lord. Xue Lian let out a wild roar, and the branches coiled around him. Each branch carried a powerful force, as if a single branch could break a huge mountain in half. The spirit chi in the air even became violent and restless. Boom! The branches smashed into the ground in front of Mu Yu, creating a huge bottomless crack in the ground. Even the ground seemed to be unable to withstand the power of the branches of blood lotus. Luo Shong's figure was also forced back by the countless branches, and he retreated to the edge of the water wall that was 1,000 meters high. His flames were also at a disadvantage against blood lotus's branches. But the fighting spirit in Luo Shong's eyes grew stronger and stronger. As humans, the two of you are not worthy to use our Yu Meng's ability. Blood lotus's branches whistled through the air and smashed down heavily. Bang! Bang! Mu Yu and Luo Shong were both sent flying and slammed into the water wall. But the water wall only rippled and blocked their bodies, preventing them from taking another step. Blood lotus, do not invade our Shui Yu Meng's territory. A pleasant sound of flowing water came from behind the water wall, echoing in the air above the forest, as if warning them of the battle that was happening here. This aura did not have a murderous aura, but it was still very powerful, and its cultivation was also at the crossing calamity stage. Obviously, the owner of this voice was the priest of Shui Yu Meng, and the other party was actually at the crossing calamity stage without relying on his murderous aura. Blood Lotus showed a disdainful smile and replied contemptuously, "If you don't want me to cross the line, then guard your own boundary, coward." Blood Lotus seemed to look down on the priest of Shui Yu Meng, but it seemed that she did not want to fall out with the priest. The water wall behind Mu Yu began to emit cracking sounds of ice, and soon, the water wall that was 1,000 meters tall turned into a wall of ice. This terrifying wall of ice was like a large mirror, and it was extremely smooth, reflecting their reflections clearly. The entire forest, the distant mountain range, and the floating clouds in the sky were all reflected in the mirror. In an instant, it was as if a forest had appeared behind them. Blood Lotus did not say anything about the priest's actions, and she sneered at Mu Yu and Luo Shong again. Shui Yu Meng's ice wall is extremely hard, and it is impossible to break through. It really helped me a lot. Let's see where you can run to this time. The blood-red branches around Blood Lotus once again smashed towards Mu Yu and Luo Shong. The branches that she controlled were extremely sharp, and they were like sharp awls. Thousands of awls fell, and almost all of Mu Yu's escape routes were blocked. "Hold on tight to me," Luo Shong shouted and grabbed Mu Yu. Flames instantly covered Mu Yu's body, and then the black flames spread out like a sea of fire. Luo Shong had already disappeared with Mu Yu in the flames. At the same time, Blood Lotus's tree awls arrived. Blood Lotus's tree awls pierced countless holes in the black flames, and the flames were all torn apart by the tree awls. Mu Yu and Luo Shong's figures had already rushed out of the flames and stood in the air. "You humans really can't withstand a single blow. In front of us, the Yu Meng Devil Clan, what are your pitiful spells?" Blood Lotus sneered. The moment Mu Yu and Luo Shong appeared, all of the branches had already surrounded them. "You are wrong. We are the disciples of Sword Shadow Chen Feng." They were the disciples of Sword Shadow Chen Feng, and they had the strongest swordsmanship in the world. However, ever since they obtained the power of slaughter, they were immersed in the powerful aura that humans' power gave them, and forgot about their master's legacy. Chapter 850. The tree branches that Mu Ling had transformed into disappeared, and the flames on Luo Shong's body also dissipated. The two of them stood in the air, their bodies emitting an incomparably fierce aura. Two different types of sword qi revolved around them, with the Shadow Clone and Fen Tian in their hands. "Close in," Mu Yu said. "I know." Luo Shong replied simply. In the previous exchange of blows, they had already seen the abnormality of Xue Lian. Her wood control technique was extremely powerful, but when she was controlling the trees, her own body appeared to be extremely clumsy. The range of her movements was not large, and she relied on the thick, bright red tree branches for everything. Every time the trees moved, there would always be an empty space of 2 meters around Xue Lian. There were no trees to protect her, because she needed to ensure that there was enough space to use her wood control technique. Furthermore, she believed that Mu Yu and Luo Shong would not be able to break through these surrounding trees. However, Mu Yu and Luo Shong were never ordinary people. Putting aside the fact that they were Spirit Lord Yu Meng, the two of them were definitely not comparable to ordinary cultivators. "I'll take the front." Muyu said. Understood. Luo Shong nodded. The two of them separated in the air, flying in different directions. Do you think that you can escape by splitting up? You're dead meat. Shuelian's tree branches spread out in the air, separately sweeping towards Muyu and Luo Shong. Array patterns emerged from Muyu's body, spreading out in all directions like ripples. The shadow clone sword had already merged into the void, and Muyu's figure became incomparably light. The black and white chi in his eyes had been transformed into mysterious green array patterns. The green array patterns still flickered with a biting cold killing aura, but at this moment, it was completely different from the killing aura on Shuelian's body. The 8 trigrams array appeared under his feet, and he stood in the center of the 8 trigrams. His fingers moved continuously, and golden array patterns flowed out from his fingertips, interweaving in front of his chest to form complicated inscriptions. Whoosh! Whoosh! The incomparably hard branches of the blood lotus once again smashed down like a myriad of poisonous snakes. The explosive sounds in the air rang out incessantly, ruthlessly whipping the array pattern in front of Muyu. But at this moment, the golden runes on Muyu's chest had turned white. The air seemed to have been cut off, and a gap appeared. Those insufferably arrogant branches whipped down fiercely. They were about to land on Muyu's body, but they were always one step away, unreachable. Array technique, so close, yet worlds apart. Muyu's shadow clone sword had already slashed out from the void. The sword chi contained extremely cold golden runes. Facing the tree branches that blotted out the sky, the shadow clone sword completely ignored them. In an instant, it passed through all the branches and arrived in front of the blood lotus. Array technique, worlds apart. What? Blood lotus roared angrily. Her branches were still swaying in the air. She originally thought that it would be more than enough to block the shadow clone sword that was flying towards her. At the very least, it would be enough to stop the shadow clone sword in its path. But who would have thought that the shadow clone sword would pass through the dense tree branches and slash at her? You can't hurt me like this. The branches leaped out from the ground in front of the blood lotus, transforming into a huge bloodhound that grabbed at the incoming shadow clone sword. However, the array pattern beneath Muyu's feet pulled once again, and he disappeared from his original spot. And at this moment, the shadow clone sword in midair suddenly split into many sword shadows that instantly spread out in all directions, bypassing the huge hand and continuing to grab at Blood Lotus. However, Blood Lotus leaped up, and countless bloodwood giant hands came to block, as though they did not want Muyu to come close. But when she controlled the countless bloodwood giant hands to grab Muyu's sword shadows, she was shocked to discover that the bloodwood giant hands dared to pass through the shadow clone sword. These shadow clone swords were not real at all, and at this moment, she could clearly feel an incomparably terrifying sword aura coming from her right. This sword aura came so suddenly that she did not even notice how this sword aura approached her. At this moment, the sword aura of the shadow clone sword was awe-inspiring. It was like a bolt of lightning that came from the 9 heavens. It slashed down with incomparable ferocity, ruthlessly slashing at Blood Lotus's head. The shadow clone sword was extremely fast, and by the time Blood Lotus reacted, it was less than an inch away from her head. Hua! At this critical moment, Blood Lotus's body became extremely strange. It was as though her head had retracted into her chest, and she suddenly became shorter. But it was this strange action that allowed her to narrowly avoid the danger of her head being chopped off. But even so, the green hair on her head was shaved off, revealing her snow-white scalp. Bastard, how dare you cut off my hair? At this moment, Blood Lotus no longer had that cold and beautiful appearance from before. The center of her head looked like it was bald, making her look extremely comical. But before she could do anything else, danger once again enveloped her body. The red sword aura constantly flashed in the forest. Luo Shong was only left with an unfathomable red shadow in the air. The falling dust footwork under his feet was incomparably light, and he constantly flashed as he stepped on the branches of Blood Lotus. Every time Luo Shong's foot was about to land on a branch, countless branches would immediately grow out from the branches, wanting to entangle Luo Shong. But Luo Shong only touched the branches and then moved away. His feet seemed to be stepping on a red wind, and he did not need to approach the branches to be able to borrow strength. His figure constantly flickered as he passed through the layers of branches. In the blink of an eye, he arrived behind Blood Lotus. Tens of thousands of sword aura rose from the ground, and a gust of wind swept up as it slashed at Blood Lotus' right arm. "You dare to come near me? You're courting death." Blood Lotus tilted her body, and the tree branches extended out from under her feet. The green leaves were like sharp flying daggers, sweeping behind her along with the valiant tree branches. Blood Lotus also turned around without any hesitation and grabbed at Luo Shong. However, Blood Lotus was suddenly startled, because there was no one behind her. "Where are you looking at?" Luo Shong's voice came from Blood Lotus' left. The burning heaven sword in his hand seemed to ignite the air, and a tyrannical and wild sword aura shot out, ruthlessly cleaving down at Blood Lotus' left arm. "Ah!" Blood Lotus cried out in pain. Her arm flew high into the air, and after it was severed, it turned into a branch in the air, and was turned into sawdust by the sword aura. Blood Lotus roared angrily. She never expected Luo Shong's sword to be so fast. He was clearly behind her at the beginning, but he had already arrived at her left. "I will definitely kill you." Blood Lotus roared angrily as she raised her remaining right hand to grab at Luo Shong. But at this moment, a green edge with an array pattern streaked past, and her right hand was suddenly separated from her body. Mu Yu's shadow clone had also quietly arrived at some point. Not only that, Luo Shong's burning heaven sword had already slashed at Blood Lotus' waist, and Mu Yu's shadow clone sword had also slashed down from above her head. There was no need to show mercy to such a Yu Meng. "Damn it!" Blood Lotus roared angrily. Due to her carelessness, both her arms had been severed by the sword aura. Just as she was about to be killed by Mu Yu and Luo Shong's joint attack, a tree trunk as thick as a water tank suddenly appeared beneath her feet, swallowing her whole. And Mu Yu and Luo Shong's swords just happened to strike the tree trunk as thick as a water tank. Once again, the sound of metal clashing rang out, but the tree trunk was undamaged. Furthermore, it rapidly grew and soared into the sky. Mu Yu and Luo Shong had already retreated and leaped into the sky, confronting the towering tree trunk in the sky. "Her body is not as hard as those tree trunks she controls," Mu Yu said. "I know." Luo Shong nodded slightly. If they wanted to defeat this priest Mu Yu Meng, they could only use the opportunity to get close to her and use their powerful sword aura to tear her apart. "Do the two of you really think you're so great?" A cold voice rang out from the tree trunk. Then, the tree trunk actually continued to expand and grow. In the blink of an eye, it had become several hundred meters thick, as if a huge mountain had grown out of thin air. A terrifying aura faintly emanated from the tree trunk. According to Mu Yu's estimation, this aura was at least at the 9th layer of the tribulation passing stage. Boom! The tree trunk slowly transformed, and countless blood-red lotuses slowly grew from the tree trunk, looking neither fish nor fowl. At the top of the tree trunk, a huge blood-red lotus bloomed. The blood-red lotus bloomed to 100 meters wide, looking very spectacular. Even for Mu Yu, it was the first time he had seen such a huge blood-red lotus. At this time, the petals of the blood-red lotus had all fallen off and were constantly spinning in the air. Then, they reformed into a tall body. This time, it was no longer a beautiful girl, but a Mu Yu Meng wrapped in petals. It did not have any human characteristics and had completely transformed into Mu Yu Meng's appearance. "You actually dared to destroy my favorite body. This is unforgivable." Blood Lotus spoke again. This time, her voice was very high-pitched. It was clearly the voice of a boorish man. Thinking of the pure girl's appearance just now, Mu Yu suddenly felt a wave of disgust. So this guy has a special fetish, deliberately pretending to be young. Little Shuai poked his head out and looked at Yu Meng in disgust. At this time, Yu Meng looked neither male nor female, and it was impossible to determine her gender. I was wondering why this guy didn't reveal his true body when he used Yu Meng's ability. Now I understand. Luo Shong nodded thoughtfully. "You deserve to die." Blood Lotus's arms were undamaged. What was cut off just now was only the body it had created. It raised its hand, and the ground cracked open. Then, countless strong branches extended out from the ground. Each of these branches was more than 10 meters thick, like pillars. The entire forest disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it had become a part of those terrifyingly thick branches. Not only that, but the mountain-like tree branch that Blood Lotus was standing on also extended countless branches. These branches were of different sizes and thicknesses. The air and the ground were quickly covered by tentacle-like branches. The clouds in the sky seemed to have been shattered. A blood-red brilliance rose from the ground, filling the entire sky. It was as if Mu Yu and Luo Shong had been brought into a forest watered by a sea of blood. A thick smell of blood spread out, as if the blood of 10,000 people had been sucked. With a terrifying corpse aura, a monstrous bloody light bloomed around the two of them. Boom! Every time a branch swept out, it was mixed with an aura that could destroy the world. When it lashed out in the void, it seemed to be able to crush the void into pieces. When it hit the ground, thousands of ravines instantly appeared on the ground. Mu Yu, why do I feel like your ability to control wood is much weaker than it? Little Shuai poked his head out of Mu Yu's chest. I've never tried to control trees like this, Mu Yu said as he stepped on the formation runes under his feet, and disappeared on the spot. At the same time, 100-meter-thick branch swept past where he had been standing. The 100-meter-thick branch swept over, causing the sky and earth to change color. It swept up an incomparably terrifying hurricane, as if it could split a mountain in half. It was like a blood-red giant snake coiling around, emitting a deafening sound. Mu Yu landed on the ground, but then another 100-meter-thick branch came down from the sky, blotting out the sky like a huge mountain. Mu Yu had no choice but to dodge again. Bang! The place where Mu Yu had been standing was torn apart into a 1,000-meter-long crack. Soil flew everywhere, but countless blood-red branches once again emerged from the crack. These blood-red branches snaked closely behind Mu Yu, not letting go. The more Mu Yu fought, the more shocked he became. He could control 100-meter-thick branches, but controlling so many trees consumed an incomparably large amount of spiritual energy. However, Blood Lotus didn't seem to be exhausted at all. It was very strange. The strangest thing was that the trees he had transformed with Mu Ling didn't have the indestructible characteristics of the other party. However, Blood Lotus trees were an indestructible existence. They were too terrifying. However, no matter how many doubts he had, he couldn't explain it. The sky was already covered by countless giant branches, like a giant bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Every monster's hand was different in thickness. The thin ones were as thin as a strand of hair, while the thick ones were 100 meters thick. When they smashed down, they covered the sky. Mu Yu and Luo Shong appeared very small among these branches. Blood Lotus controlled so many branches, but none of them looked clumsy. On the contrary, they were very nimble. Even if they collided with each other, they would immediately separate. There was no confusion. After encountering the Blood Lotus, Mu Yu realized that the wood control ability he had used before was nothing compared to the Blood Lotus. Luo Shong, to the left. Mu Yu shouted. Their figures had already been separated by the branches, but their goal was very clear. They needed to attack Blood Lotus's side again and directly cut down his body. The runes under Mu Yu's feet kept moving on the branches. He was very fast, but because of the huge branches, Mu Yu was dodging and moving forward in a roundabout way. Sometimes, he could only keep jumping down to avoid the sharp and strong branches. Do you want to fight me in close combat? Fine. I'll fulfill your wish. Blood Lotus's coarse voice was deafening. It seemed to cover the entire sky. Just as Mu Yu's feet stepped on the branches, Blood Lotus suddenly drilled out of the branches and grabbed Mu Yu's foot. Mu Yu didn't panic. The runes under his feet moved, and the shadow clone sword pierced out of the runes, stabbing towards Blood Lotus's forehead. Blood Lotus snorted and raised his hand to grab the shadow clone sword. However, Mu Yu also took the opportunity to retreat, dodging the thick branches that came attacking again. Let's see how you can still be so arrogant without your sword. Countless flower petals appeared in Blood Lotus's hand and wrapped around the shadow clone sword. Then, the shadow clone sword was forcefully stuffed into the indestructible tree trunk beside it. At this moment, Blood Lotus stood firmly on the tree trunk as if it was walking on flat ground. Its entire body was formed by layers of lotus flower petals. It looked neither fish nor fowl. Mu Yu was still dodging. Even though he had lost his shadow clone sword, he wasn't anxious. Brat, now that you've lost your sword, I think you should just obediently surrender. Chapter 851. Lost the sword? Are you referring to this sword? The array runes in front of Mu Yu flashed with a ripple. Following that, he clenched his right hand and pulled out the shadow clone sword from the array runes. The Heavenly Sword 9 Guiding Sword Array was a combination of sword arts and array techniques. Wherever the array runes went, the sword would be everywhere. How is this possible? I imprisoned you, but it actually disappeared. Blood Lotus was alarmed. It had clearly used the lotus flower petals to seal the shadow clone sword and send it into the tree trunk. With the hardness of the tree trunk, it was impossible for the shadow clone sword to cut through it. Furthermore, when it trapped the shadow clone sword, Blood Lotus clearly did not sense anything abnormal. What was going on? Do you think you can trap my shadow clone sword? Mu Yu's sword moved as the array runes spread out. Mixed with a cold sword beam, it slashed down horizontally. However, Blood Lotus did not dodge this time. Instead, it faced it head-on. At the same time, the petals on its body began to rapidly leap out and blast at the shadow clone sword. The shadow clone sword beam struck the seemingly weak petals, but to Mu Yu's surprise, the seemingly weak petals were not torn apart by the sword beam. Every petal was extremely hard as it spun, carrying with it traces of sword beam, producing countless collision sounds. As for Blood Lotus, it charged forward. This time, its arm was used as a weapon as it grabbed at Mu Yu's shadow clone sword once again. Ding! The shadow clone sword slashed at Blood Lotus's arm. This time, Blood Lotus's arm did not break like before. Instead, it became as hard as steel, becoming invulnerable. This fellow is even harder to deal with after changing his appearance. Luo Shong's voice and the sounds of battle came from afar. Mu Yu's heart was also heavy. Shuelian was dealing with the two of them at the same time. Such a powerful wood controlling technique was truly rare, but he still wasn't at a disadvantage. This fellow's strength was too formidable. Game over. Blood Lotus sneered, and the petals on her body spread out. Countless petals swirled and transformed into a rain of petals that filled the sky. Not only that, but the surrounding branches also began to close in to form a sealed cage, sealing off all escape routes for Mu Yu. Mu Yu, is your HP enough to kill this monster? Little Marshal asked. Mu Yu shook his head. Just now, his arm had been cut by the sharp petals. Blood had seeped out and stained the petals, but the petals didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. The blood that had always been effective in the past seemed to have no effect on the Blood Lotus. Array runes flashed beneath his feet as the Heavenly Dipper constellation formation was activated. He wanted to teleport out and avoid the branches that were trapping him from all directions. However, a powerful 5 elements array formation came from all directions, causing the space to tremble. It actually disrupted his Heavenly Dipper constellation formation's array runes, preventing him from teleporting out. You humans know how to use formations, but do you think our Yu Meng doesn't know how to use formations? Shuelian sneered. The surrounding blood-colored trees emitted the unique brilliance of the 5 elements array formation. It was like a sea of blood had completely blocked off Mu Yu's teleportation path. This guy is really difficult to deal with. Mu Yu focused his attention on the 5-element array formations. Fortunately, he had learned the basic 5-element array techniques from Luo Shong. He could infer the 5-element array techniques, find the weaknesses of the array formations, and then destroy them. However, all of the branches and petals were now falling toward Mu Yu. They blocked Mu Yu's vision, wanting to tear him apart. Mu Yu had no choice but to give up on breaking the formation. His body glowed with white array runes as the so close, yet worlds apart array formation began to protect him, barely keeping the branches and petals outside. Let's see how long you can last. The branches had already surrounded Mu Yu in all directions, forming a cage. They kept pressing down on the so close, yet worlds apart array formation, wanting to break through it with brute force. Mu Yu felt more and more strained. Xue Lian's cultivation far exceeded his. It was only a matter of time before she broke through his so close, yet worlds apart array formation. The most frightening thing was that the blood lotus was only using its clones. It could deal with both Mu Yu and Luo Shong by itself. If it went all out against Mu Yu would be even more difficult to deal with. Little Commander, I know. Little Commander had already leaped out and transformed into his human form. His little claws shot out, and a white light flashed in the air. The indestructible branches were instantly split apart by Little Commander's claws. Little Commander's claws were incomparably powerful. They were truly an indestructible weapon. At the very least, Mu Yu had never seen anything that Little Commander could not break through. Usually, this fellow's claws were used to cut through all kinds of thick-skinned wild beasts. They were not used for battle. However, Little Commander's claws were able to break through these trees that even Mu Yu was helpless against. He had to rely on Little Commander. However, Little Commander suddenly shouted and was sent flying by a branch that suddenly appeared. The tree that was split apart just now healed once again. Although Little Commander's claws were powerful, he was a fellow without cultivation. Although he was fast, he was still at a disadvantage when facing Xue Lian, who was at the crossing tribulation stage. He was unable to be faster than her. Mu Yumeng, as the Yu Meng with the strongest life force, was able to heal his own injuries with ease. Mu Yu's hand moved, and the runes on Little Commander's hand moved. Little Firewood actually dared to hit me. Little Commander rubbed his butt. He was so angry that his little face was twisted into a ball. It seems that I can only use my domain ability. The power of Xue Lian was beyond his imagination. Priest Yu Meng was definitely much more skilled in using the power of slaughter than him. This was because he had only fully accepted the power of slaughter now and did not know much about it. Now, he had the domain ability given to him by the 4 monster kings. He had not used it yet. Right now, he had no other choice but to use the domain ability of the 4 monster kings. However, Little Commander gritted his teeth and shouted, "I'm so angry. I'm going to chop this pile of firewood." The runes were still rippling around Mu Yu. Little Commander also imitated Mu Yu's actions. He stretched out his right hand and grasped in the void. The shadow clone sword was pulled out of the void by him. Little Commander was a sword spirit. In the past, he could completely control the 9 heavenly swords. However, Mu Yu had never seen Little Commander use the shadow clone sword. Even in the Rising Dragon Assembly of the monster race, Little Commander only used the shadow clone sword for show. "Huh!" Little Commander suddenly let out a puzzled sound. The moment his small hand held the shadow clone sword, his big eyes blinked twice. Then, he puffed up his cheeks as if he was thinking about something. "I seem to have thought of something. Is this how the heavenly swords should be used?" Little Commander scratched the back of his head with his other hand. Then, he tapped his forehead with his left hand. Then, his body flashed with a strange sword light. This sword light lit up from his forehead and covered his body. It was also transmitted to the shadow clone sword. Little Commander's eyes widened. The moment his body changed, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. It was as if all the trees had stopped in the air. Time seemed to have frozen at that point. Buzz! The shadow clone sword suddenly trembled and let out a distant cry. It was like a sigh from the vast sky, but also like thunder from the 9 heavens. The sound of wind and thunder came from the sky. The wind broke through the trees that covered the sky and gathered in Little Commander's hand. The spirit energy became extremely turbulent. It was as if there were strings in the air that were stretched taut. A heavy aura covered the entire land. Why is it so familiar? Little Commander stroked the shadow clone sword. A sword light flashed in his eyes as he stared at the blood lotus in front of him. He shouted, "I don't care anymore. Little Firewood, die." The shadow clone sword seemed to have returned to its origin and touched the most primitive thing. It automatically shrank until it was compatible with Little Commander. An incomparable sword energy rolled out from Little Commander's body and flowed into the shadow clone sword. The shadow clone sword seemed to have gained life in an instant. Whoosh! The shadow clone sword chi soared into the sky. The sword light directly pierced through the indestructible trees. The trees that were originally indestructible were swept by Little Commander's shadow clone sword chi and instantly turned into dust. The sword light surged out from Little Commander's hand. It was like a giant sword that reached the heavens. It pierced through the 9 heavens. The clouds in the sky immediately surged. With Little Commander's sword energy as the center, it formed a terrifying vortex that was 1,000 meters wide. This vortex contained an incomparably terrifying sword intent. It was as if there was a god in the sky brewing this sword intent. Little Commander's sudden change shocked Mu Yu and Luo Shong. This was because they never knew that the sky sword could reach such a terrifying level. Blood Lotus was also extremely shocked and furious. This terrifying sword energy was like a punishment from the heavens. It made one tremble in fear. Aya, I don't have any strength left. Mu Yu, help me. Little Commander suddenly shouted anxiously. Mu Yu did not hesitate to link the array runes. A green 8 trigrams appeared under his feet. The Wind Heart linking array covered Little Commander. The moment the Wind Heart linking array combined with Little Commander, Mu Yu suddenly felt as if the spiritual energy in his body had been sucked away by Little Commander. Little Commander's body was like a bottomless pit. The spiritual energy he needed was extremely powerful. In his mind, he also saw Little Commander's thoughts. It was a complicated and overbearing sword intent. It was unstoppable and invincible. When the sword appeared, it was as if it was the entire world. However, every sword seemed to become extremely simple. It was as if there was only that sword in the entire world. It was arrogant, fierce, courageous, and unstoppable. This sword intent seemed to communicate with the heavens and the earth. It shattered the stars and could even tear the entire world into pieces. Mu Yu looked at the scenes that flashed through Little Commander's mind in shock. In Little Commander's mind, a swordsman in green clothes stepped on the stars. The sword in his hand was unstoppable. When the sword fell, a real crack was torn open in the sky. A terrifying aura rolled in from outside the crack. Then, the swordsman stepped into the crack in the sky and appeared in the void. Countless murderous intents instantly covered him, wanting to destroy him. However, he only raised the sword in his hand. The sword chi was awe-inspiring. The sword light suddenly bloomed like a majestic ripple. With him as the center, it shook and enveloped countless strange figures in the distance. Each of these figures contained an incomparably terrifying power within their bodies. It was as if they could tear apart the entire universe and destroy a world with a single move. However, they were unwilling to accept this outcome and roared in anger. Each of the figures' bodies cracked into pieces. Vast sword chi burst out from these figures and shattered all of them. The third heaven is not something you can touch. The voice was extremely calm. It was as if it was explaining an irrefutable truth. However, when it echoed in Mu Yu's mind, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. The green-clothed swordsman's long hair fluttered. His sword intent was monstrous. He looked down on the stars. Chapter 852. Jianying Chen Feng stood there. His majestic back was like a tall mountain. He was so reliable that Mu Yu's cold heart was filled with boundless pride. He also wanted to be like his master, to kill enemies and protect this world. One man and one sword destroyed a powerful existence that coveted the third layer of heaven. That figure was deeply imprinted in Mu Yu's mind. He could not forget it for a long time. The sword in Jianying Chen Feng's hand flashed. Xiao Shuai's figure had already jumped out from Jianying Chen Feng's heavenly sword. He turned into a small beast and jumped onto Jianying Chen Feng's shoulder. Where are we going next? Xiao Shuai still held an apple in his hand. It seemed that when he followed Jianying Chen Feng, he was also a little foodie. Jianying Chen Feng looked at the stars in the distance and calmly said, "We are going to do that thing." Xiao Shuai took a bite of the apple and asked, "Is it very dangerous?" "It might cost my life." Jianying Chen Feng smiled. When he said this, he seemed so casual. Life and death in his eyes seemed so calm. "Then I will go with you," Xiao Shuai said without hesitation. "If I can come back alive, I will forever stay in the third layer of heaven and protect this world that I love." Jianying Chen Feng's eyes seemed to see through the boundless void. They were clear and without ripples, but also deep and vast. But the memories came to an abrupt end. Countless colorful fragments appeared in Xiao Shuai's mind. There was sword qi everywhere. The sword qi overflowed the sky. The sword qi was awe-inspiring. It could no longer be connected. Mu Yu suddenly returned to reality. He gasped for breath and looked at Xiao Shuai, who was holding the shadow clone sword, in bewilderment. He was surprised to find that Xiao Shuai's originally innocent face was filled with endless sadness. He was injured. He was heavily injured. "I used all my spiritual power to bring him back to the third layer of heaven. He said he wanted to protect this world." Xiao Shuai's small hand suddenly grabbed his head. The scattered memories made him feel endless pain. He anxiously shouted, "I don't want him to die. I don't want him to die. I want to save him. I want to save him." Two streams of tears flowed down from Little Commander's pure eyes. His grief, his hoarse voice, and his desire to save people caused his entire body to tremble. The sword light in the sky also trembled incessantly, as if the entire world was about to collapse. Mu Yu had never seen Little Shuai cry before. Little Shuai had always been a very simple child. He happily looked for food all day long and never had any worries. His thoughts were also very simple. The word sadness did not exist in his world. But today, Little Shuai seemed to have inadvertently thought of something. He thought of Jianying and Chen Feng's past, which made him feel extremely anxious. He was helpless about all of this, but he really wanted to save that person, the person he spent all his time with. "I want to save him." Two terrifying sword rays suddenly appeared in Little Commander's eyes. These two sword rays shot out from his eyes and went straight into the clouds, connecting with the vortex in the sky. At the same time, the burning heaven sword in Luo Shong's hands was also grabbed by Little Commander. His two small hands held the shadow clone sword in one hand and the burning heaven sword in the other. Hua! The two sword rays rapidly descended from the 9 heavens. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky as the sword rays shot out in all directions. Wherever the sword rays went, the indestructible tree formed by the blood lotus was like tofu. It was completely unable to withstand the terrifying sword intent. The 100-meter thick branches were completely twisted into powder by the sword rays. The tree branches that originally covered the sky were completely turned into ashes. Only the berserk sword chi was left in the sky, so insufferably arrogant. The blood lotus roared in anger. The sword rays mixed with the brilliant heavenly might made it feel incomparably terrified. It once again transformed into its blood lotus body, wanting to receive the berserk sword chi. However, the sword chi diagonally slashed through its body, instantly destroying a third of its body. The blood lotus screamed in horror. It quickly retreated, escaping from the incomparably terrifying sword ray. Within a radius of 50 kilometers, all the thick tree branches were shattered by the sword ray. The blood-red sea of trees was instantly destroyed. Thousands of ravines appeared on the ground, so deep that the bottom could not be seen. "I want to save him," Little Shuai muttered. However, his voice became weaker and weaker. The sword ray in his hand also gradually dissipated. The terrifying sword intent in the sky also began to become unstable. The sword ray rapidly shrunk, and all the sword rays returned to the shadow clone sword and Fen Heaven sword. "You survived. That's great. I'm so sleepy, so sleepy." Little Shuai suddenly revealed a relieved smile. The sword ray in his eyes also disappeared. What replaced it was a confused look. Following that, his body fell backwards. "Little Shuai." Mu Yu tightly hugged Little Shuai's body. Little Shuai seemed to have fallen asleep in his embrace. However, the corner of his mouth hung a smile of relief. It was as if he was extremely happy that he had saved the person he wanted to save. Following that, Little Shuai's body emitted a light and gradually turned back into the appearance of a little beast. At the final moment, Mu Yu saw the scene in Little Shuai's mind. Little Shuai was also lying in Jian Ying Chenfeng's embrace. His little hands were tightly clutching Jian Ying Chenfeng's clothes. You said that you would take me to eat the best food in every world. You can't die yet. Little Shuai's eyelids were very heavy. However, he still revealed a clean smile. He looked at Jian Ying Chenfeng so innocently. His wish had always been very simple. I shouldn't have brought you into danger. I'm sorry. Jian Ying Chenfeng's voice was filled with self-blame. However, his own breathing was very weak. He had suffered a great injury. I'm not afraid. However, I don't understand. You are already injured to this extent. Do you still want to build the immortal confinement prison? The people who can support this world with eternal life are not enough. The immortal confinement prison can also block all the other races outside the third sky, but if that's the case, I want to protect this world. I like it here. Jian Ying Chenfeng's voice gradually disappeared. The memories in Little Shuai's mind also gradually disappeared. Darkness surged towards Little Shuai. Little Shuai tightly clutched onto Mu Yu's clothes and fell asleep. Mu Yu remained silent. His originally ice-cold heart was now filled with endless waves. It was as if a sea of deathly stillness had suddenly been swept up by a storm, making it difficult for his heart to calm down. I want to protect this world. I like it here. His master's words were still echoing in Mu Yu's mind. He was unable to calm his heart down. Mu Yu still did not understand why his master liked this world. This dirty world, this world that had abandoned him. Those selfish self-cultivators, those ignorant self-cultivators who believed in the third sky palace. It's fine. Have a good sleep. Mu Yu carefully placed Little Shuai into his clothes. He slowly stood up. The shadow clone sword had already appeared in his hand. Luo Shong also landed beside Mu Yu. He held the burning sky sword in his hand. He looked at Mu Yu. What's the matter? Luo Shong asked. Little Shuai remembered many things in the past. It's about Master. Mu Yu said. Luo Shong was startled. He pursed his lips. Then he said, You are very weak. What Little Shuai used just now was my spiritual energy. Mu Yu said. Little Shuai recalled how to use the concept of the heavenly sword. However, he was unable to maintain such a powerful sword intent in his current ignorant state. Mu Yu used the Wind Zun heart linking array to connect himself. His originally majestic spiritual energy was instantly sucked dry. The sword aura that used the heaven and earth seemed to have become the two swords in Little Shuai's hands. This was the first time Mu Yu and Luo Shong had seen such a powerful 9 heavenly sword guides. However, even if Mu Yu had reached the tribulation passing stage with the help of the power of slaughter, he was unable to maintain that sword for long. But that sword made Mu Yu's mind suddenly have a lot of different things. He thought he had completely grasped the profound meaning of the 9 guiding heavenly sword, but the true power of the 9 guiding heavenly sword had been raised to another level. It made Mu Yu feel like he was looking at the back of the sword, but he couldn't touch it. However, it was often this feeling that allowed him to grasp an opportunity for a breakthrough. It was as if he had pushed open a door that had been sealed for a long time and found another buried world of the 9 heavenly sword guides. He quickly deduced that sword intent in his mind. He wanted to grasp this fleeting sword intent in his hands. Did you feel it? Luo Shong asked. Yes, that sword intent. The spiritual energy in Mu Yu's body had been sucked dry. At this moment, the black and white spiritual energy in his dantian was slowly circulating, recovering the missing spiritual energy. How much have you comprehended? Luo Shong asked. 40%. How much can you use? 10%. Mu Yu did not try to be brave. However, the shadow clone sword in his hand seemed to be responding to him. It let out a soft hum and trembled slightly. Then I'll be the main attacker this time. The burning heaven sword in Luo Shong's hand suddenly lit up with a red sword beam. The black flames on his body had already disappeared. All that was left was the sword. It was surging with passion, but it was also cold and austere. His entire person seemed to have fused with the burning heaven sword in his hand as he pointed at the heavily injured blood lotus. A third of Blood Lotus's body had been sliced off by that terrifying sword attack. However, it did not retreat at this moment. Seeing that the insufferably arrogant sword aura in the air had already disappeared, it understood that such a powerful sword intent was just a flash in the pan. It could not be maintained for long. In the blink of an eye, countless blood-red branches broke out from the ground once again. Countless branches and leaves bloomed once again. "You dare injure my body? I'll bury the two of you with me." Blood Lotus let out a mournful roar. The incomparably thick branches once again swept towards Mu Yu and Luo Shong. However, this time, it no longer had the unstoppable aura from before. Little Commander's sword aura seemed to have injured Blood Lotus's foundation, causing the aura it released to weaken. The burning heaven sword chi soared into the sky. The red sword beam was even more eye-catching than the branches controlled by Blood Lotus. The clouds in the sky seemed to have been ignited by this sword beam. The surrounding spiritual energy also became incomparably hot, and even began to distort and deform. Boom! Luo Shong's burning heaven sword chi met with Blood Lotus's branches. When the two collided in the air, it swept up a violent storm of fluctuations that quickly dispersed. The air seemed to be rapidly compressed and then quickly released, releasing an explosive sound that shook the heavens and earth, resounding through the cloud. Chapter 853. The fiery red sword chi swept up a gust of strong wind, blocking all the branches in all directions. Compared to before, Luo Shong's sword chi seemed to have become even more flamboyant. The originally indestructible trees were actually directly ignited by the sword chi in an instant. Hua! All the trees that came into contact with the burning heaven sword chi instantly ignited with monstrous flames. Luo Shong's terrifying sword chi had actually destroyed the Blood Lotus's impervious tree body. Impossible. It's impossible for you to ignite me. The trees I control are not afraid of fire. The Blood Lotus roared in disbelief. Countless sparks flew, burning the trees it controlled, making it feel incomparably furious. Yu Meng is not the only one who can control fire. In this world, Yu Meng are not the only ones who have the ability to control the five element. Luo Shong said coldly. He did not use his ability to control fire just now. The flames used to ignite the Blood Lotus's trees came from his sword chi. The burning heaven sword, one of the 9 heavenly swords, had an incomparably powerful hot aura that was compatible with Luo Shong's spiritual energy. I don't believe it. The Blood Lotus roared angrily. All the trees that were ignited bloomed with green vitality, extinguishing the flames. However, its aura weakened once again. At this moment, an endless but cold sword chi quietly approached from behind, heading straight for the Blood Lotus's body. The Blood Lotus immediately sensed that something was wrong. All its attention was attracted by Luo Shong, but it had neglected the existence of Mu Yu. Incomparably powerful ripples undulated around Mu Yu's body. The ripples transformed into a black and white taiji yin and yang fish. The sword chi filled the air. The black and white chi revolved around the tip of the sword. It was firm and yang, soft and yin. It was fierce and overbearing, but it was endless. An 8 trigrams formation appeared at the tip of the shadow sword. Taiji gave birth to yin and yang gave birth to the 4 divisions, and the 4 divisions gave birth to the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams formation at the tip of the shadow sword seemed to be a small world. That small world contained a powerful sword intent that came from the vast void, born between heaven and earth. Swish! The 8 trigrams formation at the tip of the shadow sword suddenly burst forth with countless sword shadows. Each sword shadow was powerful and swift, as if pouring out from a small world, stirring up the world. In an instant, the entire world seemed to be covered by the powerful sword shadows. The trees controlled by the Blood Lotus were also enveloped by the sword shadows that filled the sky. The originally indestructible trees gradually withered under the erosion of these sword shadows, unable to resist at all. How could this be? The Blood Lotus had never thought that such a change would occur. In the beginning, it was clearly suppressing these two people. But after the sword intent descended from the sky, these two people's combat strength seemed to have risen by a level, causing it to be unable to accept this fact for a moment. This is just the tip of the iceberg. After pushing open the door, Mu Yu discovered the greater power hidden in the 9 Guides of Heaven sword. This set of sword techniques was all-encompassing, not restricted to form, and not limited to moves. It would perfectly match the sword wielder and was closely related to the sword wielder's personality. Different people had different sword intents. For example, Luo Shong's sword intents were surging with passion, and Mu Yu's sword intents were endless. This was only because of their personalities. Back then, during the battle in Clearwater City, the 4 of them had used the 9 Guides of the Heavenly Sword, but the auras they displayed were completely different. I don't believe it. The Blood Lotus roared angrily once again as a violent killing aura surged into the sky. The blood-red lotus flowers bloomed in the sky like a bloody rain, covering the entire sky once again in an attempt to block Mu Yu's sword stance. However, Mu Yu's sword chi had already arrived, covering the blood lotus flowers. The sword chi was endless, as though it affected the growth of the blood lotus flowers, causing them to bloom even more vigorously. However, when the lotus flowers bloomed to their limits, they began to wither, turning into dust and drifting to the ground. Mu Yu's sword chi had actually affected the growth cycle of the trees. Once a tree reached its peak, it would wither. This was the strength of Mu Yu's sword chi. Whoosh! Like the moon in the water, all the blood lotus flowers shattered, unable to withstand Mu Yu's sword. The blood lotus flowers dissipated, but Mu Yu's sword chi did not stop as it pierced through the blood lotus's body. Impossible! Impossible! The blood lotus roared in anger, but Mu Yu's endless sword chi had already invaded its body, causing it to swell and then wither. However, at this moment, 3 terrifying killing auras suddenly came from afar in Mount Fu Long. These 3 killing auras came so suddenly, as though they had suddenly appeared in the depths of the mountains, rapidly heading towards Mu Yu and company. They're here. You're dead meat. The petals on the blood lotus's body showed signs of withering as they constantly withered. However, it began to laugh maniacally, letting out a heavy and unpleasant sound. This caused Mu Yu and Luo Shong's expressions to change slightly. It's those 3 priestesses Yu Meng. Let's go. Luo Shong shouted. Mu Yu was unwilling to give up. Shuelian's body had an incomparably powerful life force, but after being struck by Mu Yu's sword, as long as he had a few more minutes, he would be able to use his endless sword chi to cause Shuelian to wither, ending Shuelian's life. But these 3 killing auras that had suddenly appeared made it impossible for him to continue. You're lucky. Mu Yu's sword chi swept across and split the blood lotus's body, shattering another third of its body. However, the remaining spiritual power in his body had been completely exhausted. He knew that if he did not leave now, he and Luo Shong would most likely be doomed when faced with the 3 priestesses Yu Meng with their killing auras. The blood lotus roared angrily, but it was severely injured and could not cause any harm to Mu Yu and Luo Shong. However, it still controlled the sky full of blood lotuses, wanting to block the 2 of them. Luo Shong's scorching sword chi swept out, igniting all the blood lotuses in front of them. However, at this moment, a black stone wall suddenly rose from the ground in front of them. This stone wall was strange and jagged. It was formed from countless ores and was golden and clear. It gave off an extremely heavy feeling, and it continued to rise. Not only that, but a powerful suction force appeared behind them, causing their advancing figures to become extremely slow. The suction force came from Jin Yu Meng. It made use of metal to create a powerful force field, which prevented people from flying as they wished. Cheng Yang had used this ability to deal with Mu Yu before. Mu Yu and Luo Shong's sword chi instantly poured down on the black stone wall, but the stone wall was as steady as Mount Tai and indestructible. It was very similar to the trees of the blood lotus just now. The strength of the priestess Tu Yu Meng was too terrifying. At this moment, a scarlet flame appeared in the sky and covered the 2 of them. We actually found 2 of them. Our luck is really good. A hoarse voice sounded from the sky. What a pity. It's actually Spirit Lord Gomang and Spirit Lord Zhurong. It has nothing to do with me. A deep voice came from the stone wall in front of them. Capture them first. The voice behind them was very sharp. The 3 priestesses Yu Meng had surrounded them from different directions, Sword chi swept out, and the two of them kept retreating as they fought. However, they were already forced into a dead end and would soon become turtles in a jar. How could the three of them suddenly appear here? Mu Yu asked solemnly. I'm not sure. I also feel that it's very strange. No one knows our whereabouts. Luo Shong's figure slowed down. All the paths were blocked by the three priestesses Yu Meng. It would be very difficult for the two of them to escape. No, I can't fight with them in my current state. Mu Yu's chest was still rising and falling slightly. Just now, most of his spiritual power had been sucked away by Xiao Shuai. Then, he had forcefully used the sword intent that he had just comprehended to severely injure the blood lotus. At this moment, there was no way for him to escape. We can only fight. Follow me closely. Luo Shong raised the burning sky sword in his hand high up, and the blazing sword chi swept out again. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Mu Yu's mind. 30 miles to the left, quick. This voice suddenly appeared in Mu Yu's mind, causing Mu Yu to be stunned. Then, his heart moved, and he shouted without hesitation, Luo Shong, 30 miles to the left. Luo Shong frowned. Although he did not know why Mu Yu would suddenly say this, he did not have time to question him. He immediately stepped on the tip of his foot and moved to the left. Mu Yu followed closely behind. The two of them dodged the countless stone spikes on the ground, as well as Jin Yu Meng's powerful force field. Are you still fighting like trapped beasts? You can't escape. The three priestesses Yu Meng immediately rushed toward Mu Yu and Luo Shong. Their speed was not slower than the two of them. At this moment, another earth wall was erected in front of them, blocking their path. I'll do it. Luo Shong let out a low shout as the burning heaven sword in his hand pierced forward. A violent and scorching sword chi rumbled as it brought about a fiery storm. As the sword pierced out, it was like an unstoppable divine light as all the sword chi was condensed into a single point. Whoosh! It was a simple sword, but it was blazing and domineering as it charged forward. Bang! Luo Shong instantly pierced through the earth wall controlled by the priestesses Yu Meng. However, he did not expect Yu Meng to have erected countless earth walls at some point in time. Bang! 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 Countless fragments of earth filled the air, and dust flew everywhere. Luo Shong's sword chi pierced through one earth wall after another. These earth walls had been erected in a hurry, and they were not as hard as the black stone walls from before. Even so, Luo Shong and Mu Yu's advance slowed down. At this moment, Mu Yu's remaining spiritual power moved again, and the endless sword chi instantly added to Luo Shong's sword chi. The two of them were extremely fast, and their slowed speed increased once again. However, they could only watch as the black stone wall rose up in front of them once more. This black stone wall was suffused with a cold luster and was incomparably thick. It abruptly turned in the air and surrounded Mu Yu and Luo Shong. We're in trouble. Mu Yu and Luo Shong's hearts sank. The black stone walls of the priestesses Yu Meng were too hard. If they had not fought with Xue Lian, they might have had a chance. However, Mu Yu was exhausted, and Luo Shong had used up half of his spiritual power. Facing Yu Meng, who was best at defense, it would be extremely difficult to break through these walls. However, just as the black stone walls surrounded them, a slight fluctuation suddenly flashed from under the ground. This fluctuation immediately shrouded Mu Yu's body. It was as if someone had fiercely grabbed Mu Yu's back and wanted to pull him away. However, Luo Shong's body was not enveloped by this strange fluctuation. In a moment of desperation, Mu Yu grabbed Luo Shong in time, and then the fluctuation pulled them into a dark space. Countless scenes flashed past in the surroundings, radiating brilliance in all directions. There were also the angry roars of the three priests Yu Meng. Then, with a bang, the two of them landed on the hard ground again. They could barely stand and fell to the ground. Luo Shong and Mu Yu both stood up. They did not put away the swords in their hands and were still vigilant of their surroundings. However, the situation around them was beyond their expectations. They had arrived in a forest. What happened? Where are the three priestesses Yu Meng? Luo Shong frowned. I'm not sure, Mu Yu said in a deep voice. Fortunately, We came in time. If we were a step later, I wouldn't have been able to deal with the three of them. An old voice sounded behind Mu Yu and Luo Shong. The two of them immediately turned around and looked at the person behind them warily. However, Mu Yu was suddenly stunned. He exclaimed, "Old tree keeper?" The person in front of them was the benevolent-looking and amiable old tree keeper. At this moment, they were under a verdant body tree. Mu Yu was very familiar with this body tree because Mu Ling's sword came from this body tree. At this time, the body tree's leaves were still fading. However, the body tree emitted a joyful rhythm. One of its branches even extended to Mu Yu and patted Mu Yu on the shoulder, as if it was greeting Mu Yu affectionately. Fortunately, the body tree's remaining power was able to forcefully pull you over. That was really dangerous. Old Tree Keeper stood beside the body tree and touched its trunk with a smile. "Were you the one who saved us?" The stone in Mu Yu's heart finally fell to the ground, but he still had many questions. Why would the old tree chief appear here? Hadn't he been killed by Blood Lotus's warlike human? "Mu Yu, it's very dangerous for you to come to Mount Fulong now," Old Tree Keeper said with a smile. Mu Yu sized up Old Tree Keeper in surprise. After confirming that it was Old Tree Keeper, he asked, "But, didn't Blood Lotus say that I'm dead?" "That's right. She thinks I'm dead." Old Tree Keeper shook his head helplessly. "What's going on?" Mu Yu didn't care much about the body tree's goodwill. He was more interested in the current situation. This was the second time Old Tree Keeper had saved him. The first time was at the hands of the people from the Gate of Hell. This time, it was from the three human priests. If it weren't for him, Mu Yu might have been in big trouble both times. Same old method. The body tree sensed your presence, so it sent me to save you. However, the body tree couldn't save the person beside you, but you pulled him over in time. Your senior brother is lucky. Old Tree Keeper nodded at Luo Shong. Clearly, he knew Luo Shong's identity. Luo Shong hesitated for a moment before nodding in return to express his gratitude. Mu Yu looked at the body tree branch on his shoulder and reached out to touch it. He felt grateful. "Anyway, the two of you follow me. If you have any questions, we can talk later." Old Tree Keeper turned around amiably. He bowed slightly with his hands behind his back and staggered into the depths of the forest. Chapter 854. This forest was rather strange. At least, that was what Mu Yu thought because he had never seen normal trees grow like this. The surrounding trees were very tall and covered the sky. Each tree was at least 100 meters tall and 10 meters thick. It was as if he had arrived in a strange and huge forest. However, after seeing the trees controlled by Xue Lian, Mu Yu was no longer surprised by these trees. Walking in the forest that covered the sky, the sunlight could not penetrate, making it a little dark. However, there were all kinds of birds chirping in the forest, and squirrels jumping around on the branches. There were not many fierce beasts, and the atmosphere was very peaceful. Mu Yu wasn't wary of Old Tree Head. He believed in him. If Old Tree Head wanted to harm him, then Mu Yu wouldn't be standing here right now. Mu Yu looked at little Shuai who was sleeping in his arms and could not help but ask, "Old Tree Chief, what happened? I thought Mu Yumeng did not want to participate in the war. Why did Xue Lian appear?" This was something he had always wanted to know because Xue Lian had a murderous aura. Mu Yu remembered that this murderous aura was in Old Tree Chief's hands. Old Tree Chief sighed and said, "Most Mu Yumeng do not like war, but there are some who are different. In short, the situation is very complicated." Old Tree Chief walked slowly in front. After passing through a slope, he came to a depression. Then, Mu Yu saw many Mu Yumeng. Strictly speaking, Mu Yu saw all humans because Mu Yumeng were no different from humans when they did not use their 5 elements abilities. These Mu Yumeng's clothes were different. Some of them were very rough, but some were very smooth. The colors were also different, from green to brown, red, and even strange blue. Mu Yu was not surprised because there were many kinds of trees in the world. Mu Yu was familiar with all kinds of plants. Many plants had different colors, but green was the main color. This was Mu Yumeng's tribe. Their houses were built on trees, and they were at different heights from the ground. Looking up, the lowest one was more than 50 meters tall. The branches of each tree were intertwined to form a treehouse. It looked very natural, without any sense of awkwardness. Beside the treehouse was a spiral wooden ladder that extended to the ground. These wooden ladders were also integrated with the trees and had leaves growing on them. Some of the thick branches even extended out a large balcony that looked like a place to rest and drink tea. Next to it was a fence. There were also some children in green clothes running around in the forest. These children were innocent and lively. They were no different from ordinary human children, except that they looked more agile. Often, they would play and directly pull on a vine hidden between the branches and start swinging in the air, like nimble little monkeys. After the old tree chief returned, many of the Mu Yumen could not help but greet him. When they saw Mu Yu, they were filled with respect. Clearly, the aura in Mu Yu's body was closer to that of Gomang. When they saw Luo Shong behind Mu Yu, their faces were full of vigilance. Some of the Mu Yumen even revealed hostile gazes. Flames were the natural enemy of trees. Not every Mu Yumen had the ability to be unafraid of flames like Blood Lotus. These Mu Yumen did not welcome Luo Shong's arrival. Luo Shong did not care about the strange gazes of these Mu Yumen. He did not have any extra expression. He just indifferently followed behind Mu Yu. The old tree chief led Mu Yu and the others to a simple and unadorned banyan tree. This banyan tree looked to be a few hundred meters tall. He stood on the stairs to the 3rd level. When Mu Yu and Luo Shong wanted to climb up the stairs, they found that the stairs began to move up by themselves. These stairs had their own consciousness. They moved very quickly. The branches that came from above would actively avoid them and not touch them. They would automatically return to their original position after they passed. Soon, the old tree chief led them to the door of the treehouse in the air. "This is where I live." The old tree chief smiled and led them through his house to a balcony behind the house. There were a few wooden chairs on the balcony. The old tree chief gestured for Mu Yu and Luo Shong to sit down. "This is not." Standing on the balcony and looking into the distance, Mu Yu was shocked. Unknowingly, they had already reached an altitude of more than 200 meters. This banyan tree also looked to be the tallest in this forest. In the distance was a vast sea that stretched as far as the eye could see. However, Mu Yu quickly realized that it was not a vast sea but Shui Yumeng's territory. "Old tree chief, where are we? Won't Blood Lotus and the 3 priest Yumeng find this place?" Mu Yu walked to the wooden fence and looked at the scene above the river in the distance. There were some ice houses and water houses built on the river. He could vaguely see some Shui Yumeng moving around. "No, we are on the other side of Shui Yumeng. Blood Lotus will not cross the boundary," the old tree chief said. "What do you mean by the other side of Shui Yumeng?" Luo Shong asked. The old tree chief glanced at Luo Shong and said meaningfully, "This area of Mount Fulong is no longer what you think. I thought that you Meng would be eager to escape from the Moyun mountain range. I didn't expect you to come back," Mu Yu said as he sat opposite the old tree chief. The old tree chief nodded. "The Moyun mountain range is a pure land. You Meng have a pure land too?" Luo Shong asked. Mu Yu believed the old tree chief, but Luo Shong did not. At this juncture, Luo Shong would not trust any Yu Meng, just like he would not trust any other cultivators in the cultivation world. Old tree chief can be trusted. Mu Yu knew what Luo Shong was worried about. Strictly speaking, the old tree chief was also a priest Yumeng. Looking at his steady and reserved cultivation, he was probably at least at the tribulation transcendence realm. The old tree chief did not think much of Luo Shong's rudeness. He smiled and said, "We left the Moyun mountain range because of the immortal confinement prison. After returning to the 3rd continent, many places had been occupied by cultivators. At that time, we were still very weak and could not take them back, so we did not have a good life. Although the Moyun mountain range is a little lacking in spirit chi, at least we have gotten used to the peaceful life here. I'm afraid only some of the Yu Meng are used to this kind of life," Luo Shong said. The old tree chief did not refute. Instead, he nodded. The Yu Meng are divided into the warlike faction and the peaceful faction. No matter which attribute they are the same. In this mountain range, other than Mu Yu Meng, who is led by Blood Lotus, the remaining 4 Yu Meng advocate peace. The other warlike factions have all left this mountain range and headed to the third continent to fight for a place to live. Since Blood Lotus is in the Moyun mountain range, why did the other 3 priest Yu Meng arrive so quickly? Mu Yu asked. The old tree chief pondered for a moment and replied, it should be a teleportation array. Although I'm not very sure what the other 3 priest Yu Meng are doing in the third continent, I know that they will set up a teleportation array wherever they go. I think Blood Lotus must have informed the 3 of them. It was no wonder that the 3 priest Yu Meng were able to find this place so quickly. Blood Lotus must have sent a signal to the other 3 when he was fighting with the 2 of them, asking them to hurry over. However, there was a limit to the distance a teleportation array could teleport. This was the same for the Yu Meng's 5-element teleportation array. Therefore, they must have gone through many transits. Fortunately, this was the case. Otherwise, Mu Yu and Luo Shong would have been completely helpless when facing the 4 priest Yu Meng. Then how did this new priest Blood Lotus come about? How did he take over your position? Mu Yu was very puzzled by Blood Lotus's sudden rise. This was because Mu Yu Meng's priest was clearly the old tree chief. If a member of Mu Yu Meng's tribe who was restless appeared, the old tree chief should not have left them alone. I was the one who caused Blood Lotus's appearance. The old tree chief sighed. You were the one who caused it. Mu Yu was surprised. You gave the power of slaughter to Blood Lotus. The power of slaughter belonged to Lord Gomang, but ever since Lord Gomang disappeared, this power was also lost. When I found this power of slaughter, it was sealed in a blood lotus. At the time, the blood lotus was only a plant and had not gained sentience. The old tree chief saw that Mu Yu was a little confused, so he explained, that's right. As I said before, Yu Meng is the same as humans and Yarrow in many ways. It's just like how mortals need talent to cultivate, and Yarrow beasts need to gain sentience to become Yarrow. Anything in the 5 elements, whether it's a plant, a flame, a certain stone, a certain kind of water, or a certain kind of metal, will only gain sentience and become Yu Meng after their spiritual qi reaches a certain level. This was also the first time Mu Yu had heard of the origin of Yu Meng. It was rather novel, so he asked, will all plants become Mu Yu Meng after gaining sentience? That's right. The Mu Yu Meng clansmen you saw below, in your human language, are all pine trees, locust trees, ivy, immortal flowers, and so on. All kinds of plants have gained sentience, the old tree chief explained patiently. Aren't they more like Yarrow? Mu Yu asked. The old tree chief said, plants gaining sentience do not belong to the category of Yarrow. The Yarrow clan gained sentience from Yarrow beasts, while Yu Meng gained sentience from things that cannot move freely. You can understand it that way. What about dragon vines? Dragon vines are a very special existence. They are the favored children of heaven and earth. They can only take human form after absorbing spiritual qi for 10,000 years. They have long surpassed the category of plants. For example, the Azure Dragon Demon King of the Yarrow clan. His existence is too special. After taking human form, he will break away from his plant form after cultivating for 1,000 years. You should know that the Azure Dragon Demon King has a perfect 5 elements body, right? Normal plants can't achieve the balance of the 5 elements. The old tree chief was full of praise when he talked about dragon vines. Mu Yu had many questions in his heart. This was because he had always heard about how evil human were, but he had never known how they came about. He asked, if that's the case, I can imagine Earth Yu Meng and Gold Yu Meng. This is because there are many types of earth and stone, and there are countless types of metal. What about water and fire? Are there many types of them? Water Yu Meng relies on elements, just like tea, well water, river water, and stream water. Different types of water contain different elements. Some types of water are highly corrosive, some types of water don't freeze at low temperatures, and some types of Yu Meng gain intelligence from ice. As for fire, Old Tree Leader said, as long as anything can burn, it has a chance of gaining sentience and becoming a Yu Meng, Luo Shong said indifferently. Yes, including plants, metals, and even stones. For example, after a plant is ignited by a spark, it is no longer a plant. At this time, a Yu Meng will be born from it. Many metals can also be burned, but we Mu Yu Meng don't like Yu Meng because most Yu Meng are born from burning plants. It's probably because they don't like each other. The old tree chief did not have any prejudice when he talked about this matter. He was just stating a fact. Luo Shong snorted and did not say anything. He was a human born as a human. He had nothing to do with gaining sentience, as the old tree chief said. Mu Yu nodded thoughtfully. The old tree chief continued to talk about the blood lotus. Back then, the blood lotus was used by Lord Gomang to seal the slaughter power. The blood lotus was originally the purest ice crystal snow lotus in the world. It was transformed into a blood lotus by the slaughter power. When I found it, it was sealed by Lord Gomang and could not gain sentience. After I unsealed it, I took away the slaughter power and accidentally allowed it to gain sentience. So the blood lotus became what it is today after gaining sentience. Mu Yu thought of the blood lotus's strength and felt that it was troublesome. When she gained sentience, she was just a very lively little girl. I didn't care at the time. After we left the Moyun mountain range, we repaired the teleportation formation to the second layer of heaven. I believe you have been to the second layer of heaven, right? In order to recover my strength as soon as possible, I teleported some of my people to the second layer of heaven. At that time, I saw that the blood lotus was sensible, so I let her go. This is probably the worst thing I did. The old tree chief shook his head. Mu Yu had naturally been to the second layer of heaven. At that time, he and Xiao Shui had met by chance in Tu Yumeng's territory in the second layer of heaven. No wonder he saw Yumen in the second layer of heaven. So it was because of this reason. The naive personality that the blood lotus showed in front of you was all a disguise? Mu Yu asked. Yes. In fact, she was already affected by the slaughter power. However, she was very smart. She knew that she had just gained sentience and was weak, so she had been disguising herself. That was how she gained my trust. In the second layer of heaven, we relied on the spirit chi of the second layer of heaven to recover quickly. However, the second layer of heaven was different from the third layer of heaven. It was difficult for us to control many of the plants, so it was not suitable for us to live there. Thus, we returned to the third layer of heaven. Chapter 855. Old Treehead's words were filled with helplessness. Blood Lotus had used the innocent image of a little girl to deceive him. She was truly scheming. Later, Gold, Fire, and Tu Yumeng found me and Priest Water. Only then did I know that they didn't treat the body that sealed the slaughter power like I did. Instead, they refined it into their own power. That was the only way they could control the slaughter power, Old Treehead said. You were deceived by Blood Lotus' appearance and couldn't bear to refine her to control the power, right? Mu Yu asked. Yes. If I didn't refine her, I couldn't control the power myself. That was why I had to spend a lot of energy to deal with it every once in a while. After Blood Lotus gained my trust, she suddenly attacked me one day when I was dealing with the power. She killed me and took the power. Old Tree Head felt very helpless when he thought of this. Who would have thought that his good intentions would lead to a huge mistake, allowing Blood Lotus to successfully take the leadership from him? The body's heart allowed me to avoid a disaster. It was the body tree that saved you earlier. That was our Mu Yomeng's divine tree. Its origin is very ancient. Blood Lotus was very familiar with the way she controlled the slaughter power. She used the slaughter power to influence the minds of her people and control them. I brought the uncontrolled Mu Yumeng to hide here. This is Shui Yomeng's territory. Blood Lotus won't come here casually, Old Tree Head said. Does Priest Water not plan on joining the battle? Mu Yu asked. Priest Water doesn't like to join the battle either. However, she hasn't found Spirit Lord Xuanming's slaughter power. Or rather, she found it but didn't touch it. Anyway, it was her help that saved me. She was also willing to provide us with this place. Blood Lotus still doesn't know I'm alive, Old Tree Head said. No wonder Old Treehead's current location was like a lone island in the vast ocean. Priest Shui Yumeng was a pretty good Yumeng. The old tree chief continued with a serious expression. The killing power of the trees controlled by Blood Lotus is far stronger than yours, so the trees she controls are very indestructible to you. I think you are still rejecting that killing power. If you don't accept that power, your Mu Ling won't be able to fully unleash its potential. Its ability is very powerful. As long as you acknowledge it, the trees it transforms will not be afraid of anything, including. Old Tree Leader glanced at Luo Shong and continued, flames. Luo Shong snorted non-committally. We have the strength to destroy the Blood Lotus. If the other three Priest Yumeng hadn't arrived, the two of us would have killed the Blood Lotus, Mu Yu said. The two of you can kill Shuelian? Old Tree Chief was extremely shocked. He was very clear about Blood Lotus's strength. Even if he were to fight with Blood Lotus now, he wouldn't be able to resist. We don't need Yumeng's ability to kill her, Luo Shong said indifferently. Old Tree Chief thought of something and nodded. I forgot that you are Jianying Chenfeng's disciples. Jianying Chenfeng is indeed a great person. The next time we meet her, she won't be so lucky. Mu Yu already knew how to kill this Blood Lotus. Old Tree Chief shook his head. You still underestimate the killing power. This time, Blood Lotus will definitely leave the Moyun mountain range to obtain even more powerful killing power. They will constantly kill. Every time they kill someone, their strength will increase by a bit. The next time we meet them, their strength will definitely increase by a level. Mu Yu frowned. Yumen had been killing in the cultivation world. If what Old Tree Chief said was true, then he and Luo Shong needed to quickly increase their strength. I can only place Mu Yu Meng's hopes on you now. You have already obtained your own killing power. Next, you should. We won't fuse with Spirit Lord Yu Meng, Luo Shong said bluntly. Old Tree Chief looked at Mu Yu. Is that what you mean? I remember that you want to revive someone. If you don't fuse with them, you won't be able to use Lord Gomang's domain power. Mu Yu didn't answer immediately. Reviving Deadwood Daddy was something he had to do. However, if he wanted to successfully use the complete life and death in the blink of an eye, he had to become like Xiongnan. He wouldn't consider this until he found Soul Return. Old Tree Chief, we're here to find the 5 Elements formation base. Can you find a way to help us get it? Mu Yu put this topic aside for the time being. That's not a problem. How many do you want? The more the better. Old Tree Chief pondered for a moment. Yes, but it will take some time. The 5 Elements formation base is very precious to us. Old Tree Chief, there's one more thing I need to ask you. What is it? How to suppress the killing power? Mu Yu sat cross-legged under the body tree. The body tree emitted a faint green light that enveloped Mu Yu's body. He had asked Old Tree Chief about suppressing the killing power, and Old Tree Chief had asked him to come here. The body tree emitted a strange rhythm that resonated with Mu Yu's aura. He closed his eyes, trying to calm himself down and seriously guide the killing power in his body. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, all kinds of memories came one after another. The sky was filled with flames, sharp blades, sand, and terrifying killing power. Groups of impassioned faces were crusading against him, wanting to hand him over to the 3 Priest Yumeng to be executed. The corpses of Xian Zhengtang's family and the old city lord floated above the city gate tower. Despair, disheartened, his master's statue shattered, flames raging everywhere in Dongsha City, sand flying, swords flashing, all kinds of screams, begging for mercy. I want to protect this world. I like it here, Master Xiao said. The master in Xiao Shuai's memory said. When Master said this sentence, he was very calm and casual. Mu Yu knew what this sentence meant. That was Master's determination. Master Xiao Shuai had always been an easygoing person, but he would definitely do what he said. This sentence was what Master Xiao Shuai had said to him. It echoed in Mu Yu's mind like a large bell, causing his entire mind to tremble. Mu Yu suddenly opened his eyes. He panted heavily, his cold heart in a panic, unable to calm down for a long time. The killing power still spread throughout his body. He couldn't suppress this power. Why? What does this dirty cultivation world mean to Master Xiao Shui? Mu Yu clenched his fists tightly. The aura all over his body was restless and restless. It swept out, and a terrifying force blasted against the body tree. However, when the killing power came into contact with the body tree, it melted away like snow. The body tree's aura was still cheerfully pervading the air. Sparse sunlight scattered through the leaves and landed on Mu Yu's body. It was so warm and comfortable, but it couldn't melt the coldness on Mu Yu's body. This tree is very magical. Luo Shong's voice came from the side. He was sitting on a branch of a locust tree, leaning against the tree trunk. The body tree was indeed very magical. The surrounding trees were tall and vigorous, several hundred meters tall. Sunlight couldn't penetrate other places, but it could penetrate the surrounding shade and shine on the body tree, and Mu Yu's body. It was as if the sunlight in the sky was specially made for this tree. Mu Yu lowered his head and didn't answer. Luo Shong didn't see his master's expression when he said those words, so he wouldn't understand. However, Mu Yu couldn't forget it. That sentence made Mu Yu unable to calm down. The point isn't what this world means to Master, but what this world means to you, Luo Shong said indifferently. Then what does this world mean to you? Mu Yu asked in return. This world's human and humans can't tolerate me, but why do I need their permission to survive in this world? Who do these people who don't like me think they are? If they want to kill me, I'll kill them. Luo Shong snorted softly and continued, back when you were in the desert, you said that you wanted to do your own things. I already understood this logic. Mu Yu was silent. He had his own principles as a person. In the past, he was a heartless person who liked to cause trouble everywhere. He never cared about what others thought of him. If anyone tricked him, he would definitely scold them back. Back then, he didn't even let off the alchemy sect's highly respected old man who guarded the pavilion. He believed that in life, doing what made him happy was enough. Therefore, he had always done what he wanted to do. He would protect people who treated him well. He wouldn't show mercy to people who wanted to kill him. However, his master had always been a belief in him. It was unshakable in his heart. When he heard his master say those words to little Shui, he recalled slaughtering the entire Eastern Sand City. He once again doubted his decision. Luo Shong said, Master said that no matter what, as long as you live up to your heart, it's right. Mu Yu shook his head and said, slaughtering 100,000 people is right for us. But to Master, who wants to protect this world, it's wrong. Slaughtering 100,000 people in Eastern Sand City was only because he wanted to seek justice for Xian Zhengtang's family and the old city lord. Mu Yu didn't regret it, but he couldn't get over this hurdle in his heart. He couldn't get over his master's hurdle. When one had a clear conscience but went against their master's wishes, how could one determine whether it was right or wrong? What do you think Master will think of this matter? Luo Shong asked. I don't know. Master won't blame us. He has never blamed us. He said that there are many things that we need to experience for ourselves. So even if we slaughtered the entire city, no matter how pained Master is, he won't say anything, Luo Shong said. You are not Master. Mu Yu replied coldly. He didn't like the way Luo Shong looked at this matter from his master's point of view. The silence lasted for a long time. Only the leaves in the forest rustled and swayed gently, accompanied by the harmonious chirping of birds, reverberating in this tranquil land. Luo Shong said, You're right. I'm not Master. But at least I know the meaning of my life. I want to become stronger, kill my way into the threefold palace, save Master, protect Lanling and protect everyone in Mount Luochen. Even if this world is destroyed, it has nothing to do with me. But it has to do with Master. Chapter 856. Luo Shong and Mu Yu did not interact much, but he at least treated Mu Yu as his junior brother. He lived a very straightforward life, not wanting to bear the responsibility of this world and not wanting to consider his master's feelings. However, Mu Yu could not, because people had to bear all kinds of responsibilities in this world. He wanted to resurrect Deadwood Daddy, which was the responsibility of a son. He wanted to save his master, which was the responsibility of a disciple. When faced with the entire cultivation world, he also wanted to stand by and do nothing. However, his master wanted to protect this cultivation world. He wanted to be a good disciple, so he had to help his master. However, this cultivation world was so turbid, and the cultivators were so afraid of death. He did not understand the meaning of his actions. He could not figure out why his master wanted to protect this world. The sun shone on Mu Yu's body, but Mu Yu's heart was still cold. Little Shuai murmured in Mu Yu's hand and turned over, but there were no signs of waking up. He seemed to be exhausted. Yesterday's sword strike had consumed a lot of his energy. I won't let you do this in the future. I will protect you. Mu Yu's eyes only showed a trace of emotion when he looked at little Shuai. This simple little guy had no worries all day and was always laughing and joking. However, he had also experienced a lot of suffering in the past. If he had not been seriously injured, it was impossible for him to lose his memory. 3 days later, Old Tree Leader had already prepared the 5 elements array foundation for them. These array foundations were not as many as 5 elements Yu Meng's teleportation array, but there were still many. Old Tree Leader said that some of the 5 elements array foundation had come from Priest Shui Yu Meng's help. Otherwise, they would not have been able to gather so many. The killing power is very strong. Back then, I did not fuse it into my body. I could barely suppress it with the help of the body tree. However, after fusing it into your body, I could not do anything. Everything depends on you. After Blood Lotus and the other 3 priests Yu Meng obtained the slaughter energy, they directly refined it and didn't need to suppress it. I'm afraid that the only one who knows how to suppress that energy is Lord Spirit Lord. You can go ask Lord Gomang. The old tree chief knew that Mu Yu had failed to suppress it with the help of the body tree. He also knew that Gomang was sealed in Mu Yu's body, so he gave Mu Yu a suggestion. Thank you. Mu Yu did not intend to ask Gomang. He could communicate with Gomang in his body, but at the same time, he also understood that Gomang was not a trustworthy existence. The 9 Heavens Demon sealing formation was still very sturdy. With the power of slaughter, they could actually break the seal directly. However, Mu Yu and Luo Shong chose not to touch the seal. Can we meet Priest Shui Yumeng? Mu Yu asked. They had been in Shui Yumeng's territory for so many days, but they had not seen Priest Shui Yumeng appear. Mu Yu thought that it was polite to greet her. The old tree chief smiled and shook his head. She said that she did not want to be involved in the matter between Yu and the other 4 priests Yu Meng, so there was no need to meet her. Helping Mu Yu and Luo Shong was tantamount to secretly going against the 4 Yu Meng oracles. Unlike the other 3 Yu Meng oracles, Priestess Shui Yu Meng did not create a massacre on the 3 continents, which showed that she wanted to live a peaceful life and did not want to get involved in the affairs of the other Yu Meng. As long as any Spirit Lord Yu Meng did not return, the other 4 Priest Yu Meng would not have the ability to force Priest Shui Yu Meng to stay with them. Then, Old Tree Chief, how do we leave this place? Mu Yu asked. I have already arranged a teleportation formation. You can use it to leave the Moyun mountain range. The teleportation formation you went to before is being monitored by the other Yu Meng, so it can't be used, the Old Tree Chief said. Old Tree Chief, thank you, Mu Yu said. The Old Tree Chief laughed and said, no need to thank me. I still believe in you. Mu Yu did not know whether the Old Tree Chief believed that he could change this war, or that he could merge with the Gomang in his body. He did not want to think too much about it. No matter what, under these circumstances, the Old Tree Chief was on his side. This was enough. Under the Old Tree Chief's lead, they came to a temporary teleportation formation. This teleportation formation would teleport them to a place near Lanshi City. The teleportation point at that place was controlled by Shui Yumeng, and the Old Tree Chief had already informed the other Shui Yumeng. The 5 elements teleportation formation flashed with a dazzling light. Mu Yu and Luo Shong were pulled away by a huge force. When they reappeared, they were already in a lake. This lake was located at the top of a mountain. It used to look like a volcano, but now the volcano had been filled with rain and turned into a lake. Mu Yu and Luo Shong flew to the shore. Immediately, 10 Shui Yumeng appeared in the water. They leaped into the air and glared at them. You should leave immediately. The leader was a man in blue. He looked at Mu Yu and Luo Shong with an unfriendly gaze. However, he did not make a move. He knew that the people who were teleported here were ordered by priest Shui Yumeng. We know, Luo Shong replied coldly. Go east. Lanshi City is there, the blue-clothed Yumeng said. Many thanks. Mu Yu nodded. The two of them rushed into the sky and realized that they were surrounded by mountains of various sizes. The tallest one was no more than 100 meters, and the shortest one was only 10 meters. The foot of every small mountain was covered by flowing water. Surrounding these mountain ranges, there was a small lake at the top of every mountain. There were houses made of ice at the foot of the mountain or halfway up the mountain. There were also some Shui Yumeng in human form who were busy in the mountains. It seemed like this was also a gathering place for Shui Yumeng. Mu Yu and Luo Shong did not stay. They headed east. Even with their tribulation transcendent stage speed, it took them 2 hours to see the outline of Lanshi City. However, they did not plan to go to Lanshi City this time. Instead, they went to Clearwater City. That was where Demon King Sho Ying was sealed. Clearwater City was located in the middle of the desert. It was very far from Lanshi City. The two of them flew for an entire day before reaching the edge of the desert. The desert stretched as far as the eye could see. It was steaming hot. The wind blew past from time to time, leaving behind a yellow sand curtain. The hills were undulating. Even if they left footprints on the sand dunes, they would be quickly covered. Mu Yu stepped into the sky above the desert again. Clearwater City was his home. This home did not have his mark. However, he had chosen to help and protect the Mu family. Now that he was back, he realized that he did not know how to face the Mu family. Mu Hao and Mu Xin had always worshipped Mu Yu. They thought that Mu Yu was a great hero of the human race. In the future, he would lead the cultivators to fight to the death with human. However, what about now? After the incident in East Sand City, Mu Yu knew that he was far from the heroic elder brother in Mu Hao's heart. After flying for about 14 hours in the desert, the sky had just brightened. The two of them had not rested for so long. Luo Shong knew that Mu Yu's home was in Clearwater City. He asked, "Do you want to go back to Clearwater City to take a look?" The outline of Clearwater City could be faintly seen in the distance. This was an oasis in the desert. At this moment, it was dormant in the heat waves. The city defense array blocked all the heat waves outside, allowing the entire city to maintain its spring-like scenery. There was also a statue of a true god at the city gate of Clearwater City. The true god statue was looking at the two visitors in the distance. The heavenly sword in his hand was flying and his green robes were fluttering. It was as if with this statue, the entire city was safe. Mu Yu looked at Clearwater City and finally shook his head. I don't want to destroy Clearwater City again. He understood that the situation in East Sand City was not unique. Regardless of which city, the cultivators had no fighting spirit when facing the human. This was because they had long forgotten what kind of race the human was and how they should deal with the human. The cultivators were used to having someone stand in front of them at critical moments and fight against human for them. Whether it was Sword Shadow, Chen Feng, the Threefold Palace, or even Mu Yu back then, they had tried their best to save East Sand City. However, their cowardice and willingness to compromise with human had made Mu Yu completely disappointed. Then let's go. We'll head straight to the Death Desert. Luo Shong turned a corner and headed in the direction of the Death Desert. The sand at the periphery of the Death Desert flowed gently like water. It was a marvelous sight. This place was not unfamiliar to them. The previous conflict had been caused by Xiongnan. The few of them had also clarified their positions here. However, just as they arrived near the Death Desert, a group of figures appeared in the sky above the Death Desert. Mu Yu frowned slightly. It was the demon race. Stop. You're not allowed to come here. The leader was a body integration stage demon race. When he saw Mu Yu and Luo Shong, his expression became very serious. Then, a few other body integration stage demon race rushed out from the bottom of the death desert and blocked Mu Yu and Luo Shong's path. Scram! Luo Shong said indifferently. A scorching aura swept out from his body. It was much more intense than the rolling heat waves of the desert. Little friend Mu Yu? A surprised voice came from the bottom of the death desert. Then, the figure of the old doctor appeared in front of Mu Yu. Don't be rude. This is little friend Mu Yu, the great benefactor of our demon race. The old doctor hurriedly scolded the other demon race members. The other demon race members also recognized Mu Yu at this time. They were a little flustered. After all, Mu Yu had killed Long Qi, who was extremely talented in the form synthesis stage, during the Rising Dragon Assembly. Moreover, Long Xingyun and Long Keshuang had also been killed by Mu Yu. They hadn't recognized her just now, so they were still a little scared. Old doctor, why are you here? Mu Yu nodded in response. The old doctor came forward and said with a smile, little friend Mu Yu, please forgive us. Those dragon race members did not know how to appreciate kindness. Please forgive them for offending you. It's like this. We came here according to the clues you provided and found the place where Lord Sand Eagle was sealed. We are now trying to find a way to break the seal. Then why are you, a medical practitioner, here? Mu Yu asked. The old doctor said awkwardly, because I used to secretly come to the territory of the human race to pick herbs or go to the cities of the human race to buy herbs. I am quite familiar with the human race, so I was asked to lead the team here. You want to break the seal with just the few of you? Mu Yu glanced at the other demon race members and asked. Chapter 857. The old doctor quickly said, that's not the case. More than 10 days ago, the white ape ancestor brought us here. He planned to break the seal himself. Originally, he wanted to break it by brute force, but later he found that it wouldn't work. So, he let us guard here first. Mu Yu was not surprised by this result. If the seal set by his master could be broken by brute force, the monster kings would have broken free from the seal long ago. There was no need to wait until now. Where is old hairy monkey now? Mu Yu asked. When the old doctor heard how Mu Yu addressed the white ape ancestor, he smiled awkwardly. However, he knew the relationship between the white ape ancestor and Mu Yu, so he could only pretend not to hear it. He replied, the white ape ancestor is now in Qingshui City. He said he might find you to solve it. I didn't expect you to come here first. Mu Yu did not have time to care about the white ape ancestor. He had to use the dragon-seeking formation to find Xiongnan and the 9th person of eternal life as soon as possible. Evacuate your people from the death desert. We have something to do, Mu Yu said simply. He wanted to use the Sand Eagle ancestor as a guide to find Xiongnan location. Mu Yu did not want the monster race to be present. It was related to the safety of the Sand Eagle ancestor. The old doctor was also very embarrassed. However, a combination stage monster race next to him shouted, this is the Sand Eagle ancestor's sealed place. You two are not allowed to enter. Mu Yu and Luo Shong glanced at him coldly. Two very different murderous auras instantly fell on the monster race's body. The man felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar in such a hot desert. His face showed a look of uncertainty. The old doctor quickly stood up and said, Mu Yu, little friend, I believe you won't harm the Sand Eagle ancestor. How about we send someone to report to the white ape ancestor first? How about we wait for him to come and let you in? Not good. Luo Shong had already fallen into the death desert. Mu Yu did not want to explain too much and followed. When the monster race guards saw Mu Yu and Luo Shong, they wanted to stop them, but the old doctor gave them a look, telling them not to stop them. Mu Yu walked to the bottom of the desert of death. The demons had already dug out a hole that connected to the ground. They seemed to be wary of the seal around Demon King Desert Eagle, afraid that something wrong would cause it to collapse. The monster race's digging movements were extremely careful, but Mu Yu did not have that much patience. The shadow clone sword in his hand slashed out, and an icy cold sword chi fell down, directly splitting apart the desert. For a moment, sand and soil flew up, and a violent roar resounded. The expressions of the old doctor and the rest of the demonic clan members changed drastically. They had been carefully excavating for the past few days. They did not expect Mu Yu to destroy their work without saying a word. The one sealed below was the Sand Eagle demonic king, Hai Dongqing. The old doctor hurriedly came up and said, "Little friend Mu Yu, this is not very good, is it? But forefather Sand Eagle is. If a collapse of the Desert of Death could kill Hai Dongqing, then there is no need for him to be a demon king." Mu Yu indifferently waved the shadow clone sword in his hand again, destroying the entire Desert of Death. The tunnel that the monster race had carefully excavated was also destroyed. Then, a powerful spiritual energy swept up again, scattering the surrounding sand and soil. Soon, an altar was revealed. Mu Yu ignored the monster race. A powerful array pattern shot out from his hand and covered the entire area, isolating the monster race and preventing them from spying on the situation. The old doctor could not help but laugh bitterly. He could see that Mu Yu's personality had undergone a drastic change, and he alone could not stop it. He hurriedly gathered the monster race members and sent the fastest one to Clearwater City to find the White Ape Demon King to hold the fort. The Sand Eagle demonic king's figure was sitting cross-legged on the altar. His head was lowered, and there were no signs of life. The altar was surrounded by a powerful seal. These seals were set up by Jian Ying and Chen Feng. They were extremely powerful, and it was impossible to break them by force. "How are we going to save him from the seal?" Luo Shong asked as he landed beside the altar. "Give me some time. I should be able to break Master's seal. Help me keep an eye on the monster race members outside. Don't let them cause trouble." Mu Yu formed a seal with his hand and merged it with the seal on the altar. If it were a few years ago, Mu Yu would be helpless against this array. However, the seal's spiritual energy was getting weaker and weaker. It would probably dissipate completely in a few years. Mu Yu knew how to enter the altar. The array pattern on the altar lit up with rays of golden light. Countless inscriptions leaped out from the altar and floated in the air, emitting an ancient and solemn aura. This array was set up with the power of nature. The array foundation's spiritual energy came from the entire desert. When Mu Yu and Luo Shong approached, they involuntarily became a part of the array foundation. Mu Yu followed the spirit array and carefully deduced the deduction rules of the entire spirit array. His master's array technique was very exquisite. Even Mu Yu found it difficult to deduce it. This was because he had not learned his master's array technique, so he did not know much about it. Mu Yu sat cross-legged on the ground. He poured his spiritual energy into the altar and immersed himself in his master's array. He had tried to deduce the array below Mass Burial Valley, but it was too profound. Mu Yu could not do anything about it. Fortunately, this array was much weaker, so he could deal with it. 7 days passed quickly. It took Mu Yu 7 days to finally understand the structure of the entire array. He also knew how to break it. Luo Shong waited outside, coldly glancing at the monster race. He was not anxious. He knew how powerful his master's array was. How could it be so easy to break free from the seal? The White Ape Monster King sat under a big tent. A group of monster race people were respectfully fanning him with a big fan. There was a table in front of him. The table was filled with all kinds of bananas and fruits. He really knew how to enjoy himself. "Boy, my cheap son-in-law hasn't broken the array yet." The White Ape Monster King looked at Luo Shong lazily. He had received a report from his own people on the day Mu Yu began to break the seal. He came to the Death Desert, but was stopped by Luo Shong. Fortunately, Mu Yu was inside. If it were someone else, he would have already fought with Luo Shong. Luo Shong just glanced at the White Ape Monster King with cold eyes and did not answer. The White Ape Monster King snorted. He was quite dissatisfied with Luo Shong's attitude. He scolded, "Boy, don't pretend in front of me. Do you think I don't know what you're capable of? I can deal with you with just one breath." The White Ape Monster King was not bragging. His strength had almost recovered. It was more than enough to deal with Luo Shong. "You can try. Luo Shong crossed his arms and pointed the burning heaven sword at the White Ape Monster King. The White Ape Monster King disdainfully said, "Boy, you better show some respect. Even Zhurong in your body did not dare to talk to me like this. You want to deal with me with this little slaughter power?" Luo Shong looked at the White Ape Monster King coldly without any fluctuation. The White Ape Monster King looked at Luo Shong lazily and said, "Boy, I still advise you to use less of that power. Although the slaughter power is powerful, it does not belong to you. You can't accept it, but you still use it. Do you think you will have a good end? It's none of your business." "Of course it's none of my business. But that cheap son-in-law inside is different. I haven't seen him for a few days. I can feel his hostility just by standing here. He was fine when he left last time, but now he seems to be a different person. I want to know what happened to him." The White Ape Monster King crossed his legs and kept swinging them. He also threw out banana peels. There were already many burnt banana peels in the desert ahead. "What happened to me is none of your business." Mu Yu slowly walked out of the array formation and glanced at the White Ape Demon King with an indifferent expression. The White Ape Monster King was not angry and said, "Boy, you are willing to come out? Has Hai Dongqing's seal been broken?" "It has been broken." "Well, you two can get lost." The White Ape Monster King stood up and stuffed half of the banana in his hand into his mouth. Mu Yu looked coldly at the White Ape Monster King and said, "I can break the seal, and I also have a way to strengthen the seal for another 5,000 years. Do you believe me?" The White Ape Monster King took a step forward and came to Mu Yu's side in the blink of an eye. A terrible gravity suddenly fell on Mu Yu and Luo Shong, firmly binding them. The White Ape Monster King snorted and said, "I believe you, but you don't have a chance. Ha ha ha." He laughed and walked toward the array. Mu Yu's array could block people in the form synthesis stage, but it could not stop a guy like the White Ape Monster King. With a punch, the White Ape Monster King smashed the array that Mu Yu had set up outside into pieces. Then, he walked toward Hai Dongqing leisurely. However, not long after, the White Ape Monster King's angry curses came from Hai Dongqing's altar. "Little bastard! How dare you trick me? Do you still want to be my son-in-law?" The White Ape Monster King angrily came to Mu Yu's side and pointed at Mu Yu's nose. He jumped up and down without caring about his image. "I don't care." Mu Yu had long known the White Ape Monster King's temperament. At this time, he had strengthened the seal on the altar. Originally, it would only take 10 years to break, but now it seemed that it would take at least 100 years to break. Damn it. If it weren't for the fact that I don't want to see Qiao Shui become a widow, I really want to slap you to death. You're pissing me off. The White Ape Monster King clenched his fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. "Let us go," Mu Yu said. The White Ape Monster King snapped his fingers and the restraints on Mu Yu and Luo Shong were released. He scolded, "Little bastard, tell me first, what are you doing here? Your senior brother ambushing staff won't say a word, so you should at least say a few words, right?" No comment. Of course, Mu Yu wouldn't tell the White Ape Monster King that they were here to set up the dragon-seeking formation to find Xiongnan. With the White Ape Monster King's temperament, if he knew where Xiongnan was, he would definitely rush over and teach him a lesson. Mu Yu wouldn't give the White Ape Monster King such a chance. "Little bastard, do you still not understand what Hai Dongqing means? Are you looking for a beating?" The White Ape Monster King gnashed his teeth in anger. "I know what he means, but Luo Shong and I need your Monster King to do something. If you know what's good for you, don't block our way." "Are you threatening me?" "Yes. You." The veins on the White Ape Monster King's forehead bulged. He wanted nothing more than to grab Mu Yu and give him a good beating. Right now, Hai Dongqing's seal was even stronger than before. Although Mu Yu's array techniques weren't at the same level as Jian Ying and Chen Feng's, she could still help repair the spirit energy loss. Therefore, if they wanted to save Hai Dongqing, they could only rely on Mu Yu. "What do you want? Why did you come here to cause trouble for no reason? Are you looking for a beating?" The White Ape Monster King held back his anger and asked. Every time he saw Mu Yu, he was very angry. He wanted to beat Mu Yu to death time and time again. I need to use Hai Dongqing's body to do something. Just don't disturb me, Mu Yu said. He came out to warn the White Ape Monster King. Otherwise, if he was interrupted while using the dragon-seeking formation, he would suffer a backlash. No. I don't feel at ease leaving Hai Dongqing in your hands. Little bastard, you're so careless. If something happens to him, you won't be able to bear the consequences. The White Ape Monster King flatly refused. Didn't I save your and the Sea Monster King's lives? When have the two of you ever been bullied by me? Mu Yu replied indifferently. What do you mean by save my life? Little bastard, be polite to your father-in-law, the White Ape Monster King scolded. If you don't agree, then wait for the Desert Eagle Monster King to come out in 100 years. Mu Yu glanced at the Sea Monster King and hinted to Luo Shong. Then, the two of them walked towards Hai Dongqing's altar. The White Ape Monster King angrily looked at Mu Yu and Luo Shong as they walked into the altar. The altar's formation could stop him, but it was ineffective against these two people. This made him very angry. Old ancestor, little friend Mu Yu has a sense of propriety. Nothing will happen to him. The old doctor walked over and said respectfully. I don't need you to tell me that. The White Ape Monster King glared at the old doctor. Then, he walked back to the big tent and sat down. He peeled a banana and took a big bite. He was angry at Mu Yu and wanted to find fault with him. The old doctor smiled awkwardly and didn't dare to say anything more. Hai Dongqing was sitting on the altar with his head lowered. His surroundings were covered with the dragon-seeking array that Mu Yu had modified. The base of the 5 elements array was flickering with all kinds of colors. Then, a green formation pattern appeared around the altar and covered it up again. After Mu Yu had figured out the seal laid down by his master, he took advantage of the fact that the seal's power wasn't strong enough to forcefully modify it. What if that guy comes and interrupts us? Luo Shong asked. He won't, Mu Yu replied. Mu Yu divided the formation pattern in his hand again. The dragon-seeking array slowly divided into 2 parts. This time, the dragon-seeking array's base was very sufficient. Mu Yu was sure that he could expand the search range and even cover the whole continent. Mu Yu modified the dragon-seeking array so that it could search for 2 different targets at the same time without affecting each other. Chapter 858. At this moment, Hai Dongqing had become one of the array guides. The other dragon scale given to him by the Azure Dragon Monster King had appeared in another corner of the array. Remember, be careful when your consciousness leaves your body. There are many extraordinary things in the cultivation world. Although I know you have a strong will, you still have to be careful, Mu Yu reminded him again. I know. Luo Shong reached out and pointed at Hai Dongqing. Then, the green array pattern in Mu Yu's hand lit up again and merged into Luo Shong's body. On his side, his own dragon scale also bloomed with vigor. In an instant, it shook and pulled Mu Yu's consciousness out of his body. The cyan array pattern bloomed, and a complicated and mysterious stream of light began to rotate. Mu Yu's eyes were filled with a black and white light. 2 black and white beams of light soared into the sky, shattered the clouds, and disappeared into the vast expanse of heaven. Mu Yu felt his consciousness rush out to a very far place. The entire desert was covered by his consciousness. The dragon-searching array carried his consciousness and kept drifting, passing by countless resentful souls and ghosts in the world and continuing to spread out into the distance. The old tree chief had given Mu Yu enough array bases. When Mu Yu used the dragon-searching array this time, the range of his search was very wide. Where his consciousness wanted to go was up to him. Therefore, he chose a direction and quickly searched. The dragon scale was like a lighthouse in the desert, guiding Mu Yu forward. According to the Azure Dragon Monster King, as long as there was a person with eternal life, then that person's 5 elements body would resonate with the dragon scale. This was the key for Mu Yu to find that person with eternal life. Mu Yu's consciousness flitted over one mountain range after another, over the crisscrossing rivers, over the verdant forests, over the vicissitudes of the world, over the cities of the cultivation world, over the farmhouses of the mortals. The dragon-searching array had many drawbacks. His consciousness could only see vague shadows of cultivators and monsters, like a black ball. It was impossible to distinguish their true appearances. Even the outlines of the mountains and rivers were very blurry. One could only make out a rough outline and nothing else. His heart suddenly became empty. Even though there were many resentful spirits around him that wanted to seize his body, he didn't care. He saw that in the entire cultivation world, hurricanes were blowing in some places. The violent astral winds seemed to want to destroy everything. In some places, hailstones the size of fists fell on the houses and streets. In some places, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Huge thunderbolts struck down from the sky as if they were tearing a blue hole in the sky. In the midst of the thunderbolts, there was even a figure bravely moving forward. The figure in the thunder and lightning. Muyu suddenly quivered. The figure in the thunder and lightning was so brave. He attracted the thunder and lightning with his body, letting the thunder and lightning strike him unscrupulously. He even rubbed the thunder and lightning in his palm, turning it into small snakes, flying geese, and galloping wild horses. In the sky filled with thunder and lightning, this figure was ethereal and nimble. With a wave of his hand, all the demonic beasts and animals transformed by the thunder and lightning suddenly exploded, turning into pieces of dust and drifting down. Thunder dust! Muyu was shocked. Thunder dust. When he went back to the past, in order to hide his identity, Deadwood Daddy borrowed the domain ability of Immortal Lightning Defying, and Immortal Lightning Defying's domain ability was Thunder Dust. When the person in the thunder and lightning in front of him used thunder and lightning, it looked exactly the same as the ability of Thunder Dust. It's him. It must be him. Muyu clenched his fists, and suddenly his whole body trembled. He had always wanted to get the soul returning to the heart to resurrect Deadwood Daddy's soul, and he knew that Deadwood Daddy would definitely give it to that person, Immortal Lightning Defying, who had the domain ability of Thunder Dust. But Muyu suddenly wasn't sure. Azure Dragon Monster King said that Immortal Lightning Defying was also an immortal, but they couldn't find Immortal Lightning Defying even if they used the dragon-seeking formation. This was mainly because Mahayana stage cultivators knew how to hide their whereabouts, so they wouldn't be found by the dragon-seeking formation. Moreover, the dragon scale didn't respond to the figure in the thunder and lightning. So whether this person was Immortal Lightning Defying or not, Muyu couldn't figure it out. The thunder and lightning lasted for a very short time. After a while, it disappeared, and the figure also disappeared in the thunder and lightning. Is it him or not? Is it him? Muyu stared at the mountain under the thunder and lightning, trying to find the whereabouts of the figure again, but there was no one in the mountain. In fact, at this moment, he even suspected that he had an illusion, because the figure in the dragon-seeking formation was vague, like a shadow, and he couldn't see the true face of the shadow clearly. But the figure in the thunder and lightning just now was so clear. Although he couldn't see the face, compared with the shadow-like cultivators around him, the figure was very real. It was even a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. What was going on? Muyu quickly searched the mountain again, but he had missed the opportunity. There were only vague figures running in the mountain. Muyu knew that they should be unknown demon beasts, but he could no longer find the clear figure. Where is this mountain? Muyu's consciousness began to quickly jump into the sky. He firmly remembered the shape of the whole mountain in his mind, and then quickly looked for markers around the mountain. Soon, he saw a city about 5,000 miles north of the mountain. The outline of the city was still very vague, and Muyu wasn't very clear about the words written above the city gate. He continued to spread the city, looking for things that could be marked. Mountains, rivers, forests, these were too common, and Muyu couldn't find them at all. Where was this place? He was burning with anxiety. The 3 continents were very large. He hadn't been to all the cities, nor had he visited all the mountains and rivers. He didn't know much about the landforms, and his sense of direction was very poor. If there was no one to guide him in a strange place, he would get lost. In the end, Muyu could only force himself to find a towering mountain 5,000 miles north of the city as a marker. This mountain was like a broken sword, and the foot of the mountain was like the hilt of the sword. The tip of the sword pierced the sky, but at the most crucial point, it was cut off by someone. Mu Yu could only remember the general appearance of this mountain. He then went to look for the map of the 3 continents. He had to find this mountain, then find that city, and then find that mountain. He originally wanted to find the person of immortality who had just appeared, but he didn't expect that he would actually find the person in the lightning, the person who made Mu Yu so excited. Just as Mu Yu was about to withdraw his consciousness, end the search, and look for this destination, lightning suddenly appeared in Mu Yu's consciousness again. And this time, the figure in the lightning appeared again. The figure still had his back facing Mu Yu, but this time, the figure suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed in the southeast direction, as if he was deliberately guiding Mu Yu. He's pointing me in the direction? Mu Yu looked at the clear figure in the lightning in disbelief, and his heart was shocked. But how could it be? How did that person know that he was looking for him at this moment? And what did the direction he pointed in mean? Was he instructing Mu Yu to look for him? Mu Yu's mind was full of all kinds of doubts at this moment. Was this person really immortal Ni? If so, what was he going to do? After the figure in the lightning reached out his hand and pointed, he disappeared again. Mu Yu immediately followed the figure's instructions and turned his consciousness to the southeast. When his consciousness turned to the southeast, the range of the dragon searching formation also turned to the southeast. Mu Yu's consciousness crossed countless mountains and rivers in the southeast. He had been waiting for the figure to appear. Just as he was getting impatient, the lightning appeared again, and the figure appeared again. Then the figure stretched out his hand and pointed to the south again. Without hesitation, Mu Yu continued to shift the range of the dragon searching formation to the south. Although he didn't know what the figure in the lightning was doing, Mu Yu still went south in order to solve the doubts in his heart. But this time, Mu Yu moved south for more than an hour, but the figure in the lightning didn't appear again, as if he had evaporated from the world. Mu Yu began to feel anxious, because he wanted to know whether the figure in the lightning was immortal Ni and what his purpose was. When he searched south again, he moved about 10,000 miles, but there was still no trace of that person. Mu Yu wanted to find that person's trace quickly, but he didn't expect the formation to suddenly light up at this time. The dragon scales of the green dragon monster king acted as the formation guide, and it had been moving in the direction of Mu Yu's search. When Mu Yu moved south, the dragon scales began to shine, as if they had found their own kind, attracting Mu Yu's attention. The dragon scales lit up. Did this mean that he had found the immortal man? At this time, in the vast mountain range, across the river, across the forest, across the city, in a blurry place, a golden light could be seen. This golden light echoed with the dragon scales of the formation guide, as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. They seemed to be greeting each other cordially. Has he really found the immortal man? Mu Yu was shocked. When he first searched, the dragon scales as the formation guide didn't respond. He only found the figure in the lightning. In order to determine whether the figure in the lightning was immortal Ni, he had been following the other party's guidance. He didn't expect that the other party was guiding him to find the immortal man. Who is the 9th immortal man? Is the person who guided me to find him the immortal Ni? Chapter 859. Mu Yu was getting more and more excited. This was the first time he had seen immortal Ni. Although it was just his back, he saw the hope of resurrecting Deadwood Daddy. For Mu Yu, the most exciting thing at this time was not to find the 9th man of eternal life, but to find immortal Ni. Since immortal Ni was guiding Mu Yu, it meant that he could definitely help Mu Yu. But Mu Yu was very puzzled at the moment. Immortal Ni was an eternal man with a high cultivation. He should know better than anyone what it meant to be an eternal man. If immortal Ni knew where the 9th man of eternal life was, why didn't he protect him? Why did he guide Mu Yu to come here instead? Mu Yu forcibly suppressed the doubts in his heart. He focused his attention on the golden light that resonated with the dragon scale. Then, he gradually saw the situation around him. He also saw clearly what kind of place he was in. Just then, Mu Yu was stunned. He already knew where this place was because he had been there before. With the guidance of the dragon scale, Mu Yu gradually saw the figure in the golden light. Unlike before, this time he saw the appearance of the person in front of him clearly. The ninth man of eternal life. How could it be? How could it be? Mu Yu suddenly pulled his consciousness back from the distant place and returned to the dragon-searching array. His face was full of astonishment because the identity of the immortal man was beyond his expectations. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and he was filled with countless questions. Whether it was the back of immortal Enchantment in the thunder and lightning, or the face of the eternal man he had just seen, they all surprised him. The light of the dragon-searching matrix slowly dissipated, and the connection between the dragon scale and the eternal man he had just found gradually dimmed. The matrix gradually stabilized and no longer flowed. Mu Yu sat in the dragon-searching matrix with his head down and pondered. There were too many questions and shocks in his mind. The sudden appearance of immortal Enchantment had made him unable to calm down. The identity of the ninth man of eternal life had also shocked him. Luo Shang's whole body was glowing red. His eyes shot a red light into the sky. He was still looking for Xiong Nan. According to the current situation, he should not have found him yet. No, I have to get to the bottom of this. Mu Yu raised his head and stood up. He glanced at Luo Shang, then left the altar and quickly went to the White Ape Demon King outside. When the White Ape Demon King saw Mu Yu coming, he drove all the other demons away, leaving him alone. He looked at Mu Yu with a playful face. What? Did the dragon-searching matrix find the person you were looking for? Mu Yu frowned. How do you know? No matter how dazzling the light emitted by the dragon-seeking array was, the people outside the array couldn't see it. Mu Yu had used the array to cover everything up in order to prevent the White Ape Demon King from spying on them. He had modified his master's seal. Therefore, Mu Yu was confident that it could prevent the White Ape Demon King from spying on them. When you used the dragon-seeking array, you were spying on the people with eternal life. I sensed an aura passing by me from the very beginning. Your dragon-seeking array couldn't detect my existence, but I knew someone was looking for me. You can't hide this from me, the White Ape Demon King said proudly. So you already know who I'm looking for? Mu Yu asked coldly. The White Ape Demon King spread out his hands. You're not spying on me. How would I know who you're looking for? Then the White Ape Demon King said confidently, I don't know yet, but I think you'll tell me, right? I won't, Mu Yu said simply. The White Ape Demon King's face froze. He scolded angrily, Brat, you found the man of eternal life and you didn't tell me? Mu Yu was too lazy to pay attention to him. He asked, You Darching stage people have a way to protect yourself from being found by the dragon-searching matrix, right? The White Ape Demon King snorted. Are you begging me to answer? If you use your domain ability, you should no longer be able to protect yourself. If someone happens to be looking for you at this time, you will be found, right? Mu Yu remembered that Enchantment Zhenren had suddenly broken into his line of sight when he used the thunder dust. I'm not satisfied with your attitude. I refuse to answer. The White Ape Demon King turned his head to the side. You just said that you could detect that I was spying on the man of eternal life. That is to say, if you were spied on by me, you have the ability to track my identity in turn, right? Call me father-in-law, and I'll tell you. The White Ape Demon King crossed his legs and said. In response to the White Ape Demon King's rascally response, Mu Yu took it as a yes. That's right. When Enchantment Zhenren used the thunder dust, his protection failed, and I inadvertently spied on him. He immediately noticed it and then knew my identity. Then he guided me to the ninth man of eternal life. Everything makes sense now. Mu Yu said to himself thoughtfully. Hey, brat, I didn't say yes or no. What are you blindly showing off for? The White Ape Demon King couldn't help but curse. Enchantment Zhenren already knew who the ninth man of eternal life was. He should have been protecting the ninth man for a long time. So, he has been near the ninth man, but why didn't I notice his existence at all? Mu Yu was puzzled. Hey, little bastard, do you think I'm heir? The White Ape Demon King originally wanted to make Mu Yu admit defeat, and then proudly answer Mu Yu's question to strengthen his prestige. Unfortunately, Mu Yu didn't buy it at all. On the contrary, he ignored the White Ape Demon King's words, so he was very annoyed. "Ni Lei Junren, who are you?" Mu Yu couldn't figure it out. The White Ape Demon King couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "Little bastard, are you listening to me?" Mu Yu raised his head and looked at the White Ape Demon King indifferently. "You just muttered so much. So, you have found Ni Lei and the ninth man of eternal life. Then why didn't you tell me? Who is the ninth man of the third heaven?" The White Ape Demon King wanted to beat Mu Yu. Mu Yu pondered for a moment and remembered the identity of the ninth man. He said, "I will protect this man by myself. I don't need your help." "Then, can you at least tell me his name?" The White Ape Demon King said. "I don't know." Mu Yu calmly replied. The White Ape Demon King looked at Mu Yu up and down and angrily scolded, "You dare to lie to me?" Mu Yu didn't want to say too much. At this time, Luo Shong also came out of the dragon-seeking array. He glanced at the White Ape Demon King indifferently and motioned Mu Yu to leave. Mu Yu understood and turned to leave. However, the White Ape Demon King suddenly stopped in front of them and said, "Did I say you can leave? You haven't said anything and the seal on Hai Dongqing has not been lifted. You two little bastards really want to force me to beat you up. If you dare to fight us, you can wait for Hai Dongqing to break free from the seal in your next life." Mu Yu had long been used to the White Ape Demon King's threats, so he didn't have to be polite. The White Ape Demon King gnashed his teeth and roared. Then, he suddenly turned to the desert in the distance and punched. Suddenly, the desert within 1,000 miles was blasted flat. "You dare to threaten me? You're pissing me off. If Qiao Shui wasn't going to be a widow, I would have already beaten you into a meat patty." The White Ape Demon King gestured with his fist in front of Mu Yu. There was a faint wind around his fist and a terrifying power was contained within it. When he had just broken free from the seal, he had destroyed the mountain that had sealed him for more than 5,000 years with a single punch. Now, the power of his fist was even more terrifying. "If we don't make things clear today, you two are not allowed to go anywhere." The White Ape Demon King stamped his foot on the ground and a terrifying power spread out from him, rolling up countless sandstorms. The sandstorms spun violently and formed a wall of power, trapping Mu Yu and Luo Shong inside. "I don't have time to tangle with you," Mu Yu said. "Don't think I don't know what you two are doing." Hai Dongqing's heart was taken by that wretched Xiong Nan. The two of you are using Hai Dongqing's body as a guide to find his heart. Tell me, where is that wretched Xiong Nan? Although the White Ape Demon King was usually carefree and appeared to be very simple-minded, he was still an old monster who had lived for a long time. He had long since become a demon. He was not as casual as he seemed on the surface. He had a pretty good idea of what Mu Yu and Luo Shong were doing. Mu Yu and Luo Shong had already reached the edge of the sandstorm. The two glanced at each other. This sandstorm was indeed very powerful. Once they got close, even they would be torn to pieces. "We have our own things to do." "I know what Hai Dongqing means," Mu Yu said. "Then, release the seal. Back then, my master used the power of the seal to help you escape the pursuit of the Heaven's enforcers and ensure that you won't die. Hai Dongqing's method of protecting himself is tantamount to suicide. Without a heart, he is equivalent to a dead man. If he leaves the seal, he will no longer be considered an immortal. Can he become the host of Tianheng's power? Do you want this world to be destroyed?" Mu Yu said coldly. The 9 immortals were the hosts of Tianheng's power. Although the Desert Hawk Demon King had lost his heart, he was still one thanks to the help of the seal. Without the seal, Tianheng's power would leave his body. When that happened, Tianheng's power would disappear because it could not find a host. Without Tianheng's power, the world would also be destroyed. The White Ape Demon King opened his mouth. Hai Dongqing's method of protecting himself was indeed different from theirs. For a moment, he had forgotten about this important matter. "Then I will go with you to find that wretched brat," the White Ape Demon King said without hesitation. He didn't feel at ease leaving such an important matter like the Sand Eagle Demon King Hai Dongqing in Mu Yu's hands. No matter what, he had to do it personally. The White Ape Demon King could be said to be a great god. With him around, they could simply run amok in the cultivation world. Even the people from the Third Palace would not dare to come looking for trouble. At this time, if they had this guy as a bodyguard, it would be easy to do anything they wanted. However, Mu Yu shook his head. "You can't go. I won't do anything to that wretched brat." The White Ape Demon King snorted. Chapter 860. White Ape Demon King angrily said, "What is more important than taking back Hai Dongqing's heart? Protecting Hai Dongqing's body is more important than taking back his heart." Mu Yu said. White Ape Demon King snorted and said, "I will have my subordinates protect Hai Dongqing's body at all times. You don't need to worry about that." Mu Yu coldly said, "Your subordinates can't even stop me and Luo Shong. Do you think they can stop Bai Jie?" Bai Jie. White Ape Demon King's expression froze. Mu Yu continued, "Azure Dragon Demon King said that once you leave the demon territory, you will be watched by the Threefold Palace. Now that you are here, the Threefold Palace must know where Hai Dongqing's seal is. If you come with us, what do you think the consequences will be if Bai Jie attacks Hai Dongqing? Don't forget, Bai Jie is also a formation master. If I can break this seal, so can Bai Jie." Mu Yu's words made White Ape Demon King's expression turn serious. He quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind and realized that Mu Yu was right. He looked around and didn't see any signs of being watched. However, he knew about the Threefold Palace's methods. Bai Jie might not be as old as White Ape Demon King, but the Threefold Palace was a power that had been passed down for thousands of years. They had endless methods and could not be underestimated. 5,000 years ago, when my masters Jian Ying, Chen Feng and Qing Yu were sealing your Demon King, the Threefold Palace didn't know the exact location. But you came all the way here, and I'm sure they know what's going on. It's hard to say if White World will do anything to Hai Dongqing, but if you want to take a gamble, I don't mind," Mu Yu said. White Ape Demon King snorted and said, "You are wrong. The Threefold Palace knows where our seal is." "What?" This time, it was Mu Yu's turn to be shocked. He thought the Threefold Palace didn't know about this. Otherwise, why didn't Bai Jie just go find the Demon King's body? That would have been much simpler. The White Ape Demon King seemed to have thought of something and continued, "Or rather, the Threefold Palace knew where we were sealed." "The former Threefold Palace? What does that mean?" Mu Yu asked. Mu Yu wasn't very clear about the past of the Threefold Palace, but he didn't have a good impression of it. "So there are times when you don't know." The White Ape Demon King laughed smugly. Mu Yu looked at the White Ape Demon King indifferently and did not speak. The White Ape Demon King also looked at Mu Yu, seemingly waiting for Mu Yu to ask. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, leaving only the whistling of the wind and sand. "Hurry up and ask me." White Ape Demon King couldn't hold it in any longer. "I've already asked," Mu Yu replied. "You bastard." The White Ape Demon King gnashed his teeth in anger. He had been waiting for Mu Yu to ask so that he could put on airs. However, Mu Yu didn't buy it. "Forget it, I'm afraid of you. Seeing that you still have some conscience, I'll be merciful and tell you." Mu Yu was patient, but the White Ape Demon King was impatient. He couldn't wait to speak, but Mu Yu didn't appreciate it. The White Ape Demon King's words were stuck in his throat, making him panic. The present Threefold Palace is completely different from the Threefold Palace of the past. White Ape Demon King pulled over a chair and sat down. Then, he crossed his legs. "What's different? More than 5,000 years ago, before it was sealed, although I was in the second layer, I often came to the Threefold Palace as a guest. I've seen the master of the Threefold Palace of that era. At that time, enlightened Master Shen Jizi was a little weird, but he was a good person," the White Ape Demon King said. "Wait. You said enlightened Master Shen Jizi was the master of the Threefold Palace?" Mu Yu was stunned. "You didn't know? I thought you ran to the demon subduing pagoda because you knew about it." The white ape demon king peeled a banana and took a bite. Mu Yu was shocked. How could enlightened Master Shen Jizi be the master of the threefold palace? He had seen enlightened Master Shen Jizi on the Demon Island and saw the battle more than 5,000 years ago in the consciousness left by enlightened Master Shen Jizi. Enlightened Master Shen Jizi was strong enough to look down on the demon kings. Although the white ape demon king looked carefree, Mu Yu had never doubted his strength. But this guy suddenly said something that surprised him. Enlightened Master Shen Jizi, who suppressed the demon kings, was actually the master of the threefold palace of that era. That guy was very strong. Although he couldn't compare to your terrifying master, he was really strong. Back then, it was Jianying Chen Feng, Huanying Qingyu, Xie Yingyu, and enlightened Master Shen Jizi who sealed us. It's a pity that he wasn't like the other three who had eternal life. The white ape demon king threw away the banana peel and picked up a bunch of grapes. He really knew how to enjoy it. Mu Yu's heart was once again in turmoil. This news made him very suspicious. He had seen enlightened Master Shen Jizi before. At that time, enlightened Master Shen Jizi was indeed very strong. However, Mu Yu was sure that enlightened Master Shen Jizi was a normal cultivator without a doubt. He wasn't like those guys who were covered in white light now. They looked holy but hid their heads and tails, making people feel disgusted. That's not right. I remember Senior Helion Kong telling me that enlightened Master Shen Jizi was a senior of the Array Glyph sect. He wasn't from the threefold palace. Mu Yu recalled what Helion Kong had said to him back on the Demon Island. At that time, Helion Kong had told Mu Yu that the Demon King city of the Ocean Sea was filled with array formations. As a senior of the Array Talisman sect, Daoist Master Shen Jizi had set them up. Is there any conflict between him being a member of the Array Glyph sect and him being the master of the threefold palace? Didn't you say that the White Domain also knows powerful Array Glyph sect? The White Ape Demon King said. But the threefold palace is a power. How can its master be a member of another power? Then is it the Array Glyph sect that leads the threefold palace, or is it the threefold palace that leads the Array Glyph sect? Mu Yu was very puzzled. Is it that troublesome? Let me tell you, the threefold palace was only a name in the past. In fact, it wasn't even considered a power. For example, no one knew that enlightened Master Shen Jizi was the master of the threefold palace. Everyone only thought that he was a reclusive expert of the Array Glyph sect. Only when the human race was facing a crisis would enlightened Master Shen Jizi stand up and lead the threefold palace members around the world to start trouble. The White Ape Demon King said. The threefold palace members around the world? Aren't they in the land of reincarnation? Mu Yu remembered that this information was told to him by enlightened Master Shen Jizi. The White Ape Demon King thought for a moment and said, I'm not very clear about the specifics, but I can tell you that the members of the threefold palace in the past were elders of various sects, members of certain clans in the cultivation world, powerful rogue cultivators, and even a random worker on the street could be a member of the threefold palace. Enlightened Master Shen Jizi told us before that in order to become a member of the threefold palace, you must have three things: talent, ability, and secrecy. Talent is a given. Everyone in the threefold palace is very strong. Ability refers to assassination, intelligence gathering, stealing, leadership, or business. In short, you must have a specialty. For example, enlightened Master Shen Jizi was the strongest array master of the Array Glyph sect. Secrecy means that no matter what your original identity was, after accepting the identity of a member of the threefold palace, your original identity must be abandoned and become a disguise. The White Ape Demon King knew a lot more about the threefold palace than Mu Yu did. The members of the threefold palace were all over the world. Whenever they saw someone with the potential to become a member of the threefold palace, they would test that person and let others decide if that person was qualified to become a member of the threefold palace. If not, their memories would be erased. The master of the threefold palace was appointed by the previous palace master. Then, everyone else would decide if they were qualified. This process was held in the land of reincarnation. Mu Yu thought back to enlightened Master Shen Jizi's remnant consciousness in the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. Back then, Enlightened Master Shen Jizi had told him that the threefold palace was in the land of reincarnation. It was there to protect the entrance to the land of reincarnation. He also told Mu Yu that if he wanted to find the land of reincarnation, he had to follow his soul. Enlightened Master Shen Jizi didn't tell me he was the master of the threefold palace, Mu Yu said. That's normal. It's part of the secret. It's just that it's not a secret to us immortals, the White Ape Demon King said. I thought the threefold palace was the main culprit behind the war between human and humanity, Mu Yu said. Maybe now, but the threefold palace wasn't like this in the past. When Enlightened Master Shen Jizi led the threefold palace, it existed for the safety of humanity. But now that Bai Jie was in charge, things started to change. Perhaps the previous palace leader had misjudged Bai Jie and allowed him to become the master of the three palaces. If someone like your master could be fooled by Bai Jie, then it's not surprising that the previous threefold palace master misjudged him. It's just that Bai Jie is too shrewd. The White Ape Demon King looked at him with disdain. Bai Jie cultivates the soul power of the land of reincarnation. It's a power refined from the soul. It's very powerful. But Green Dragon said that it makes him look like neither a human nor a ghost. The light of his soul power looks very sacred. It's enough to make him look like a god in the eyes of self-cultivators, Mu Yu said. Green Dragon said it's just a disguise. We feel like there's something wrong with the threefold palace, but we can't tell what it is. It's because they've reached a strange level. They're much stronger than the previous threefold palace, so you should be careful, the White Ape Demon King said. The changes in the threefold palace made Mu Yu feel more and more incredulous. How could someone as wise as his master be fooled by Bai Jie? No matter how shrewd Bai Jie was, he couldn't hide from Jianying Chen Feng, who had lived for a long time and could break the sky with one hand. Although Mu Yu didn't know all about his master's past, he knew his master's temperament. He was a person who could see things very clearly. Even if his master was seriously injured at that time, he shouldn't have failed to notice the abnormalities in the threefold palace. Chapter 861. Mu Yu did not know what his master had done in the past, but in any case, he knew what he had to do next. Mu Yu said, anyway, we'll find a way to get the Gerfalcon's heart back. You stay here and wait for us to convince Xiong Nan to get the heart back. Then, I'll come here to revive the Gerfalcon and lift the seal. The White Ape Demon King's face was clouded with uncertainty. Finally, he spat and punched out, turning the violent sandstorm into ashes. Kid, you'd better go and come back quickly, or I'll run out of patience, the White Ape Demon King scolded. I know what I'm doing. It didn't matter if the threefold palace had existed to protect the human race or not. Now that it had gone down the wrong path, Mu Yu had to destroy it completely. He turned his gaze to the sky thousands of miles away. His eyes flickered as he looked at the White Ape Demon King. By the way, do you have a way to temporarily hide the murderous aura in my body? Mu Yu asked. Ever since he massacred Dongsho City, it had been difficult to hide the murderous aura in his body. It would leak out from time to time, and he couldn't control it freely. When in a crowded place, even if he didn't speak, it would be very conspicuous. The White Ape Demon King scolded, "Why are you so nosy? Do you have a way?" Mu Yu asked. The White Ape Demon King rubbed his chin and said, "The murderous aura has already invaded your body. I can't suppress it, but I can help you hide it from others." He walked over to Mu Yu and slapped Mu Yu on the shoulder, causing Mu Yu's body to go numb. The White Ape Demon King's strength was not to be trifled with. A rich and powerful demonic power entered Mu Yu's body and condensed on Mu Yu's shoulder. Your murderous aura has reached the point where it's incurable. It's really difficult to deal with. When you want to hide your slaughter aura, you can stimulate my Jin Yuan. It will cover up your slaughter aura and make you look like a normal person. However, this is only a superficial disguise. The slaughter aura is still eroding your body, so you better not use this kind of power. The White Ape Demon King raised his hand and patted Luo Shong's shoulder. It seemed that he was venting his anger. "I helped you, you ungrateful wretch. You don't even know how to thank me for winning. What bad luck. The White Ape Demon King scolded to himself. Thank you, Mu Yu said as he and Luo Shong leaped high into the air, disappearing into the horizon. White Ape Demon King stared blankly for a moment. Did this little bastard just say thank you? Strange, did the sun rise from the west again? Tens of thousands of miles above the desert of death, two figures in black robes and black hoods were standing in the sky. I was just monitoring the White Ape Demon King. I didn't expect to find Mu Yu and Luo Shong's whereabouts. The one speaking was the mysterious man called Jiyu Chaofeng, who had appeared in Dongsho City. Those two monstrous murderous auras can be felt even from so far away. The one speaking was Jin Shiyun's ethereal voice. What do we do now? Jiyu Chaofeng asked. Jin Shiyun pondered for a moment, then said, You go follow Luo Shong and Mu Yu. See what they're going to do next. I'll stay here and keep an eye on the White Ape Demon King. Finding Hai Dongqing's seal is very important to the master's plan. Okay, be careful. The White Ape Demon King is not someone you can deal with. Don't let him find you. Jiyu Chaofeng said as he turned into a white light and flew in Luo Shong's direction. In the desert, Mu Yu and Luo Shong's figures flashed and disappeared. It was actually very easy for Jiyu Chaofeng to tail them because Mu Yu and Luo Shong's murderous auras were like lights in the night. They were very conspicuous to Jiyu Chaofeng. You two set up the dragon-seeking formation. Who are you looking for? Jiyu Chaofeng looked at the two murderous auras in front of him. He maintained a considerable distance from them. He couldn't even see their shadows. However, after only an hour, the two murderous auras in front of him suddenly stopped. Jiyu Chaofeng frowned. His figure then disappeared into the void. But at that moment, the two auras suddenly separated and went in different directions. They separated? Jiyu Chaofeng pondered for a moment. One of the auras was strong and the other was weak. The stronger one belonged to Luo Shong, and the weaker one belonged to Mu Yu. He was only one person. He couldn't keep up with both of them at the same time. It's better if they separated. One-on-one, I can take down one of them. Jiyu Chaofeng sneered. A ray of light flashed from his hand. That ray of light was like a fish swimming in water, disappearing into the void. Yi Feiyan, your chance has come. I'll leave Mu Yu to you. He watched as Mu Yu's murderous aura gradually disappeared. Only then did he turn and go in Luo Shong's direction. The White Ape Demon King sat in the Death Desert and looked at Hai Dongqing's seal. At that moment, the demons were using their spiritual power to surround the area with sand again. Maggot. The White Ape Demon King looked up at the sky and sneered. A powerful aura swept out and disappeared into the clouds. Then, it was as if the sky had exploded. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, as if it was going to tear the world apart. You ran pretty fast. Next time I see you, I'll kill you. The White Ape Demon King still sat in the same place, too lazy to move. When Mu Yu looked up at the sky, the White Ape Demon King noticed that something was wrong with the sky. So, he paid extra attention and found the guy who was spying on him. Speaking of which, why is that little bastard's senses sharper than mine? That's strange. Other than the murderous aura and those messy arrays in his body, why does he still have that thing? That should be it. No wonder he could sense. Ah! I forgot to tell him. If that little bastard has that thing, then the blood shield set up by his father will be ineffective against those maggots. The White Ape Demon King tapped the stone on the ground with his finger and fell into deep thought. The old doctor walked over respectfully and said, Ancestor, what should we do next? Do what? Of course, you guys will take turns guarding him. I don't want to stay here and do nothing. If anything happens, I'll rush over from Clearwater City immediately. The White Ape Demon King said unhappily. But they... The old doctor said hesitantly. Don't worry, those bugs won't dare to come. I'll kill them one by one. Demon King White Ape punched out, creating a terrifying shockwave in the air. Next, the shockwave created a whirlwind that surrounded Hai Dongqing's altar, forming a circular shield. It was an extremely powerful force. Hai Dongqing's face was pale. After doing all this, the White Ape Demon King patted the dust off his body and swaggered toward Clearwater City. In the sky thousands of miles away from Clearwater City, Jin Shiyun appeared in a somewhat sorry state. Her black robe was torn, revealing a holy light. Unfortunately, her light was very unstable at this time, and her face was incomparably dispirited. The White Ape Demon King is really a scary guy. Jin Shiyun covered her chest, and then her figure flashed and disappeared into the void. The desert was very big, and Luo Shong's flying speed was very fast. He kept heading east, but at this moment, he suddenly frowned and his figure quickly stopped. "You've been following me for so long. Don't you want to come out and say hello?" Luo Shong said indifferently. As soon as his voice fell, a holy white light pierced through the air and brushed past Luo Shong's neck. Luo Shong's figure had completely turned into a ball of flames. Then, the flames spun in the air and outlined Luo Shong's figure again. As expected of Jianying Chenfeng's disciple, your sense of smell is so sharp. Jiyu Chaofeng, who was dressed in black and wearing a hood, slowly appeared in the air. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Luo Shong. Jiyu Chaofeng stood there, but he gave off a very holy feeling. Even though there was not a trace of skin on his body, his black clothes still faintly emitted a holy white light, which made people revere him. However, this holy white light only reflected the anger of hatred in Luo Shong's eyes. "Since you know it's me, why don't you run?" Jiyu Chaofeng asked jokingly. "There's no need for that," Luo Shong said indifferently. "You're right. You can't run in front of me." Jiyu Chaofeng laughed. The aura on his body was even stronger than Luo Shong's. "Are you afraid to show yourself in a hat?" Luo Shong said. Jiyu Chaofeng laughed. "You're wrong. I just don't want to be too ostentatious. You dare to start a war and let the cultivators and you Meng fight each other to become the source of your power. Are you still afraid of your dirty deeds being discovered? If you were seen, wouldn't it be fine if you just killed them? Wouldn't it be an extra portion of soul power for you?" Luo Shong said coldly. Jiyu Chaofeng's face was covered by the hood, so his expression couldn't be seen. However, his voice was no longer as calm as before. On the contrary, it was a bit surprised. "I didn't expect you to know about these things. Master said that the 5 of you would become stumbling blocks. He really has godlike foresight. That bastard from the White Domain is worthy of being called a god. You little people who hide your heads and show your tails can only be considered rats," Luo Shong said disdainfully. "Audacious. You dare to insult Master." Jiyu Chaofeng was furious. "Stupid." The corner of Luo Shong's mouth curled into a mocking smile. His entire body suddenly surged with a powerful killing intent. His entire aura was like the sun in the sky. This time, golden flames flickered on his body. The golden flames burned wildly, as if wanting to ignite the entire desert. Even the clouds in the sky were illuminated into a fiery red color. Shua. The flames that filled the sky immediately surrounded Jiyu Chaofeng. The flames burned the air until it changed shape. The intense heat caused Jiyu Chaofeng's hood to start steaming. "You can't do anything to me with just these flames," Jiyu Chaofeng shouted coldly. The hood on his body had already scattered, revealing his original appearance. It was a person whose entire body was suffused with a holy white light. His clothes, hair, and skin were all emitting light. It was as if a god had descended. This was a desert. No cultivators would pass through here. Thus, Jiyu Chaofeng didn't need to hide his identity. "Master said that if I find your whereabouts, I must capture you. Are you going to obediently allow yourself to be captured, or do you want me to capture you?" 13 white pearls appeared around Jiyu Chaofeng's body. These 13 white pearls floated around him, flowing with a holy light. Each white pearl contained a powerful fluctuation, accumulating power and waiting to be unleashed. "There aren't many people in the cultivation world who can make me take action. You should feel honored." The 13 pearls quickly revolved around Jiyu Chaofeng, bringing with them streaks of white light. They were like 13 stars. Following which, the 13 pearls all turned into shooting stars, flying towards Luo Shong in different directions. The white pearls brought with them an incomparably sharp sound as if they could shatter the void. They tore apart the flames that covered Luo Shong and arrived in front of Luo Shong in the blink of an eye. You talk too much. Luo Shong had already raised the burning heaven sword in his hand. Restless sword qi burst forth from his body. Tens of thousands of sword qi instantly rose from the ground. The wind and clouds in the sky above the desert immediately surged. All the wind and clouds gathered on Luo Shong's sword. The sword qi awe-inspiring crisscrossed, welcoming Jiyu Chaofeng's 13 pearls. Boom, boom, boom. The sword qi collided with the white pearls. White soul power fluctuations and violent sword qi swept out, sweeping up the desert within 1,000 miles. The entire desert seemed to tremble for a moment. The two figures were on the verge of colliding in the air. The white pearls were nimble and numerous, sweeping towards Luo Shong from different directions. Luo Shong's entire body was emitting golden flames. His falling dust steps stepped on the flames, causing mysterious ripples to flicker in the flames. The burning heaven sword qi instantly blocked the incomparably swift white pearls. The two figures intertwined in the air. Every time they came into contact, a powerful fluctuation would erupt, as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting. The ground had long been filled with thousands of ravines, all of which were shocking sword scars. Soul technique Luo Yin, soul-breaking spear. Jiyu Chaofeng suddenly grabbed out with one hand. The white pearl in front of him instantly flashed with brilliance, and a white spear appeared in his hand. The moment the spear appeared, rays of light shot out. Soul power gushed out like a tide, blocking all of the flames outside. The flames on Luo Shong's entire body burned crazily in the air. The flames gradually turned from golden to dark red, as if blood was burning. Following that, the spiritual energy in the desert was also suddenly ignited. The burning heaven sword was bathed in the dark red flames. Bringing along a violent killing aura, it smashed into Jiyu Chaofeng's spear. Buzz! As if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting, the desert exploded with a loud bang. The desert within 1,000 feet radius had already been smashed into fine powder. The white soul power and the dark red flames intertwined in the air. Countless sparks burst forth, and the soul power scattered. Everywhere it went, it produced an incomparably huge destructive force. Luo Shong and Jiyu Chaofeng's figures surged in the air, sweeping out. Following an earth-shaking boom, a figure quickly retreated. Jiyu Chaofeng stood majestically without moving. The holy white light on his body was still there, but a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Luo Shong's mouth. However, this blood was quickly ignited by the flames. At this moment, Luo Shong's eyes were burning with golden flames, still incomparably domineering. You're simply not my match. What are you still trying to be brave for? Jiyu Chaofeng laughed loudly. Luo Shong only coldly looked at Jiyu Chaofeng, the flames burning furiously in the air. Luo Shong's gaze was ice-cold. Without any hesitation, he turned around and fled into the distance. Ha ha. Run. Run. I love playing the game of cat and mouse the most. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.